Chapter 1: Girlfriend's Betrayal and Humiliation. On a midsummer afternoon, the sun was scorching the earth, and the air was filled with a hot breath. On the tree-lined path of Jiangcheng University, Yixian walked quickly, with a trace of anxiety and expectation on his face that was difficult to conceal. Today is the third anniversary of his relationship with his girlfriend Lin Feifei. To this end, he saved money for 3 months to buy her the latest fruit phone that she had been dreaming of for a long time, and hid it in his arms, ready to give her a surprise. However, when he arrived at the agreed cafe panting, what he saw was a scene that made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Lin Feifei was sitting by the window, but the person opposite her was not him. It was a young man wearing Versace and a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, looking at Lin Feifei with a playful look, his eyes full of undisguised possessiveness. Yi Xian knew this man. He was a well-known rich second generation in the school and the domineering captain of the school basketball team, Wang Hao. "Feifei, what are you doing?" Yi Xian felt his voice was a little dry, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, almost suffocating him. When Lin Feifei saw Yi Xian, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by a touch of determination. She stood up, without even looking at Yi Xian, but took Wang Hao's arm and said in a cold tone, "Yi Xian, let's break up." "Break up?" Yi Xian was stunned as if struck by lightning. The hot phone in his arms was like a piece of ice, freezing cold. "Why? Feifei, aren't we doing well? Today is our third anniversary. Look, I bought you the phone you wanted most." He hurriedly took out the beautifully packaged cell phone box from his arms and handed it over as if he was grabbing his last straw. "Cell phone?" Wang Hao sneered, casually took out 2 identical cell phones from his pocket, and threw them on the table with contempt, making a dull bang sound. "This kind of rubbish is worth your treasure? Feifei, tell him what I gave you." A trace of vanity and satisfaction flashed across Lin Feifei's face. She raised her chin, swung the dazzling diamond bracelet on her wrist to show off, and said to Yi Xian, "Yi Xian, don't be silly. How much is your monthly living expenses? 15,000? When you bought this phone, did you even lose the money for next month's meals? And what about brother Hao? The bracelet he casually gave me is worth 200,000. How can you compare with him?" Yi Xian opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say a word. Yes, how could he compare with Wang Hao? He was just a poor student from an ordinary working-class family. His parents worked hard to support him to go to college, and he had to rely on part-time jobs to supplement his living expenses. Wang Hao was born in Rome. "Yi Xian, we are not from the same world." Lin Feifei's voice seemed to come from far away, with a trace of pity. "You can't give me what I want. Following you, I can only squeeze into a rental house of more than 10 square meters, and argue with vendors over the price of a few dollars. But following brother Hao, I live in a large flat with a river view, drive a Porsche, and my life has just begun." The eyes around him pierced Yi Xian like needles, and he felt a burning pain on his face, which was more painful than being slapped hard. 3 years of love, it turned out that in the face of money, it was so vulnerable. Wang Hao admired the distraught expression on Yi Xian's face, and a morbid pleasure surged in his heart. What he liked to do most was to trample on things that others cherished. He hugged Lin Feifei's waist, leaned close to her ear, and deliberately said in a voice that Yi Xian could hear, "Baby, what's the point of talking to such a poor guy? Tonight, I bought a new yacht, do you want to try it out?" Lin Feifei nodded shyly, her voice so sweet it made her sick. "I'll listen to brother Hao." The two of them were being intimate as if no one was around, completely ignoring Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt his blood boiling in his chest, and he stared at Lin Feifei intently. The girl he once swore to protect for his whole life seemed so strange at this moment. "Lin Feifei, you will regret this." Yi Xian squeezed out these words from between his teeth. "Regret?" Lin Feifei seemed to have heard a huge joke. "I only regret why I didn't leave you, a piece of trash, earlier." "Waste?" Wang Hao also laughed. He walked up to Yi Xian, patted his face, and said insultingly, "Boy, did you hear that? Feifei said you are waste. But don't be discouraged. This is how society is. If you have money, you are the boss, and if you don't have money, you are the grandson. As for you, just be a grandson in peace in this life." After saying that, he pulled out a thick stack of RMB from his wallet, about tens of thousands of yuan, and threw it in Yi Xian's face with contempt. "Take it, think of it as a breakup fee from Hao. Go away, don't be an eyesore here." The banknotes were scattered all over the ground like snowflakes, and each one seemed to be a ruthless trampling on Yi Xian's dignity. Yi Xian's body was shaking slightly, not because of fear, but because of extreme anger. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his flesh, and blood dripped through his fingers, but he was completely unaware. He did not pick up the money on the ground. He just raised his head and stared at Wang Hao and Lin Feifei with a pair of red eyes. The look was as cold as the chill wind from the nine nether hell. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't despise the young and poor. I, Yi Xian, will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. After saying that, he turned around resolutely and left this place where he had suffered humiliation. He did not see that at the moment he turned around, a complex emotion flashed in Lin Feifei's eyes, but it was soon overwhelmed by the yearning for a luxurious life in the future. After leaving the cafe, Yi Xian walked aimlessly on the street, his mind in a mess. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, like a ball of fire, burning his heart. He hated Wang Hao's arrogance, Lin Feifei's materialism, and even more, he hated his own powerlessness. In this materialistic society, is it really wrong to even breathe if you don't have money? Bite. Just when Yi Xian was agitated and on the verge of collapse, a cold mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his mind without warning. It is detected that the host's emotional fluctuations have reached a critical value, meeting the system activation conditions. Infinite godly system, activating. Activation successful. Congratulations to host Yi Xian for becoming the only bound person in this system. Yi Xian suddenly stopped and looked around in astonishment. What was that sound? Was he hallucinating? The newbie gift pack has been distributed, please check it out. Reward 1, Initial Capital, 100 billion Dragon Country Currency. Reward 2, 1 Global Supreme Centurion Black Gold Card. Reward 3, God Level Skill Eye of Business Insight Primary. A series of prompt sounds, like thunder, exploded in Yi Xian's mind. He was completely stunned. System? Super rich? 100 billion? This is a plot from an online novel, but it actually happened to me? Yi Xian pinched himself hard, and the intense pain woke him up instantly. This was not a dream. He trembled as he took out his old mobile phone, which had been used for 3 years and had some cracks on the screen. A text message from Longboy Industrial and Commercial Bank of China appeared on the screen. Dear Mr. Yi Xian, your savings account with the last number 8888 received a deposit of 100 billion yuan at 1530. The current account balance is 100,125.34 yuan. Looking at the long string of dazzling zero, Yi Xian felt his breathing stagnate. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. 100 billion. It's actually true. The huge ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly dispersed all the haze in Yi Xian's heart. He stood on the busy street, unable to suppress his excitement any longer, and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feifei. Wang Hao. Just wait for me. From today on, I, Yi Xian, will redefine my life by myself. His laughter attracted the attention of passers-by, who looked at him as if he were a madman. But Yi Xian no longer cared. He knew that from this moment on, the whole world would tremble because of him. The legend of the super rich man begins here. Chapter 2 activated. Infinite rich system. Yi Xian's wild laughter sounded particularly abrupt in the noisy street, attracting passers-by to look at him strangely, as if they were looking at a madman who had just escaped from a mental hospital. But Yi Xian didn't care. Other people's opinions would become worthless in the face of absolute strength. He breathed in the air greedily, as if he wanted to spit out all the humiliation and resentment in his heart. His face, which was twisted by anger, was now flushed with ecstasy. He tightly grasped the old mobile phone, and the string of scary numbers on the screen seemed to have infinite magic, making him feel elated. System. It really is a system. The adventure that only happened in online novels actually happened to me. Calm down, Yi Xian, calm down. He forced himself to calm down, but his heart was beating wildly and almost jumped out of his throat. He found an empty corner, leaned against the cold wall, tried to calm his breathing, and let his consciousness sink into his mind. A virtual interface with a faint golden light, like a high-tech product in a science fiction movie, quietly floated in his consciousness space. The interface design is extremely simple, with only a few clear modules. Host, Yi Xian. Level 1 primary super rich. Funds, 100 billion yuan Dragon Country Currency. Skill, Business Insight Primary. Item, Global Supreme Centurion Black Gold Card. Task, none. Mall, not open insufficient level. Yi Xian stared at the column of funds and confirmed the number again. 100 billion. A real 100 billion. This amount of money is enough to make any so-called richest man in Dragon Country pale in comparison. He took a deep breath and moved his gaze to the skills column. Eye of Business Insight Primary, the host can see through the true value, potential risks, future benefits and other information of all business projects, companies, antiques, artworks, etc. In the primary state, it can be used 3 times a day. Hiss. Yi Xian took a breath of cold air. This is simply a magical skill. With this skill, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the business world? Any investment will be no secret in front of him. He can easily avoid all traps and find the most valuable projects. This is much more terrifying than simply giving money. Look at the items column again. Global Supreme Centurion Black Gold Card, jointly issued by all the top banks in the world, with no spending limit. Cardholders can enjoy the highest standard of VIP treatment in any bank and any consumption place in the world. The card has been automatically issued to the host's pocket and is bound to the host's identity information, which is unique in the world. Yi Xian subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. Sure enough, he felt a cold and hard card. He quickly took it out and saw a black card made of special metal lying quietly in his palm. In the center of the card was a portrait of an ancient Roman centurion. The design was low-key and luxurious, full of mystery. This is the legendary king of cards, the Centurion Black Gold Card. It is said that those who own this card are either rich or noble, and are among the top few people in the world. Infinite godly rich system. Yi Xian muttered to himself, his heart was extremely shocked. Who are you? This system is dedicated to making the host the most powerful person in the universe. The host's task is to spend money. System Rule 1, the host can earn points through consumption, which can be used for system upgrades, mall draws, and skill enhancement. System Rule 2, the exchange ratio between consumption amount and points is 10,000 to 1, that is, for every 10,000 Dragon Country currency spent, 1 point can be obtained. System Rule 3, the system will issue tasks from time to time. Completing the tasks will earn you generous rewards, and failing the tasks will result in random penalties. System Rule 4, all sources of funds provided by the system are absolutely legal, and the host can use them with confidence. The cold mechanical voice sounded again, explaining the rules of the system to Yi Xian. Can you become stronger by spending money? Yi Xian's mouth curled up wildly. This was a system tailor-made for him. The last thing he lacked now was money. With an initial capital of 100 billion, even if he spent 100 million every day, it would take nearly 3 years. During this period, how many points could he earn through consumption and how many more powerful abilities could he unlock? Yi Xian couldn't imagine it. He only knew that from this moment on, his life would be completely rewritten. Lin Feifei, Wang Hao. The 2 names that brought him endless humiliation flashed through his mind. If it were a few minutes ago, when he thought of these 2 people, his heart would still be filled with overwhelming hatred and unwillingness. But now, he just felt ridiculous. When a person stands thousands of feet high in the sky, why would he care about the provocation of 2 ants on the ground? He, Yi Xian, was no longer the poor student who toiled for a few thousand yuan of living expenses. He and they were no longer from the same world. The so-called revenge has lost its meaning. Because he knows that when his wealth and status reach a certain level, he doesn't need to do it himself. People like Wang Hao will be crushed like garbage by the tide of the times. What he needs to do is to enjoy life, experience the supreme authority that this system brings him, stand at the pinnacle of this world and see the scenery there. Call. Yi Xian let out a long breath, and the last trace of confusion and anger in his eyes was replaced by unprecedented determination and confidence. He straightened his back, and his whole temperament changed drastically in that instant. If he was a stone buried in the soil before, ordinary and inconspicuous, then now he is a diamond wiped clean of dust, beginning to shine with his own brilliant light. He took out his phone, glanced at the bank message, and then deleted all of Lin Feifei's contact information without hesitation. The past was like yesterday's death. From now on, he, Yi Xian, will live for himself. The first step, what to do? Yi Xian's gaze was cast towards a magnificent 5-star hotel not far away, Jiangqing International Hotel. He touched the cheap t-shirt he bought to save money, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The first step for a super rich person is naturally to start from the head and put on a decent set of clothes. Then, verify whether the 100 billion and the black gold card are real. He put the meaningful Centurion black and gold card back into his pocket, straightened his collar, and walked in the completely opposite direction of the school. His back, in the afterglow of the setting sun, was stretched out very long, looking extremely desolate, yet with a sense of indomitable determination. An era belonging to the super rich is coming. Chapter 3: 100 billion arrived, and even the bank president was alarmed. Jiangcheng, Longwei Industrial and Commercial Bank Head Office. Yi Xian stood at the door of the magnificent bank lobby. Compared with the financial elites around him who were dressed in suits and walking in a hurry, his washed-out t-shirt and cheap jeans seemed out of place. He took a deep breath, suppressed the last bit of unreality in his heart, and stepped in. "Hello, sir, what can I do for you?" The lobby manager was a young woman with exquisite makeup. She looked Yi Xian up and down. Although she still maintained a professional smile on her face, a hint of contempt inadvertently flashed in the depths of her eyes. In her opinion, someone dressed like Yi Xian was at most a student who came to apply for a savings card or withdraw a few hundred yuan for living expenses. "Let me check the balance," Yi Xian said lightly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "Check your balance?" The lobby manager's smile became more formal. "Okay, sir, please go to the self-service inquiry machine over there, or you can check it directly on your mobile banking app, which is more convenient and quicker." What this means is, don't take up valuable manual counter resources. Yi Xian ignored her and walked straight to an empty VIP counter. He knew that his ordinary savings card could not display the long string of numbers on the self-service machine. "Hello, let me check the balance." Yi Xian handed in his old bank card. There was a young female teller sitting at the counter. Her name was Li. When she saw Yi Xian, dressed like a poor student, occupying the VIP window, she frowned unconsciously, but still took the bank card and said impatiently, "Password." Yi Xian calmly entered the password. Li swiped the card on the machine and glanced at the screen casually. The next second, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her whole body froze in place as if she was cast into a spell. The impatience on her face disappeared without a trace, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. She rubbed her eyes hard, thinking that the system had malfunctioned. But the string of zeros on the screen, which she had to count several times before she could count them clearly, was still clearly displayed there. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100 billion. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Yi Xian looked at her expression as if she had seen a ghost and asked even though he knew the answer. "No, no problem." Li's voice was trembling. The look she gave Yi Xian had changed from contempt to awe and even fear. She trembled as she returned the bank card to Yi Xian. Her hands were sweaty from nervousness, and even the card became a little slippery. "Sir, your balance is 125.34 cents. With every word she said, she felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. 100 billion. What does this mean? Even if the wealth of the richest man in Jiangcheng is added together, it is probably not even a fraction of this number. And this young man who looks ordinary in front of him actually has such a terrifying wealth." Li's misbehavior immediately caught the attention of the lobby manager. She walked over quickly in her high heels and asked in dissatisfaction, "Li, what's going on? You're yelling at the VIP window. How can you be so rude?" When she saw Li's pale face and the astronomical figures on the computer screen, she was also stunned. The professional smile froze on her face, looking extremely funny. This is impossible. There must be something wrong with the system." The lobby manager's first reaction was disbelief. She pushed Li away and operated it herself, checking it several times, but the result remained the same. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. She finally realized what kind of person she might have offended. That person was a supergiant that she and even the entire Jiangcheng branch could not afford to offend. Mr. Yi. The lobby manager's voice began to tremble. She had an unprecedented flattering smile on her face, and her waist was almost bent to 90 degrees. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive our rudeness. A distinguished guest like you should be received by our president himself." As she spoke, she hurriedly picked up the intercom and shouted in a voice that was almost a scream, "President! Quick! Come to the lobby on the first floor. Something big has happened. A very big thing." All the customers and staff in the entire bank hall were attracted by the commotion here and cast curious glances over. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a big belly rushed down from the president's office on the second floor with several department heads. He is the president of Longwei Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Jiangcheng branch, Wang Zhenhua. What's going on? Manager Zhang, what's making you so fuss? Wang Zhenhua ran while straightening his messy tie, his tone full of dissatisfaction. President. Look. Lobby manager Zhang Qian pointed at the computer screen as if she was pointing at some miracle. Wang Zhenhua leaned over to take a look in confusion. At one glance, his eyes almost popped out, and his legs went weak and he almost fell. Fortunately, he was supported by the assistant behind him in time. 100 billion? Wang Zhenhua felt his blood pressure soar to a dangerous level in an instant. He had worked in the financial system for half his life, met countless big clients, and handled hundreds of millions of deposits, but he had never seen or even heard of personal deposits of hundreds of billions. This amount of money is enough to affect the entire financial market of Dragon Country. His eyes suddenly turned to Yi Xian, who was standing in front of the counter with a calm face. He immediately realized that this seemingly ordinary young man must be the heir of a hidden family, or a mysterious figure with great power. Hurry! Prepare the VIP room. Use the highest standards. Wang Zhenhua roared at his assistant, then rushed to Yi Xian in 2 steps, with an extremely humble smile on his face. This must be Mr. Yi, right? I am Wang Zhenhua, the president of our bank. My subordinates were ignorant and neglectful just now. Mr. Yi, please be magnanimous and don't take it personally. Wang Zhenhua's attitude was 100 times more respectful than that of the lobby manager just now. He didn't even dare to look Yi Xian in the eye, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He knew very well that if this gentleman got unhappy and transferred the money away, not only him as the branch president, but even the president of the head office would be in trouble. Yi Xian looked at the ugly appearance of the group of people in front of him, who were arrogant at first and then humble, without any ripples in his heart. This is the power of money, it can make the most arrogant person lower his noble head. It's okay. Yi Xian waved his hand, his tone indifferent. I just came to confirm the funds. Since it's confirmed, I'll leave first. No. Mr. Yi. Wang Zhenhua was so anxious when he heard that Yi Xian was leaving. Mr. Yi, it's our fault for not treating us well. Please give us a chance to make it up to you. The VIP room upstairs has prepared the best de hong pao. Please go up and sit down, have a cup of tea, and give us a chance to serve you, okay? Are you kidding me? If a deposit of 100 billion yuan slipped away from under his nose, he would have to pack up and leave tomorrow. He must do everything he can to keep this god of wealth. Seeing Wang Zhenhua's face that was about to cry, Yi Xian's heart moved. He originally just wanted to confirm it, but now it seems that he might be able to use the bank's resources. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Great. Wang Zhenhua was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly led the way. His posture was just like the chief eunuch serving the emperor in the ancient imperial palace. Mr. Yi, please come this way. Be careful of the steps. Amid the shocked, envious and jealous gazes of everyone in the entire bank hall, Yi Xian, surrounded by a group of bank executives, walked leisurely into the president's exclusive VIP room that ordinary people were not even qualified to approach. Lili, the teller who had first neglected Yi Xian, was now slumped in her chair, looking ashen. She knew that her career might be over. Chapter 4 Shock. Is this your Centurion Black Gold card? The president's exclusive VIP room was so luxurious that it far exceeded Yi Xian's imagination. The floor is covered with handmade wool carpets flown in from Persia, which make no sound when stepped on. On the walls are original paintings by unknown painters, each of which is worth a fortune. The air is filled with the rich aroma of top-grade Dahongpo tea, which is refreshing. President Wang Zhenhua personally made tea for Yi Xian, and his movements were very careful, with beads of sweat on his forehead. His eyes, which had seen countless people in the business world, did not dare to look directly at Yi Xian at this moment, and he could only secretly look at this mysterious young man with his peripheral vision. Too young. He was no more than 20 years old and looked like a college student. But such a person had wealth that rivaled that of a country. Wang Zhenhua did not dare to imagine what this meant. Mr. Yi, please try it. This is Dahongpo from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. It only produces a few taels a year. I used a lot of connections to get this little bit. Wang Zhenhua respectfully pushed a cup of golden tea in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip. It was sweet and mellow, and the fragrance lingered on his lips and teeth. It was indeed a good tea. But he didn't care about these. President Wang, you don't have to be so polite. Yi Xian put down his teacup and said calmly, I came here today to confirm the funds and for another thing. Mr. Yi, just give us your orders. As long as our bank can do it, we will do it even if it means risking our lives. Wang Zhenhua immediately patted his chest and promised. His only thought now was to hold tightly to the thigh in front of him that couldn't be any thicker. Yi Xian did not say anything. He casually took out the pitch-black Centurion black gold card from his pocket and gently placed it on the coffee table made of golden manhwa wood. Is this card from your bank? What's it for? Yi Xian's tone was very calm, as if he was asking about an ordinary bus card. However, the moment Wang Zhenhua's eyes touched the card, his body shook violently, as if he was struck by a ray of divine thunder. The blood color on his face faded away completely in an instant, his lips trembled, his eyes were as big as bells, and he stared at the card as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. This is... Wang Zhenhua's voice was shaking. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the card, but stopped in mid-air, as if it was not a card but a red-hot iron. The department heads standing behind him were also elites in the financial world. When they saw the unique head of an ancient Roman centurion on the card, they all gasped, and the expressions on their faces were more interesting than if they had seen a ghost. Global Supreme Centurion Black Gold Card. Wang Zhenhua almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. His voice was filled with endless shock and awe. If the 100 billion deposit only shocked and flattered him, then the appearance of this black gold card made him feel fear from the depths of his soul. Because he knew better than anyone that what this card represented was no longer just wealth. That is power. That is status. That is the supreme privilege that transcends the global financial system. This card is not issued by a bank at all, but is jointly launched by several of the world's top financial families, such as Rothschild and Morgan, to serve their most core and top customers. It has no spending limit, and the cardholder can ask the bank to close for him, ask the plane to turn around and wait for him, and even enjoy the equivalent of diplomatic immunity in some countries. Anyone who owns this card is a giant who influences the world. They may be a member of a certain country's royal family, the leader of a consortium that controls the lifeline of the global economy, or the helmsman of a mysterious hidden family. This card never accepts applications and is only issued through the most stringent invitation system. It is said that in the entire Dragon Country, there are no more than 5 people who own this card. Each of them is a well-known figure who can shake the Dragon Country business world with just a stomp of his feet. But now, this legendary card was actually thrown in front of him casually by a young man in his 20s, like a piece of waste paper. Wang Zhenhua felt that his worldview was completely overturned at this moment, and then ruthlessly trampled on the ground and rubbed repeatedly. He finally realized how wrong he was. He thought Yi Xian was the heir of a big family, but now it seems that he is more than just an heir. The identity of this gentleman is probably 10,000 times more terrifying than he imagined. Thump! Wang Zhenhua could no longer hold on, his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees on the ground. When he knelt, the department heads behind him were so frightened that they also knelt on the ground with a thump. Mr. Yi! Forgive me! Forgive me! Wang Zhenhua's voice was filled with tears. I am blind. I looked down on you. I didn't know you were so noble. Please forgive us this time. He was really scared now. He had no doubt that as long as the gentleman in front of him said a word, his position as branch president, along with his decades of hard work, would be wiped out in an instant. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at Wang Zhenhua, who was kneeling in front of him and trembling like a sieve. He didn't expect that this card would be so powerful. Everyone, get up. He said calmly, I'm just asking, I'm not blaming you. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Zhenhua felt as if he had been pardoned. He climbed up from the ground tremblingly, but he dared not straighten his back again. He always maintained a bowing posture of almost 90 degrees. Mr. Yi, your card is the highest level card in our banking system. It has no specific functional restrictions, because its function is to meet all your needs. Wang Zhenhua explained in a humble tone, wherever you are in the world, if you need anything, just show this card or call the 24-hour exclusive customer service number on the back of the card, and we will use all our resources to get it done for you. Yi Xian picked up the card, turned it over and took a look. Sure enough, there was a gold-embossed customer service phone number on the back. Really? Any needs are acceptable? Yi Xian raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Yes. Any needs? Wang Zhenhua said firmly. Okay then. Yi Xian put the card back into his pocket and stood up. I need 1 million in cash now, in old bills, and you need to deliver it to me within 5 minutes. Can you do that? 1 million in cash? And old notes? Wang Zhenhua was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that Mr. Yi was testing their abilities. Yes. I guarantee it. He almost roared at his subordinates behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Go to the vault. Transfer 1 million in cash. Old money. 5 minutes. No. It must be delivered to Mr. Yi within 3 minutes. Anyone who delays for even a second will be kicked out." Yes. Several department heads woke up as if from a dream and rushed out of the VIP room crawling. The entire bank headquarters was instantly thrown into chaos. Everyone was mobilized and rushed frantically for this seemingly impossible task. Yi Xian sat back on the sofa, sipping tea leisurely, as if the person who had just stirred up the entire bank was not him at all. 2 minutes and 58 seconds later. A specially made alloy suitcase was brought to Yi Xian by the breathless business manager. "Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, the 1 million cash you asked for is all here." Yi Xian opened the box, and inside were neatly stacked $100 bills, emitting the unique ink scent of banknotes. He nodded with satisfaction. Good. He stood up, took out 2 stacks of money from the box and threw them to Wang Zhenhua. "This is tea money for you." After saying that, he picked up the box containing 800,000 yuan in cash and walked out of the VIP room without looking back in the stunned gazes of Wang Zhenhua and others. It was not until Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared at the door of the bank that Wang Zhenhua woke up from his dream. He looked at the 2 thick stacks of money in his hand, then looked at the direction where Yi Xian left, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. He knew that from today on, the sky of Jiangcheng would change. And he, Wang Zhenhua, the president of the Jiangcheng branch of Longwood Industrial and Commercial Bank, will follow Yi Xian to the death from this moment on. Chapter 5, I bought this restaurant. Night falls and the lights come on. In the most prosperous financial center of Jiangcheng, neon lights flickered and traffic was heavy. Yi Xian was carrying the alloy suitcase containing 800,000 yuan in cash, strolling on the street, like an agent who had just completed a transaction. The t-shirt and jeans he wore still looked a bit different from the well-dressed white-collar workers around him. But at this moment, Yi Xian's state of mind was completely different. He was no longer the poor student who felt inferior because of other people's eyes. His heart was filled with a huge wealth of 100 billion and the infinite rich system, which made him extremely powerful. He looked up and saw a huge sign on the top floor of a building not far away, emitting an elegant and noble aura la lune, the Moonlight Restaurant. This is a top-notch Michelin 3-star French restaurant, where the average per capita consumption starts at 5 figures. It is a place where all the upper-class people in Jiangcheng flock to spend money. It is said that if you want to book a window seat here, you need to make a reservation at least 1 month in advance. Before today, Yi Xian didn't even have the qualifications to look up to such a place. But now, he was going there to have his first dinner after obtaining the system. He carried the box and walked straight towards the skyscraper where the restaurant was located. "Sir, please stay." As soon as he arrived at the door, 2 doormen in neat uniforms and white gloves stopped him. Their eyes fell on Yi Xian's cheap clothes and the somewhat abrupt metal suitcase, and their eyes were full of undisguised contempt. "Our restaurant requires reservations and has strict dress code." "Do you have a reservation?" one of the tall doormen said in a cold, businesslike tone. "No reservation." Yi Xian replied calmly, "Arrange the best seat for me now." "Ha!" Another shorter doorman sneered, as if he had heard a big joke. "Boy, do you know where this is? And the best seat? Don't say you don't have a reservation. Even if you did, we can't let you in dress like that, lest you lower the style of our restaurant." Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. "It's like this again. It's the same dog-eyed look of looking down on others again. It seems that no matter where you are, there are always some people who like to define the value of others with their own shallow vision. What if I insist on going in?" Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. "Do you really have to go in?" The tall doorman's face darkened. He moved his wrist, making a clicking sound, and the threat was self-evident. "Then don't blame us for being rude. Get out of here and don't interfere with our business here." At this moment, a fiery red Ferrari sports car came roaring, did a beautiful drift, and stopped steadily at the door of the restaurant. The car door opened, and Wang Hao walked down triumphantly, holding the gorgeously dressed Lin Feifei in his arms. They immediately saw Yi Xian standing at the door, confronting the doorman. "Oh, Who did I think it was? Isn't this our great Mr. Don't Bully the Poor young man? Wang Hao mocked sarcastically. He hugged Lin Feifei tightly and kissed her on the face deliberately. Why? Are you upset after being dumped by us? Want to come to a place like this to see the world? It's a pity that the threshold here is not something a loser like you can cross. Lin Feifei looked at Yi Xian, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She took Wang Hao's arm and said condescendingly with a victorious attitude, Yi Xian, how long are you going to humiliate yourself? This is not the place for you to come. Don't embarrass yourself here with your pitiful self-esteem. Seeing this couple, Yi Xian's anger was ignited again. But he did not lose his temper like before, but calmed down. Because he knew that anger was useless against such people. The most effective revenge was to use the thing they valued most and trample their dignity underfoot. Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road. Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at them again, and said directly to the two doormen. Who do you call a dog? The two doormen flew into a rage and reached out to push Yi Xian. Stop! A middle-aged man in a black suit and bow tie, who looked like the restaurant manager, walked out quickly. He nodded respectfully to Wang Hao and Lin Feifei. Mr. Wang, Ms. Lin, good evening. Your private room is ready. Then, he turned to Yi Xian, frowned and scolded, where did this brat come from? How dare he cause trouble here? Don't you see where this place is? Security, kick him out. Wang Hao and Lin Feifei showed gloating smiles on their faces, ready to enjoy the ugly scene of Yi Xian being driven away in a mess. However, Yi Xian smiled. His smile was bright, yet cold. He took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. President Wang? It's me, Yi Xian. On the other end of the phone, Wang Zhenhua, who was racking his brains in the office over how to please Yi Xian, was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair when he heard this voice. Mr. Yi. What do you want me to do? I want to buy a restaurant called Moonlight Restaurant, which is on the rooftop of the financial center. Yi Xian's tone was as calm as if he was buying a cabbage. I'll give you 10 minutes to get it done. Money is not a problem. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The whole scene was in dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. By Moonlight Restaurant? What a joke! This restaurant is owned by the French catering giant Louis Group, and its brand value exceeds 1 billion. Not to mention buying it, even buying a steak is extremely difficult. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Yi Xian, are you crazy because you are poor? You still want to buy Moonlight Restaurant? Do you know how much this restaurant is worth? Even if I sell you, I can't even get a fraction of it. Lin Feifei also covered her mouth, laughing so hard that her body shook, and looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of contempt and pity. She felt that Yi Xian must have been too shocked and his mind was no longer normal. The restaurant manager was so angry that his face turned blue. He felt that his intelligence was insulted. Madman. Throw him out. Now. Immediately. Several security guards rushed up like wolves and tigers. At this moment, the restaurant manager's cell phone suddenly rang frantically. He glanced at the caller ID and his face changed instantly. The call was from the president of the Longwood district of Louis Group, his boss's boss. He did not dare to delay, and quickly walked aside and answered the phone tremblingly. Hello, Mr. President, you. Before he could finish his sentence, a hysterical roar came from the other end of the phone. Pierre. You idiot. Have you offended a distinguished guest named Yi? Let me tell you, the group headquarters has just received a notice that our entire Louis Group has been fully acquired by that gentleman's family fund. Now, you, me, and all of us are working for that gentleman. What? Manager Pierre was struck by lightning, and his phone fell to the ground with a snap and broke into pieces. He was completely stunned, and his mind was blank. Louis Group was acquired? Just because he offended a young man? His gaze turned dully to Yi Xian, who was surrounded by security guards but still had a calm expression. Fear, unprecedented fear, like a tide, instantly overwhelmed him. Stop it! Pierre screamed with all his strength. He crawled to Yi Xian, and with a plop, he knelt down heavily. His posture was even more standard than Wang Zhenhua was just now. Boss! I'm sorry. I was blind. I deserve to die. Please give me another chance. He hugged Yi Xian's calf and cried bitterly. There was no trace of the elegance of a Michelin restaurant manager. This scene petrified everyone present. Wang Hao's laughter stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face was uglier than if he had eaten shit. Lin Feifei's delicate face instantly lost all its color and turned as pale as paper. Boss? How could this poor fellow? Yi Xian looked down at Pierre at his feet with cold eyes. You are fired. Then, his gaze turned to the two doormen who had first stopped him. And you two, get out too. Finally, his gaze fell on Wang Hao and Lin Feifei. He picked up the box full of cash, walked up to them and opened it. Wang Hao, don't you like to use money to hit people? Yi Xian grabbed stacks of banknotes and smashed them hard on Wang Hao's face. Today, I'm going to let you experience what it feels like to be hit by money. The red banknotes, like raindrops, hit Wang Hao and Lin Feifei's faces and bodies densely, full of endless humiliation. From today on, this restaurant does not welcome trash like you. Now, take your woman and get out of here. Yi Xian's voice was like an icicle in the cold winter, piercing into the hearts of the two men. Under everyone's odd gazes, Yi Xian kicked the suitcase away, and 800,000 cash scattered all over the floor. However, he didn't even look at it and walked straight into the restaurant that already belonged to him. Only Wang Hao, Lin Feifei, and a group of restaurant employees were left standing there, looking at the mess on the floor and filled with regret. Chapter 6: The Ex-Girlfriend's Endless Regret. Yi Xian's figure disappeared behind the elegant door of the restaurant, leaving behind deathly silence and a mess of red banknotes on the ground. Every banknote was like a loud slap in the face, hitting Wang Hao and Lin Feifei hard, causing burning pain. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on the couple who had been so proud not long ago but were now in such a state of disgrace. Their eyes were filled with ridicule, contempt, and a hint of indescribable pleasure. Ah! Wang Hao finally recovered from the extreme shock and humiliation. He roared like a beast, and his handsome face was twisted with anger, looking particularly ferocious. He kicked away the banknotes at his feet, staring at the door of the restaurant with red eyes, wishing he could eat Yi Xian alive. Yi Xian! You're a piece of trash. Just wait for me. I will kill you. He, Wang Hao, was the heir of the Wang family, one of the four great families in Jiangcheng. He had always been the center of attention since he was a child. How could he have ever suffered such a great humiliation? He was hit in the face with money and was called a piece of trash. He was told to get out? He couldn't swallow this. He took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. He wanted to use the power of his family to completely crush Yi Xian, this poor guy who didn't know his place. However, Lin Feifei beside him seemed not to hear his roar. She stood there in despair, her eyes were lifeless, her face was as pale as a piece of paper. In her mind, the scenes that had just happened kept replaying, and every scene was like a sharp knife, fiercely cutting her heart. By Moonlight Restaurant? Fully acquire the French Louis Group? Throwing away 800,000 yuan in cash just to hit someone? Is this really the Yi Xian who had been in a relationship with her for 3 years, who had saved money for 3 months just to buy her a mobile phone, and who hesitated for a long time even before having a good meal outside? No, it's impossible. This must be an illusion. Yi Xian and others teamed up to stage a play to avenge her. However, the fear from the soul and the kneeling begging for mercy of the Michelin restaurant manager Pierre did not seem fake. The ugly behavior of those bank executives who were arrogant at first and then respectful did not seem fake. And the legendary Centurion Black Gold card. Lin Feifei's heart sank little by little into the bottomless abyss. She suddenly remembered how, just a few hours ago, in the cafe, she had taken Wang Hao's arm and trampled on Yi Xian's dignity with the harshest words. Yi Xian, don't be silly. How much is your monthly living expenses? How can you compare with him? With you, I can only squeeze into a rented house of more than 10 square meters, and argue with vendors over the price of a few dollars of vegetables. I only regret why I didn't leave you, a piece of trash, earlier. Those words that she once took pride in and thought were so correct, now seem like poisoned steel needles, piercing her heart and making her unable to breathe. Waste? Who is the real waste? For the so-called glory and wealth, she abandoned Yi Xian and chose Wang Hao, who she thought could give her a better life. But now it seems that Wang Hao is nothing in front of Yi Xian. One can easily acquire a multinational corporation, while the other relies on his family's reputation to even enter a restaurant. One regards money as dirt, while the other regards money as a capital for showing off. There is a world of difference. What she threw away was not a stone, but the most dazzling diamond in the world covered by dust. And she, like the stupidest fool in the world, pushed the diamond to someone else with her own hands. Remorse. Endless regret, like a surging tide, instantly drowned her. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably and tears fell like beads from a broken string. She regretted it, really regretted it. If she hadn't said those hurtful words this afternoon, if she could have given Yi Xian a little more time, if she could have stayed with him through the most difficult days. So now, the one standing on the top of this city, enjoying the supreme glory and everyone's awe-inspiring gaze, could it be her, Lin Feifei? She could have become the envy of women all over the world, become a real rich wife, and live the life she always dreamed of. But all of this was destroyed by her own hands. Why are you crying? You useless thing. Wang Hao couldn't get through the phone and became more and more annoyed. Seeing Lin Feifei crying nearby, he suddenly became furious and slapped her in the face. Bang! The crisp sound of the slap stunned Lin Feifei for a moment. She covered her burning face and looked at Wang Hao in disbelief. You hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? Wang Hao roared with a ferocious face. If it weren't for you, this jinx, would I have lost so much today? It's all because of you. You keep saying that he is a waste, but what's the result? Damn it, if he is a waste, what am I? Wang Hao vented all his anger on Lin Feifei. He felt that it was Lin Feifei's intelligence error that made him make a wrong judgment and lose face in front of Yi Xian. Lin Feifei's heart was completely chilled. This is the man she gave up 3 years of love to choose? When he got angry outside, he would put all the faults on the woman and even beat her up. She thought of Yi Xian, the boy who was poor but always held her in his hands. For 3 years, Yi Xian was reluctant to say a harsh word to her, let alone hit her. He would remember her menstrual period and prepare brown sugar water for her. He would put her hands in his pockets to keep warm in winter. He would take a bus for more than an hour to buy stinky tofu from the south of the city just because she said she wanted to eat it. The gentleness that she once disdained and even thought was cheap, now became the sharpest knife, cutting her heart again and again. It turned out that what she lost was not only her immense wealth, but also a man who once loved her so much. Wang Hao, let's break up. Lin Feifei wiped away her tears and said in an unprecedented calm tone. Break up? How dare you break up with me? Wang Hao grabbed her hair like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Who do you think you are? You're just a slut I left behind. You want to leave now? It's too late. I'm going to get this back from you first. As he said this, he was about to use violence against Lin Feifei in the street. Just then, several burly men in black suits and sunglasses walked out of the restaurant. The leader was the new manager of the restaurant. Young Master Wang, our boss said, the new manager said in a cold tone, without a trace of emotion, this is his territory. If you dare to act wild here again, don't blame us, we will break your legs and throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. The cold murderous aura emanating from those big men calmed Wang Hao down instantly. He knew that these people were desperate criminals who could do anything. He let go of Lin Feifei in a cowardly manner, pointed at the door of the restaurant, and said harshly, okay. Yi Xian. You wait for me. After saying that, he got into his Ferrari without looking back, stepped on the accelerator, and fled the scene in a panic without even looking at Lin Feifei. Lin Feifei stood there all by herself, looking at the banknotes scattered all over the floor and the contemptuous looks from the people around her. She felt dizzy and the whole world turned gray. She lost her love, her dignity, and the future she had always dreamed of. She walked aimlessly on the street like a zombie, letting the cold night wind dry the tears on her face. She didn't know where to go or where her future lay. She only knew that her life was completely ruined by herself today. Endless regret will accompany her for the rest of her life until her death. Chapter 7, The World's Limited Edition Bugatti Veyron. After leaving the Moonlight Restaurant, Yi Xian got into the low-key and luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, without any ripples in his heart. He had already foreseen the ending of Lin Feifei and Wang Hao. When a person is blinded by money and desire, the final outcome is bound to be falling into an endless abyss of regret. He just pulled away the fig leaf in advance, allowing them to see the cruelty of reality and the ugliness in their own hearts. Boss, where are we going? The driver in the front row asked respectfully. Let's go back to school. Yi Xian said lightly. He leaned back on the soft leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. Everything that happened tonight was just a trivial incident to him. How could a real rich man get angry because of the provocation of an ant? He would just run over it. At this moment, the cold and familiar electronic sound of the system sounded in my mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the hidden mission of slapping the ex-girlfriend in the face. dealing a heavy blow to the arrogance of money worship and demonstrating the majesty of the super rich. The special rewards are as follows: 1. System points, 1000 points. 2. Skill reward, or a primary. 3. Special lottery opportunity, one time. Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. As expected, the system never skimps on rewards. He immediately opened the system panel to check the rewards. He already knew about system points. They could be exchanged for various high-tech products and god-level skills in the system mall, and they were the key to improving his own strength. And this aura primary made his eyes light up. Aura primary, passive skill. After wearing it, the host will automatically emit a strong leadership temperament and the pressure of a superior, which will make people feel awe and conviction involuntarily. For those with weak willpower, it can even have a mental deterrent effect. Good stuff. Yi Xian secretly praised in his heart. This skill was tailor-made for him. With it, if he met a rich second generation like Wang Hao who was blind in the future, he might not even need to say anything. Just a glance would make the other party kneel down and surrender. To be a rich man, you must not only be rich, but also have the aura and majesty to match it. Finally, there is that special lottery opportunity. Yi Xian chose use immediately without hesitation. A huge and gorgeous virtual roulette wheel appeared in his mind. The roulette wheel was divided into countless grids, and each grid was flashing with dazzling prizes. Divine medical skills, future technology factory, private island in the Pacific, hundreds of billions of cash red envelopes. Every prize is enough to make people crazy. Let the lottery begin. Yi Xian said silently in his heart. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, the pointer passed over countless prizes, and finally, it slowly stopped on a grid with a pattern of a cool sports car engraved on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the special prize, a global limited edition Bugatti Veyron Super Sport Per Blanc White Special Edition. Vehicle information: this car was specially built by Bugatti to commemorate the founder of the brand. There is only one in the world and it is worth 430 million renminbi. It is equipped with an 8.0 LW16 4-turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 1,200 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,500 Nm. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds and has a maximum speed of 431 km/h. It is a perfect combination of speed and art. Note, the vehicle has legal procedures, has been automatically registered in the host's name, and is equipped with a dedicated car key. The vehicle is currently parked in Hall 1 of Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. Please pick it up as soon as possible. Bugatti Veyron. It's also the only white special edition in the world. Even though Yi Xian now has a net worth of hundreds of billions, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. No man can resist the temptation of a top sports car. The extreme speed is an instinctive desire engraved in the male genes. Go to Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. Yi Xian opened his eyes and instructed the driver. Although he had a car, Yi Xian soon realized a problem. Although he had a driver's license, his driving skills were only mediocre. Asking him to control a land beast with 1,200 horsepower was like asking a 3-year-old child to swing a 100-pound hammer. Not only would he not be able to exert its power, but he would also most likely hurt himself. System, is there any way to solve this problem? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Ding! It is detected that the host will soon own a top-level supercar. It is recommended to exchange 4 god-level driving skills. God-level driving skills, passive skill. After redemption, the host will instantly master all the driving skills that humans have ever mastered, whether it is the precise line of F1 racing, the extreme drift of rally racing, or the fancy stunts of street racing. All can be integrated and reach the highest level of unity between man and car. Points required for redemption, 500 points. Exchange. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Just 500 points can be exchanged for God of Cars level driving skills. This deal is a huge profit. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level driving skills. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into Yi Xian's mind. In an instant, he seemed to have experienced countless races on the track and countless life and death speeds. Drifting, tail swinging, launch starts, heel and toe movements. All driving skills were like instincts, deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. At this moment, although he has not touched the steering wheel yet, he is already a well-deserved God of Cars. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped at the entrance of Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. Yi Xian got out of the car and walked straight to exhibition hall number 1. At this time, a top luxury goods exhibition was being held in the exhibition hall, and the security was extremely strict. But after Yi Xian presented the electronic certificate generated by the system, he was able to pass through unimpeded. In the most central and dazzling position of the exhibition hall, a pure white supercar that looks like a work of art is parked there quietly, accepting everyone's worship. It is the Bugatti Veyron Super Sport Pure Blanc. The streamlined body is full of power and futuristic sense. The body is made of carbon fiber and aluminum alloy, and under the light, it reflects the warm and noble luster of pearls. The iconic horseshoe-shaped air intake grille on the front of the car shows its pure aristocratic lineage. The huge retractable tail wing and the central 4-outlet exhaust pipe at the rear indicate its violent performance. Oh my god! It's so beautiful. It's simply a miracle of industrial design. Is this the legendary white ghost worth more than 400 million? Today I finally saw the real car. I don't know which rich man is qualified to own it. Visitors around were all amazed and took out their phones to record the extraordinary appearance of this magical car. But without exception, they were politely stopped by the surrounding security personnel. Yi Xian ignored the gazes around him and walked straight forward. A person in charge who had been waiting here for a long time and was wearing the official Bugatti uniform immediately came up to him and respectfully handed over a strangely shaped car key. Mr. Yi, welcome to become the distinguished owner of Bugatti Veyron Pure Blanc. I am Anderson, president of Bugatti Greater China. From today on, my team and I will serve you wholeheartedly. Anderson's attitude was extremely humble. He knew very well that the identity and status of the person who could afford this car was far beyond his imagination. Yi Xian took the key, nodded, and without any extra words, he opened the scissor door and sat in the driver's seat. The interior design is also full of technology and luxury. A large amount of carbon fiber, leather and top-grade Alcantara materials create a strong fighting atmosphere. The densely packed buttons on the center console are like the cockpit of a fighter jet. When Yi Xian's finger pressed the one-touch start button, the sleeping W16 engine behind him let out an earth-shaking roar and woke up instantly. Buzz! The violent sound, like the roar of an ancient beast, resounded throughout the exhibition hall, making everyone's heart tremble. Amid countless envious, jealous, and shocked gazes, the white ghost slowly drove out of the exhibition hall and merged into the city's traffic. Sitting in the driver's seat, feeling the clear sense of the road from the steering wheel and the endless and terrifying power behind him, a confident smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. From today on, he is not only a rich man, but also a car god. The night of this city is destined to boil because of him. Chapter 8, Lease the car? Then buy another one. The next day, Jiangcheng University. A Bugatti Veyron, like a black lightning, slowly drove into the campus in a very high-profile manner. The deep and magnetic roar of the engine, like a moving symphony, instantly attracted everyone's attention. What the hell? What car is that? A Bugatti Veyron? Oh my god. Is he from our school? Which second-generation rich kid is so awesome? This car must be worth tens of millions, right? That's too much. Quickly take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Zhang was shocked to find a Bugatti. The whole campus was in an uproar over the appearance of this vehicle. Countless students took out their phones and frantically took photos of this land vehicle, their eyes full of envy and shock. Under the gazes of countless people, the scissor door slowly rose, and Yi Xian, wearing a decent casual outfit, walked down from the driver's seat. The sunlight shining on his angular face, the oppressive supercar behind him, and the pressure of a superior brought by his aura, made him look like a god from mythology, so dazzling that people dared not look directly at him. It's him! It's Yi Xian! How is that possible? Isn't he a poor guy? How can he afford a Bugatti? Yesterday I saw him wearing cheap clothes, and today he's driving a supercar? This world is crazy. When people saw that the owner of the car was Yi Xian, the discussion at the scene became louder. Shock, confusion, jealousy, all kinds of complicated emotions spread among the crowd. Yi Xian ignored these discussions. He came to school only to handle some formalities for suspension of study. Now that he already had the system, his life trajectory would be completely changed. It would no longer make any sense to continue wasting time in school. He locked the car and walked straight to the administration building. However, he had only taken a few steps when a discordant voice came from the side. Hey, isn't this Master Yi? How come you were dumped by Fei Fei yesterday, and today you rented a car and came to school to show off? Yi Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Haojing and a few lackeys walking over with a look of disdain on their faces. His Ferrari was parked not far away, but in front of the Bugatti Veyron, it was like an inconspicuous toy, eclipsed. Last night, Wang Hao was shocked to see Yi Xian driving a Bugatti Veyron. He thought about it all night and finally came to a reasonable conclusion: this car must have been rented by Yi Xian for show. After all, how could a useless person who had been poor all his life have such a terrifying wealth in one day? This was illogical. Rented? Yi Xian smiled. He looked at Wang Hao as if he was looking at a clown. In your opinion, is renting a car the only option? What else? A yellow-haired lackey behind Wang Hao jumped out, pointed at Yi Xian's nose and cursed, "You poor bastard, do you think you deserve to own a Bugatti? Let me tell you, this kind of car costs hundreds of thousands a day at a rental company. Did you sell your house to raise enough rent for a day? Just to show off at school and satisfy your pitiful vanity?" Ha 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 ha. The lackeys around all laughed. Wang Hao also said with a smug look on his face, "Yi Xian, stop pretending. I know you hate me and want to get back at me. But don't you think it's ridiculous to use this method of pretending to be rich? You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Deep down, you are a complete poor guy." Their voices were so loud that they attracted more and more students to watch. Many people showed an expression of sudden enlightenment when they heard the term renting a car. Indeed, compared to Yi Xian's overnight wealth, the explanation of renting a car to show off seemed more in line with common sense. For a moment, the eyes looking at Yi Xian changed from envy to contempt and ridicule. So it's rented. I got so excited for nothing. Why bother saving face? It's pathetic that he emptied his family's savings just to show off. Faced with these doubts and ridicules, there was no anger on Yi Xian's face, but instead a playful smile. What he likes to do most is to completely shatter others' pride and self-confidence in the most direct and brutal way when they are most proud. Are you finished? Yi Xian asked indifferently. What? You have nothing to say since we were right? Wang Hao thought Yi Xian was feeling guilty and became even more complacent. No. Yi Xian shook his head. He took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. Hello, is this Jiangqing Koenigsegg 4S store? Koenigsegg. Hearing this name, all the car-savvy people present took a deep breath. This is a top supercar brand that is rarer and more expensive than Bugatti, known as the Ghost sports car. Each one is a handmade work of art, and the price can easily reach hundreds of millions. I need a ready-made car, the most expensive one. Yi Xian's tone was still as calm as if he was buying vegetables in the market. I'm at Jiangcheng University now. I'll give you half an hour to send the car and the contract over. Money is not a problem. After saying that, he hung up the phone again. The entire scene fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if he was a madman. The same thing again? Bought a restaurant yesterday, bought a sports car today? Who does he think he is? The richest man in the world? Wang Hao was stunned for half a second, then he burst into an even more exaggerated laugh. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian, are you fucking addicted to acting? Koenigsegg? The most expensive one? Do you know how much a Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute costs? 500 million. Can you afford it? Have you read too many online novels and really think you are a super rich man? I think he's a complete lunatic. The acting was quite convincing. It would be a waste of talent if I didn't become an actor. There were laughters all around. No one believed that Yi Xian was really going to buy a car. Everyone thought that this was just his last struggle to save face. Yi Xian did not make any further explanation. He just leaned quietly on his Bugatti Veyron, took out a cigarette, lit it, and then looked at Wang Hao's smug face with interest. Time passes by every second. Wang Hao's smile became more and more proud. He felt that Yi Xian had completely messed up this time. Let's wait and see how he ends up. However, just 20 minutes later, a roar of an engine more violent and shocking than that of a Bugatti Veyron came from far away and echoed throughout the entire campus. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a silver-white, futuristic, sci-fi supercar escorted by two black Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars. It came speeding like a silver ghost and finally stopped steadily next to the Bugatti Veyron. The appearance of that car is even more exaggerated than Bugatti, with a huge rear wing and extremely smooth body lines, as if it is a futuristic fighter plane that has landed on Earth. It is Koenigsegg's top model Jesko Absolute. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like the general manager of a 4S store, got out of the car. He held a folder in his hand, walked quickly to Yi Xian, and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Martin, the general manager of Koenigsegg's Dragon Country region. We've sent you the car and the purchase contract you requested. This Jesco Absolu is the only one we have in stock, and it's priced at 530 million. Do you want to pay by credit card or by bank transfer?" Martin's attitude was extremely humble. Because just now, he had received a deposit of 1 billion yuan in his account. The person who made the payment was none other than Wang Zhenhua, the president of Longwei Industrial and Commercial Bank. And Wang Zhenhua repeatedly urged him on the phone to serve Mr. Yi with the highest standards. This scene completely petrified everyone present. Wang Hao's laughter stopped abruptly, and the expression on his face froze in an instant, uglier than if he had eaten 10 pounds of shit. Those students who were laughing at Yi Xian just now opened their mouths wide and their eyes were round, as if they had seen a miracle happen. Really delivered? Was it delivered by the general manager himself? Yi Xian blew out a smoke ring, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot. He took the contract from Martin, without even looking at it, and turned directly to the last page and signed his name. Then, he took out the world's only Centurion black gold card. Swipe the card. These two words, spoken lightly, were like two loud slaps in everyone's face. When the POS machine printed out the consumption receipt with a long string of zeros, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Yi Xian put the card away, then walked to the brand new Koenigsegg, opened the door, and got in. He rolled down the car window and his eyes fell on Wang Hao, who already looked as pale as death. "Now, do you think this Bugatti is still rented?" After saying that, he glanced at the black Bugatti Veyron next to him and said to the yellow-haired lackey who was also in a petrified state, "I don't want this car anymore. I'll give it to you." "Ah?" The yellow-haired lackey was stunned as if struck by lightning. Give it to me?" A Bugatti Veyron worth more than 40 million was just given away? Yi Xian ignored them and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The silver ghost let out a deafening roar, turned into a silver lightning, and disappeared into the dust. All that was left was the Bugatti Veyron that was discarded like garbage, and a group of mortals whose worldviews were completely overturned and who were kneeling on the ground trembling. Chapter 9 Classmates Reunion, Snobbish Faces. After completing the formalities for taking a leave of absence, Yi Xian drove his silver Koenigsegg Ghost aimlessly on the streets of Jiangchang. His god-level driving skills allowed him to perfectly blend with this performance beast, and every acceleration and every turn brought him unparalleled pleasure. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Yi Xian?" A slightly sharp female voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me, who are you?" Yi Xian asked lightly while controlling the steering wheel with one hand. "I'm Lu Lily. Your college classmate, have you forgotten? She was the most beautiful girl in our class." The voice on the other end of the phone carried a subtle sense of superiority. "The class monitor is organizing a class reunion tonight at the Golden Splendor KTV, you must come. Many old classmates want to meet you." Class reunion? In Yi Xian's mind, the vague faces of the 4 years in college emerged. To be honest, his relationship with most of his classmates was average. Because of his poor family background, he spent most of his time busy doing part-time jobs and rarely participated in group activities. In the class, he was considered a marginal figure with little presence. As for this Lu Lily, he had some impression of her. She was pretty, but extremely snobbish. She only made friends with rich and powerful students, and always looked down on poor students like him. Now suddenly calling him to invite him to a class reunion is probably like a weasel visiting a chicken to wish a happy new year, with no good intentions. Yi Xian wanted to refuse. "Oh, don't say you can't come." Lu Lily seemed to have guessed his thoughts and immediately interrupted. "For this party, the class monitor spent a lot of money to book the largest imperial box in the Golden Splendor. Moreover, our class's great talent Zhou Yuhang will also come. I heard that he is doing very well now, working as a department manager in a listed company, with an annual salary of more than 500,000. Lu Lily's tone was full of flattery and boasting about Zhou Yuhang, as if she was hinting to Yi Xian that this was a circle you couldn't get in touch with, and that allowing you to come was a favor to you. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. An annual salary of 500,000? In his eyes, what's the difference between that and a beggar? However, he changed his mind and decided that it would be okay to go and take a look. He also wanted to know what expressions these old classmates who once looked down on him would have when they learned about his current identity. Okay, I'll go over in the evening. Yi Xian agreed. Then it's settled. See you at 7 p.m. in the magnificent venue. After receiving a positive reply, Lu Lily hung up the phone contentedly. 7 o'clock in the evening, the magnificent KTV. This is one of the top entertainment clubs in Zhengcheng. It is decorated like a palace. Those who come and go here are either rich or noble. The imperial box was already crowded and bustling. A dozen well-dressed young men and women gathered together, toasting each other and praising each other, forming a typical ukiyo-e of the modern society's Vanity Fair. The person who was surrounded by everyone like the moon surrounded by stars was the focus of this party, Zhou Yuhang. He was wearing an Armani suit, a gold Rolex watch on his wrist, his hair was combed to a shiny slick, and he was boasting to his classmates about his glorious deeds in a big company with a beaming face, his words full of the superiority of a successful person. Lu Lily, on the other hand, was like a beautiful butterfly. She sat next to him intimately, pouring wine and serving him food from time to time. She looked so flattering, as if she was Zhou Yuhang's girlfriend. Hey, do you think that poor guy Yi Xian will really come today? A male classmate suddenly mentioned Yi Xian's name. Who knows? Lily called and invited me personally. I guess she was too embarrassed to refuse. What is he doing here? Coming here to fill the gap between him and us? Ha ha. That's right. Look at us. Who of us is not doing well now? Except for him. I heard that he was almost expelled from school because he couldn't pay the tuition. He really brought shame to our class. The atmosphere in the box became a little strange because of the name Yi Xian. Most people showed contempt and disdain on their faces. In their eyes, Yi Xian was an outlier in their circle of successful people, a loser. Lu Lily covered her mouth and said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, don't talk about him like that. I called him today because I wanted him to see the world, especially to see our Yuhang brother, so that I could inspire him and let him know how big the gap is between people." Lily is right. Zhou Yuhang nodded with great satisfaction. He picked up his wine glass and said in a tone of giving instructions, "Actually, I don't look down on him. I just think that young people should be down to earth. Living in his own world all day long like him will not lead to anything. If he comes today and is willing to put aside his pride and ask me for a favor, for the sake of our old classmate, I can consider arranging an internship position for him in my department to serve tea and water, and paying him 3,000 yuan a month, which can be regarded as helping him." Wow! Brother Yuhang is so loyal. A big supervisor with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan personally supervises interns. Yi Xian must have been blessed by his ancestors. If he knows what's best for him, he should kneel down and kowtow to you. There was a sudden burst of praise for Zhou Yuhang in the box. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open. Yi Xian walked in wearing simple casual clothes. As soon as he entered, the noisy voices in the box suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes fell on him. That look was full of scrutiny, contempt, and an undisguised sense of superiority. "Oh, our young Master Yi is finally here?" Lu Lily said sarcastically, breaking the silence. "I thought you didn't dare to come. Why, it took you a long time to find the place. This is not a place you usually come to, are you lost?" Yi Xian ignored her and just glanced at everyone in the box. Every face made him feel extremely disgusted. He pulled out a chair and sat down. His disregard made Lu Lily feel very embarrassed and her face suddenly darkened. Zhou Yuhang cleared his throat and said to Yi Xian in a tone of an elder teaching a younger person, "Yi Xian, it's good to be here. Sit down. I know you may have some difficulties in life now, and your self-esteem is also quite strong. But it doesn't matter, we are all classmates, and we won't laugh at you." He paused and deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear. "I just told my classmates that as long as you are willing to ask, I can give you a chance to intern in my company. Although the salary is not high, it can at least allow you to survive in Zhangcheng. How about it, consider it." He looked at Yi Xian with pride, as if waiting for Yi Xian to be grateful to him, or even kneel down and beg for mercy. However, Yi Xian smiled. He looked at Zhou Yuhang as if he was looking at the most ridiculous idiot in the world. "Your company? What's its name?" Yi Xian asked with interest. "I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you." Zhou Yuhang puffed out his chest proudly. "Brilliant Group. A listed company. The market value exceeds 2 billion. I'm the director of the marketing department." "Oh, Brilliant Group. Yi Xian nodded, then took out his cell phone and said slowly, "Sorry, I was free this afternoon and bought it. From now on, you, and your entire company, are working for me." So, Director Zhou, are you now offering your boss a chance to serve tea and water? Chapter 10, all expenses will be paid by Mr. Yi. When Yi Xian's calm and casual words rang out in the Imperial box, the whole world seemed to have pressed the pause button. The air froze, the music stopped, and everyone's movements were frozen in place. The smug smile on Zhou Yuhang's face froze in an instant, and he looked as ridiculous as a cheesy wax figure. Lu Lily's mouth, which was ready to continue mocking, opened wide enough for an egg to fit in. All the students stared at Yi Xian as if he were an alien, as if they wanted to see a flower on his face. Acquire brilliant group? What a cosmic joke. That's a listed company with a market value of 2 billion. It's not a cabbage on the street. After a brief silence, a thunderous laughter broke out in the box. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. What did he say? He acquired the brilliant group? Has this guy gone crazy because of poverty? Is he talking nonsense? Who does he think he is? Jack Ma or Buffett? I think he's just here to make people laugh. I can't take it anymore, I'm crying from laughing. Director Zhou, your new boss is truly amazing. He acquired your company with just one sentence. That's awesome. Laughter and sarcasm filled the entire box. Everyone regarded Yi Xian's words as a huge joke, a desperate loser who blew the most unrealistic bullshit just to save face. Zhou Yuhang's face turned from white to blue, from blue to purple, and finally became as ugly as pig liver. He felt that he had been humiliated like never before. He slammed the table, pointed at Yi Xian's nose, and laughed in anger. Good. Good Yi Xian. I wanted to help you for the sake of our friendship. I didn't expect you to be such an ignorant lunatic who talks nonsense. Buy my company? You are not worthy. He pointed at the door and roared, now, immediately, get out. I don't want to see your disgusting face again. Lu Lily also screamed, Yi Xian, you really disappoint us. I thought you were just poor, but I didn't expect you don't even have the basic integrity of a human being. Get out of here quickly, and don't pollute our air here. Facing the excited crowd, Yi Xian's face was calm. He just looked at them quietly, his eyes full of pity, as if he was looking at a group of self-righteous frogs in a well who knew nothing about the world. He did not make any further explanations, because he knew that words were useless against such people, and only facts that they could not imagine could completely crush their pride and self-confidence. He stood up, but instead of walking towards the door, he walked to the song ordering counter in the box and picked up the service intercom phone. Hey, bring me your best wine, your best fruit plate, and your best service. Also, inform your manager that all expenses for tonight's entire golden splendor will be charged to my account. I, Yi Xian, will pay the bill. His voice was not loud, but through the microphone, it was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the box. There was another brief silence. Then, there was even more intense laughter. Crazy. He's completely crazy. He booked the whole place? Does he think this is his business? Do you know how much the turnover of Jinbi Huang is in one night? At least tens of millions. Let him pretend. When the bill comes, I'll see how he ends up. I'm afraid he'll get his legs broken and thrown out. Zhou Yuhang was so angry that he was shaking all over. He felt that Yi Xian was deliberately provoking him and challenging his authority. Okay. Yi Xian, you asked for this. He pointed at Yi Xian and sneered, today I want to see how you can keep up this boast. Waiter. Write down everything he said just now. If he can't pay, call the police and sue him for causing trouble. At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A middle-aged man in a suit with a big belly, who looked like the general manager of a KTV, rushed in a hurry with a dozen tall and beautiful waitresses wearing cheongsams. As the general manager entered the room, his eyes quickly scanned the box. When he saw Yi Xian, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he rushed to Yi Xian in 2 steps, bowed deeply at a 90-degree, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Master Yi! You are so honored to come. Why didn't you inform me in advance so that I could greet you at the door? This general manager is none other than Zhao Sihai, the top person in charge of Golden Splendor. Just now, he received a phone call that frightened him. The call was from his immediate boss, the uncrowned king of Jiangqing's underground world, Lord Long, himself. The tone of Long Yi on the phone was unprecedentedly solemn. He only explained one thing, there was a well-known big shot named Yi, who was now in his place. He was told to put down everything at hand immediately, treat this Mr. Yi with the highest standards, at all costs. If Mr. Yi was not satisfied at all, he would be beheaded. Zhao Sihai had been in the industry for more than 10 years, but this was the first time he had seen Lord Long speak in this tone. He immediately realized that this Mr. Ye's background was probably greater than the sky. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and immediately summoned the prettiest waitress in the store and came over in person with the best drinks. This scene plunged the entire box into deathly silence once again. Everyone's smile froze on their faces. Zhou Yuhang's mouth, which was ready to continue roaring, opened wide and could no longer be closed. Yi, Mr. Yi? How could such a magnificent general manager be so respectful to this poor guy? What is going on? Yi Xian ignored Zhao Sihai and simply pointed at the empty bottles on the table and said, "Take away all this garbage." Then, he pointed at Zhou Yuhang and said to Zhao Sihai, "I'm not very familiar with this director Zhou. Throw him and the things he ordered out." "Yes. Mr. Yi." Zhao Sihai waved his hand without any hesitation. Two strong security guards rushed in, picked up the frightened Zhou Yuhang, and dragged him out of the box like a dead dog. "Master Yi, please spare my life. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again." Zhou Yuhang's screams came from outside the door, but soon disappeared. Then, the beautiful waitresses swiftly took away all the so-called high-end foreign liquors ordered by Zhou Yuhang on the table and replaced them with bottles of beautifully packaged top-grade red wine and champagne that were obviously worth a fortune. Louis XIII, Ace of Spades, Romane Conti, every bottle is worth tens or even hundreds of millions. The entire box was instantly filled with the aroma of money. The classmates who were laughing at Yi Xian just now were all pale and silent, not even daring to breathe. They looked at the wine on the table that they could not afford to drink in their lifetime, and they felt their legs go weak and they could not even stand steadily. They finally realized that they seemed to have offended someone who was completely untouchable. Especially Lu Lily, she felt dizzy when she saw the magical scene in front of her. She remembered what she said to Yi Xian before, and what she did, and tears of regret instantly welled up in her eyes. Yi Xian pulled out a chair and sat back in the main seat. He picked up a glass of Romane Conti worth $1 million, shook it gently, and then glanced at every trembling classmate present. "Now, does anyone still think that I'm bragging?" His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Thump! Finally, someone couldn't bear the tremendous pressure anymore, his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees on the ground. "Yi, brother Yi. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real talent. Please be magnanimous and let me go." One person took the lead, and the others followed suit and knelt down. For a moment, everyone was kneeling in the box. "Brother Yi, we were wrong. Please forgive us." Cries for mercy came one after another. Yi Xian looked at the group of old classmates in front of him who were arrogant at first but respectful later, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stood up and slowly poured the $1 million red wine in the glass onto the ground. "Remember, there are some people you can never afford to offend in your entire life. Tonight, all expenses will be paid by me, young Master Yi. You guys can go now." After saying that, he walked out of the box without looking back, leaving behind only the mess in the room and a group of former classmates who collapsed on the ground, full of regret. Chapter 11, Apology Made with Money. Yi Xian didn't really leave. He simply walked to the door of the box and then turned around and leaned against the doorframe, looking with interest at the group of old classmates who were kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly in the box. There was a playful smile on his face, like a high and mighty god looking down at a group of humble ants. "You want me to forgive you?" Yi Xian's voice was a little teasing. "It's not impossible." Hearing this, the people kneeling on the ground raised their heads as if they had grasped a life-saving straw, with hope flashing in their eyes. "Brother Yi, you tell me. As long as you can forgive us, we can do anything." Yes. "I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Looking at their flattering faces, the curve of Yi Xian's mouth widened. He held out a finger and shook it gently. "There's no need to go through fire and water." He paused and then said word by word, "I'm a more realistic person. I only believe in one thing." As he spoke, he pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket. The bright red color was particularly dazzling under the dim light in the box. Bang! Yi Xian threw the stack of banknotes on the ground. "Kowtow for 10,000 yuan. Whoever knocks louder and more sincerely gets the money." His voice rang in everyone's ears like the devil's whisper. The entire box fell into deathly silence once again. Everyone was stunned. They thought that Yi Xian would make all kinds of demands and even thought that Yi Xian would humiliate them severely. But they never expected that Yi Xian would use this method. Use money to buy their apology. Use money to trample on their dignity. This is no longer a humiliation, this is a blatant insult. For a moment, several young and energetic male students showed humiliation and anger on their faces. They wanted to stand up and defend their little remaining dignity. But when their eyes fell on the thick stack of bills on the ground, they hesitated. That's $100,000. For ordinary people like them who have just graduated and only earn a few thousand yuan a month, this amount of money is a huge sum that they would have to save for several years even if they didn't eat or drink. Dignity? How much is dignity worth? Can it be eaten? Can it be used to buy a house? Can it be used to marry a wife? Boom! A dull sound broke the deadlock. A boy who looked gentle and wore glasses was the first to react. He slammed his forehead hard on the cold floor without hesitation. Brother Yi! I was wrong. He kowtowed and shouted at the top of his lungs. Boom! 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 He knocked it hard and fast, as if it was not his head but a stone. Soon, blood oozed from his forehead. With the first one, there will be the second and the third. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the entire box was filled with the dull sound of foreheads hitting the floor and the heartfelt cries of "I was wrong." Those old classmates who just now acted like decent people and claimed to be the social elites now completely abandoned all their dignity and decency for the stacks of banknotes on the ground and kowtowed like a group of mad dogs. Yi Xian looked coldly at the absurd yet real scene in front of him, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He wanted to use this most direct and brutal way to tell these people how insignificant their so-called dignity is in the face of absolute money. He wanted to imprint this picture deeply into their souls and make them live in this nightmare created by money for the rest of their lives. Especially Lu Lily. She knelt at the back of the crowd and felt nauseous as she looked at her classmates who were crazy about money. She also wants to kowtow and she also wants the money. But she couldn't do it. When she thought about what she had said and done to Yi Xian before, and then looked at Yi Xian's arrogant look now, a huge sense of humiliation surged in her heart. She bit her lips so hard that her nails dug deeply into her flesh, but she was completely unaware. Yi Xian's eyes fell on her. What? You think my money can't buy your apology? Lu Lily trembled all over and raised her head to meet Yi Xian's cold eyes. Yi Xian, I. Bang! Another stack of bills was thrown in front of her. 200,000. Lu Lily's breathing suddenly became rapid. 200,000. This money is enough for her to pay the down payment for a house in her hometown. She was struggling violently inside. On one side is ridiculous self-esteem. On one side is a huge amount of money within reach. Bang! Another stack. 300,000. Bang! 400,000. Bang! 500,000. When the fifth stack of bills was thrown in front of her, the thick red color almost blinded her eyes, and the last line of defense in her heart finally collapsed completely. Boom! She slammed her head hard onto the ground. Brother Yi! I was wrong. I'm a slut. I'm a whore. Please forgive me. She kowtowed and cursed herself madly, her face covered with tears and snot, and she looked extremely miserable. Yi Xian felt bored looking at her ugly appearance. He turned to Zhao Sihai behind him and said, "Give them the money. And then make them disappear from my sight forever." After saying this, he walked out of the box that made him feel sick without looking back. Behind him came the noisy sound of people scrambling for money and Zhao Sihai's cold scolding. Stop it. Master Yi said to distribute them by head. You kowtowed 3 times. You knocked 550,000. As for you. Zhao Sihai walked up to Lu Lily and threw the 500,000 yuan in her face. Mr. Yi said that these are your mental damages. Get out of here now. Walking out of the magnificent place, Yi Xian breathed in the fresh air outside and felt refreshed. An apology bought with money is cheap but feels really good. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the weight of money. Task evaluation, perfect. Task reward, a different look from the aloof school beauty. Chapter 12, the cold school beauty's different view. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the weight of money. Task evaluation, perfect. Task reward, a different look from the aloof school beauty. When Yi Xian heard the system prompt, a playful smile appeared on his face. A different look at the aloof school beauty? Quite interesting. He wanted to see what this so-called looking at things from a different perspective meant. Just then a white Maserati President slowly stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing a cool and beautiful face. Her skin was whiter than snow, her features were picturesque, and her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were like a pool of clear autumn water, yet they carried a hint of coldness that kept people at a distance. It was Su Wanqing, the most beautiful girl on campus at Jiangcheng University. Su Wanqing is the recognized goddess of Jiangcheng University. She not only has a stunning appearance, but is also a celebrity in the school. The president of the student union receives the first-class national scholarship every year and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. More importantly, her family background is also extremely prominent. It is said that her father is a famous real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng with a net worth of billions. Such a beautiful, talented, and wealthy girl is naturally the dream lover of countless boys. The people pursuing her can line up from the east gate to the west gate of the school. But Su Wanqing turned a blind eye to all the suitors. She always had a cold expression on her face, as if no man could get into her heart. Therefore, she was also given the title of Cold School Beauty by gossipers. At this moment, this cold and aloof school beauty was sitting in her car, looking at Yi Xian with a scrutinizing gaze. In fact, she had already arrived. She and Yi Xian were classmates. She had been invited to the class reunion tonight, but she didn't like such noisy occasions, so she declined. But when she drove past the magnificent building, she unexpectedly saw Yi Xian walking out of it. Then she saw the absurd and shocking scene. A group of students in suits knelt on the ground and scrambled like dogs for the money thrown by Yi Xian. Yi Xian just stood there quietly, his eyes full of disdain and indifference. At that moment Su Wanqing's heart was deeply touched. She had always thought that Yi Xian was just an ordinary poor student. Although he was handsome, he had no other outstanding qualities. But the aura and skills displayed by Yi Xian tonight completely overturned her cognition. The indifference that treats money as dirt, the domineering attitude that controls everything, the eyes that treat all living beings as ants. All this made her feel an unprecedented curiosity. Who is this man? Why does he have such great energy? Get in the car. Just as Yi Xian was looking at Su Wanqing's cold voice rang out. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then opened the car door and got in. There was a light jasmine scent in the car, which was very pleasant. Who are you? Su Wanqing asked without looking away while driving. Her voice was still cold, but Yi Xian could hear a hint of subtle curiosity in it. Me? I am Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and asked back, who else do you think I am? Su Wanqing was silent. She didn't know how to answer. Yes, he is Yi Xian, a classmate she has known for 3 years but never really understood. I saw everything that happened just now. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and said, you did the right thing. Oh? Yi Xian looked at her in surprise. Don't you think I'm going too far? Using money to insult my classmates. Classmates? Su Wanqing raised her lips in disdain. Are those people worthy of being called classmates? They are just a bunch of sycophants who are greedy for power and forget their principles. You used what they value most to trample on their least valuable dignity. This is the best punishment for them. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Su Wanqing. He didn't expect that this seemingly otherworldly school beauty would have such insightful views. It seems that you and I are the same kind of people. Yi Xian said with a smile. I don't dare to marry someone too high. Su Wanqing said calmly, I'm just an ordinary student. But you, Mr. Yi, are a big shot who can make the general manager of Jinbihuing bow down to you. There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Yi Xian knew that she was still feeling upset about what had just happened. He didn't explain anything and just quietly watched the street scene rapidly receding outside the window. Some things become more vague the more you explain them. He believed that one day Su Wanqing would truly understand him. The car returned to the school quickly. Thank you for sending me back, Yi Xian said to Su Wanqing after getting off the car. Su Wanqing didn't say anything, just looked at him deeply, then stepped on the accelerator and disappeared into the night. Looking at the Maserati's receding figure, Yi Xian's lips curled up into a smile again. A different look at the aloof school beauty. This reward did not disappoint him. He could feel that Su Wenqing's frozen heart was beginning to show signs of loosening. And he has enough confidence that this iceberg will be completely melted in the near future. Chapter 13 System Task: Spend 10 million in 1 hour. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Xian took a shower and lay on the bed, thinking about everything that happened tonight. From being betrayed by his ex-girlfriend to activating the super-rich system, to causing a scene at a class reunion, and finally having an intimate contact with the cold school beauty. It all seemed so unreal, like a dream. But the string of frighteningly long numbers in the bank card and the system in his mind that was always ready to issue tasks were reminding him that all this was real. He, Yi Xian, is no longer the poor boy who was bullied by others. He is now a super-rich man. Just then the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Main quest released. Task name: First try. Task content: Please host spend 10 million renminbi within 1 hour. Task requirements: 1. Consumption must be reasonable and must not be used for illegal purposes such as gambling or drugs. 2. The existence of the system must not be disclosed to anyone. 3. No malicious damage to items is allowed. All purchases must be normal. Task reward: God-level consumption rebate card 1% 100% random rebate for each consumption system points plus 100. Penalty for mission failure: the host will experience a random disease cold, fever, diarrhea, for 24 hours. When Yi Xian saw this task, his eyebrows raised slightly. Spend 10 million in 1 hour? This is too simple, right? For him now, 10 million is just a string of insignificant numbers. Not to mention an hour, even in a minute he could think of 100 ways to spend the 10 million. Buying cars, houses, luxury goods. It can be done in minutes. However, when he saw the mission reward, his eyes lit up instantly. God-level consumption rebate card. Get random cashback every time you spend. The highest can reach 100%. Isn't this equivalent to freeloading? This reward is something. And the 100 system points made him even more excited. He clearly remembered that the previous lottery required 1,000 points each time. Although he didn't know what these 100 points could be used for, he thought it must be something good. As for the punishment for mission failure: experiencing a disease for 24 hours? Although it doesn't sound serious, Yi Xian doesn't want to try it. He didn't want to have the halo of a wealthy man but end up collapsing in bed due to diarrhea. The scene was so beautiful that he dared not think about it. So this task must be completed. And it has to be done beautifully. I glanced at the time and it was now 10:30 in the evening. There is still 1 hour left until the mission ends. Time is short and the task is heavy. Yi Xian immediately jumped out of bed, put on his clothes and prepared to go out. Xianzi, where are you going so late? Fatty Wang, my roommate, poked his head out from the upper bunk and asked curiously. Go out and save Jianqing's GDP. Yi Xian said without turning his head. Speak human language. Spend money. After saying that, Yi Xian rushed out of the dormitory in a hurry. Only Fatty Wang was left disheveled in the wind. Spending money? Could it be that this kid has gone crazy due to some kind of stimulation? After leaving the school gate, Yi Xian took a taxi directly to the most prosperous commercial center in Jiangcheng, Vientiane City. Mixi is the most high-end shopping mall in Jiangcheng, gathering the world's top luxury brands. LV, Hermes, and Patek Philippe are just routine operations here. This is a paradise for the rich and a forbidden place for the poor. In the past, when Yi Xian passed by here, he didn't even have the courage to go in and take a look. But today he is here to consume. Master, please hurry up to Vientiane City. Yi Xian said to the driver. Okay. The driver responded and stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi rushed out like an arrow. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Vientiane City. Yi Xian paid the fare and was about to get off the car when the driver stopped him. Young man, I noticed that your forehead is dark. Are you worried about something recently? The driver said mysteriously. Yi Xian was slightly stunned and then smiled and said, Uncle, can you also read faces? I understand a little bit. The driver waved his hand and said, I tell you, your face is a typical sign of losing money. You will definitely lose a lot of money soon. Yi Xian was happy to hear this. Isn't he here to lose money today? And it's a huge loss. Uncle, you are so right. Yi Xian gave a thumbs up and said, to be honest, I am going to spend all the 10 million today. Upon hearing this, the driver was stunned at first and then looked at Yi Xian as if he was a lunatic. Why do you have to brag when you are so young? Why don't you do something else? I'm not bragging. Yi Xian said seriously, I really am here to spend money. Okay, get out of the car quickly and don't delay my business. The driver waved his hand impatiently. Yi Xian smiled helplessly. It seemed that he still couldn't cultivate the temperament of a rich man. He didn't argue with the driver anymore, got off the car and walked straight into Vientiane City. Looking at Yi Xian's slightly thin back, the driver shook his head and sighed. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more impetuous. 10 million? If you can spend all of it within an hour, I will eat this taxi right now. After saying that, he started the car and prepared to leave. However, in the next second he saw through the rearview mirror a scene that he would never forget. The general manager of MixC and a group of shopping mall executives in professional attire lined up at the door to welcome us. And the person they welcomed was the young man whom he had just regarded as a psychopath. Welcome Master Yi to Vientiane City. The driver's eyes almost popped out of his head at the uniform sound that resounded through the sky. He pinched himself hard and it hurt. It's not a dream. That young man turned out to be a hidden big shot. The driver broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of what he had just said. He wanted to slap himself twice. Let you be mean. Let you look down on others. This time you hit a wall. He watched Yi Xian tremblingly as he walked into Vientiane City surrounded by the crowd, with only one thought in his mind. Barbecue is over. I think I'm really going to live stream eating a car. Chapter 14, Crazy Shopping Shocks the Whole Mall. MixC is the highest-end commercial landmark in Jiangcheng, and its general manager Wang Defa is naturally a man who has seen the world. The number of wealthy and famous people I have received is at least 800. However, this was the first time that I received a call personally from the elusive chairman at the top of the group. The chairman's instructions consisted of only one sentence. Serve Mr. Yi at all costs. Give him whatever he wants. Give him whatever he wants to buy. If he wants to buy the entire Vientiane City, just give him the keys. After hanging up the phone, Wang Defa's hands were still shaking slightly. He knew that this Mr. Yu was definitely a powerful figure whom he and the entire group could not afford to offend. So he immediately gathered all the executives and held the highest level welcome ceremony at the door. When he saw Yi Xian's face that looked too young, his heart was filled with shock, but the expression on his face became more respectful. Mr. Yi, I am Wang Defa, the general manager of Vientiane City. Welcome to our office for guidance. Wang Defa bowed slightly and kept a very humble attitude. Yi Xian glanced at him and said calmly, I'm not here to instruct you, I'm here to consume. He glanced at his watch and said, I only have 1 hour to spend 10 million. So I hope you can be more efficient. Hearing this, Wang Defa and the executives behind him all took a breath of cold air. Spending 10 million in an hour? What is the concept? On average, nearly 170,000 yuan is spent every minute. This is no longer just spending money, this is simply burning money. However, despite being shocked, Wang Defa had seen many storms. He immediately reacted and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, please rest assured that Vientiane City will do its best to meet any of your needs. To save your precious time, I have cleared the entire VIP floor for you. And each store has a dedicated service team. You just tell us what you like and we'll do the rest. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Very good and efficient. Lead the way. Yes. Mr. Yi, please come this way. Under the personal leadership of Wang Defa, Yi Xian, surrounded by a group of senior executives and beautiful shopping guides, walked towards the VIP elevator in a mighty manner. This scene naturally attracted the attention of other customers in the mall. Fuck. What's going on? The general manager of Vientiane City actually personally led the way for a young man? Who is that young man? What a grand show. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid that the prince of some family is here for a private visit in disguise, right? Come on, follow them and see what's going on. For a moment, countless curious people followed Yi Xian and his group quietly with the intention of watching the fun. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the VIP floor. As expected, the place had been cleared. There was no one else on the huge floor except the staff in uniform. Mr. Yi, which store should we start from? Wang Defa asked cautiously. Yi Xian glanced and pointed casually. Let us start with that Patek Philippe. The group immediately rushed into the Patek Philippe store. The store manager and shopping guide had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Yi Xian coming in, they all bowed in unison. "Welcome, Mr. Yi." Yi Xian didn't waste any words and walked directly to the counter, pointing at the dazzling array of watches inside and said, "Except for the pink one I don't like, pack up the rest for me." What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Everyone, including Wang Defa, had an expression of disbelief on their faces. What is this operation? Buying a watch is like buying cabbage, which can be described as wrapping it up? The manager of Patek Philippe was so frightened that he almost knelt down on the spot. He said tremblingly, Mr. Yi, are you sure? The total value of the watches here is more than 8 million. Is there any problem? Yi Xian glanced at him indifferently. No problem. The store manager was so frightened by Yi Xian's cold eyes that he trembled all over and dared not question anything anymore. He immediately issued a strict order to his shopping guides. Quick! Pack all the watches for Master Yi. As fast as possible. For a moment, the entire Patek Philippe store was in a state of chaos. Yi Xian swiped the card as if nothing had happened and turned to walk towards the Hermes next door. Pack up all the rest of the items in this store except for the women's items for me. The same scene happened again. After a brief shock, the Hermes store manager immediately fell into ecstasy. This is not a customer. This is clearly the god of wealth descending to earth. With a wave of his hand, all the men's bags, belts, clothes and shoes in the store were packed up and taken away. The total value exceeds 5 million. After swiping the card, Yi Xian continued to move forward. LV, Gucci, Armani, Versace. He was like a king touring his territory, leaving only one sentence behind wherever he went. Wrap up. In just half an hour, he had spent more than 30 million. The customers who were following behind to watch the fun were already stunned and completely numbed by the magical scene before them. As they looked at the small carts used to transport goods that were packed full, they felt that their worldview had been completely overturned. Am I dreaming? Is there anyone who buys things like this? This is not shopping. This is clearly purchasing goods. Too scary. Who is this young man? Did his family get their money from the wind? Today I finally understand what poverty means when it limits my imagination. Wang Defa and those shopping mall executives have long since gone from their initial shock to their current enthusiasm. The eyes they looked at Yi Xian were full of admiration and awe. This is the real rich man. It turns out that spending money can be so cool and so domineering. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task ahead of schedule. Task evaluation, perfect. Task reward, God-level consumption rebate card issued system points plus 100 issued extra reward, meet your ex-girlfriend. Chapter 15, I met my ex-girlfriend by chance and she became a shopping guide? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task ahead of schedule. Task evaluation, perfect. Task reward, God-level consumption rebate card issued system points plus 100 issued extra reward, meet your ex-girlfriend. The moment Yi Xian saw the system reward, his brows frowned slightly. Meet your ex-girlfriend by chance? Lin Feifei? What kind of evil taste is this system? He doesn't want to see that materialistic woman at all now. But since it was the system's arrangement, he was too lazy to care about it. Anyway, he is no longer the poor boy who could be manipulated by her. So what if I encounter it? It just adds to the joke. Mr. Yi, where are we going next? Wang Defa asked cautiously, looking at the endless trophies behind him. He is now completely convinced by Yi Xian. This guy really spends money without blinking an eye. Yi Xian glanced at the time and saw that only more than half an hour had passed. Although the mission was completed, he didn't want to go back so early. After all, the feeling of spending money like water is so great. Let's go to the Auto City and take a look. Yi Xian said lightly. His Bugatti Veyron is nice, but he needs a change of pace once in a while, right? Okay. I'll arrange it right away. Wang Defa immediately took out the walkie-talkie and began to mobilize people. Soon, a luxury convoy consisting of more than a dozen Rolls-Royce Phantoms stopped at the entrance of Vientiane City. Surrounded by the crowd, Yi Xian got into the extended version of Phantom in the middle and drove towards the largest car city in Jiangcheng. The trophies he bought were delivered to his designated location Thompson Yippin by a special security team. That's right, while waiting for the elevator just now, he bought a top-floor duplex Riverview apartment in Thompson 1 worth 200 million yuan. After all, if you buy so many things, you have to put them somewhere, right? Zhangcheng International Automobile City. This is a paradise for all car lovers. There is everything from domestic cars worth tens of thousands of yuan to top supercars worth tens of millions. Lin Feifei was standing at the door of an Audi 4S store at the moment, wearing an ill-fitting professional suit and light makeup on her face, attracting customers. Her face was filled with fatigue and numbness. Her life has changed drastically since she was humiliated by Yi Xian and Wang Hao that day. Wang Hao, the rich second generation who used to obey her in everything, turned against her completely. Not only did he take back all the gifts he had given her, he also used his family connections to make it impossible for her to find a decent job in Zhangcheng. With no other options left, she came to this auto city and worked as a low-level sales consultant. Every day I have to bow and nod and greet people with a smile, and endure the guests' contempt and difficulties. This huge gap almost made her collapse. She thought of Yi Xian countless times at night, thinking back to the man who was once treated like a piece of trash by her. If she had not betrayed him, would she be able to live the life of a rich lady that she had always dreamed of? Doesn't she have to suffer here anymore? Regret gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. Just then, a deafening roar of an engine brought her back to reality from her regret. She looked up and saw a convoy of more than a dozen Rolls-Royces slowly driving towards her. The powerful aura of dominating the world attracted the attention of the entire automobile city. Lin Feifei's eyes lit up instantly. She knew that this must be a super big customer coming. If she can get this order, her commission this month will be enough to make her turn her life around. She immediately straightened her appearance, put on what she thought was the sweetest smile, and greeted him. However, when the car door opened and the familiar yet unfamiliar figure walked out of the car, the smile on her face froze instantly. Yi Xian? How could it be him? How did he get out of the Rolls-Royce? How could he have such a grand ceremony? Lin Feifei's mind went blank. She even thought she was hallucinating because she missed him too much. And Yi Xian also saw her. He looked at her cheap business suit and her face full of shock and disbelief, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meet your ex-girlfriend by chance? She became a shopping guide? You really know how to game the system. He ignored Lin Feifei and walked straight into the 4S store. The general manager of the Auto City had been waiting for a long time with a group of people. Mr. Yi. Welcome. Yeah. Yi Xian responded calmly and pointed at the latest Audi R8 in the showroom and said, I want this car. And pack up all the cars you have in your store except the red one I don't like. I will give it to my company's employees as a benefit. His voice was not loud, but it was like a bombshell exploding in Lin Feifei's ears. Treat Audi as an employee benefit? And you buy a fleet of cars at once? Is this still the poor boy she knows who can't even afford a decent Western meal? Lin Feifei just felt dizzy. She finally realized what she had been missing. She missed a rich man who should have belonged to her. Endless regret completely overwhelmed her like a tide. Chapter 16. I'll take care of your performance. When Yi Xian said, pack up the rest for me, the entire Audi 4S store fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Shocked, horrified, and unbelievable. Zhang Dahai, the general manager of Auto City, was so excited that he was shaking all over. This was the first time he had seen such a domineering client in his 20 years of working in the industry. Buying a car is like buying groceries. This is not a customer at all. This is clearly a walking money printing machine. Mr. Yi, are you telling the truth? Zhang Dahai's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Do you think I'm joking? Yi Xian glanced at him indifferently. No. Of course not. Zhang Dahai was frightened by Yi Xian's cold eyes and quickly waved his hands and said, I'll arrange it right away. He turned around and roared at the group of stunned sales consultants behind him. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Master Yi said? Quick! Drive out all the cars in stock. Let Master Yi take a look. All of a sudden, the entire 4S store was in action. Lin Feifei stood there like a statue, unable to move. Her mind was in a mess. She looked at the man who was surrounded by everyone like the moon surrounded by stars and felt that he was extremely strange. Is this really the Yi Xian who once obeyed her in everything? Is this really the Yi Xian who once saved money for a month just to buy her a branded bag because of a word she said? Why? Why did he become someone completely out of her reach after just a few days of not seeing him? Just then Yi Xian's eyes fell on her. The look was so dull, as if he was looking at a stranger. But this indifferent look was like the sharpest knife that pierced Lin Feifei's heart. She would rather Yi Xian hated her, scolded her and humiliated her as before. It's much better than being completely ignored like now. Are you the sales consultant here? Yi Xian's voice sounded faintly. Lin Feifei shuddered and nodded subconsciously. Yes, yes. Very good. Yi Xian nodded and took out a black card from his pocket and threw it in front of her. Go and pay off all these cars. The password is 68. Looking at the black and gold card emitting a mysterious luster on the ground, Lin Feifei's breathing suddenly became rapid. Although she didn't recognize this card, she could guess that the value of this card was definitely beyond her imagination. She reached out her trembling hand to pick up the card. This is her chance to turn things around. As long as she completes this order, she will get a commission that she will never earn in her entire life. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the card, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. Oh, right. The performance of this order does not count towards yours. I think it's dirty. Boom. These 6 simple words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky that struck Lin Feifei's head hard. Her body suddenly stiffened and the blood color on her face instantly faded away. I think it's dirty. I think it's dirty. I think it's dirty. These 3 words echoed wildly in her mind like a spell. She looked at Yi Xian's handsome yet indifferent face and felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, causing her to almost suffocate due to the pain. This is revenge. This is naked revenge. He was using the most cruel way to avenge her betrayal. He was slapping her in the face with money. Plop. Lin Feifei could no longer bear this huge blow. Her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. She looked at Yi Xian with tears of regret and despair in her eyes. Yi Xian. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? Shall we start over? She cried so hard that her eyes were wet with tears. If it were in the past, Yi Xian would have felt so distressed seeing her like this that he would have held her in his arms and comforted her softly. But now there was only endless coldness in his heart. Opportunity? Yi Xian sneered and looked down at her with disdain in his eyes. When you threw yourself into someone else's arms without hesitation for money, did you ever give me a chance? Did you ever give me a chance when you humiliated me and trampled on my dignity in front of everyone at the restaurant door? Lin Feifei, let me tell you. Everything in this world can be changed, except the human heart. You don't deserve it. After saying that, he no longer looked at her and turned to the already stunned Zhang Dahai and said, Give the card to the employee with the worst performance here. Just think of it as me helping the poor. After saying that, he walked out of the 4S store without looking back. Lin Feifei's heart-wrenching cry came from behind. But that voice sounded so pleasant to Yi Xian. Chapter 17 Mission completed. God-level driving skills. Yi Xian felt indescribably relieved when he came out of the Audi 4S store. Although he spent nearly 100 million. But when he saw Lin Feifei's regretful look, he felt that the money was worth it. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has experienced the ultimate pleasure during the consumption process and successfully completed the revenge on the gold digger, triggering the hidden reward. Reward name, God-level driving skills. Skill introduction. After possessing this skill, the host will instantly master the driving skills of all models and reach the level of the world's top racing drivers. Whether it is drifting, cornering, or extreme overtaking, it will be done with ease. You are the king of the road and the god of the track. When Yi Xian saw this reward, his eyes lit up instantly. God-level driving skills? This is good. As a man, who doesn't have a dream of becoming the driving god of Akina Mountain? Although he had driven a Bugatti Veyron before, that was just driving and his driving skills were at the level of an ordinary person. Now that we have this god-level skill, things are different. He will become a real driving god. A huge stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. All the knowledge, skills and experience about driving are deeply imprinted in his soul as if they were born with him. From the most basic coordination between the accelerator and the clutch to the most advanced drainage ditch cornering method, he is proficient in everything. He feels that he can drive an F1 car to the level of a world champion even with his eyes closed. Mr. Yi, the car is ready for you. Just as Yi Xian was feeling the new skills in his mind, Zhang Dahai, the general manager of the auto city, came running over. Behind him followed a hot and heroic beauty wearing a racing suit. Mr. Yi, this is the professional test driver we invited specially for you, Lin Shui, who is also the famous queen of track in Jiangcheng, Zhang Dahai introduced. Miss Lin, this is our most distinguished guest today, Mr. Yi. Lin Shui took off her helmet, revealing a pretty and proud face. She looked Yi Xian up and down with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Do you want to test drive the R8? Her voice was as cold and arrogant as her expression. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded. Do you know how to drive? Lin Shui's lips curled up with a hint of sarcasm. This is not your grocery shopping cart. If you step on the accelerator without some skills, the car will be destroyed and people will die. What she despised the most were the rich second generations like Yi Xian who relied on the little money from their family to show off. In her opinion, these people are good for nothing except spending money. Especially in the field of racing, which they are so proud of. Yi Xian ignored her sarcasm and said calmly, "Give me the key." "Oof, you overestimate your abilities." Lin Shui snorted coldly and threw the key to Yi Xian. She wanted to see how this ignorant guy would make a fool of himself. Yi Xian took the key and got into the driver's seat of the brand new Audi R8. Familiar yet strange. What is familiar is the interior and layout of this car. What was strange was that the moment his hands gripped the steering wheel he felt as if the car had become a part of his body. He could clearly feel every pulse of the engine and every friction between the tires and the ground. It's a wonderful feeling. Buzz. He stepped lightly on the accelerator. The engine let out a low roar like a beast about to be released from its cage. Hold on tight. Yi Xian said lightly to Lin Shui who was sitting in the passenger seat. Then he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Boom! The Audi R8 shot out like an arrow from a bow. The terrifying feeling of being pushed on the back made Lin Shui's face turn pale instantly. She subconsciously wanted to scream but found that she couldn't even make a sound. Too fast. It's really too fast. She swore that even the most professional modified racing car she had ever driven did not have such terrifying acceleration. However, this is just the beginning. In the next few minutes, Lin Shui thoroughly experienced what speed and passion were. A perfect textbook drift. An incredible extreme overtaking close to the guardrail. A series of S-shaped movements by a skilled and courageous person. Every move Yi Xian makes is like dancing on the edge of a knife, precise and deadly. It didn't look like he was driving. It was like he was performing a gorgeous death show. Lin Shui was completely stunned. Her proud face was filled with shock and disbelief. She couldn't imagine that a person's driving skills could reach such a superb level. This is no longer something that humans can achieve. This is God. God of cars. Squeak. With a sharp brake sound, the Audi R8 stopped steadily at the starting point. The whole process was done smoothly and in one go. Yi Xian remained calm and collected. He turned his head and looked at the track queen who had already turned pale with fear in the passenger seat and asked calmly. Now do you think I can drive? Chapter 18, The Driving God of Akina Mountain? Not even worthy of carrying my shoes. When Yi Xian's nonchalant question rang out in the Audi R8's cabin, Lin Shui, the famous queen of track in Jiangcheng, finally came back to her senses from the extreme shock. As she looked at Yi Xian's handsome profile, the contempt and arrogance in her eyes were gone, replaced by endless admiration and fanaticism. Just like a most devout believer looking up at the God in his heart. You are the God of cars? Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. God of cars? Yi Xian smiled disdainfully. I'm not the God of cars. I am the one who can create God. After saying that, he opened the car door and walked out. Lin Shui was left alone in the car, unable to stop thinking about his domineering words over and over again for a long time. Master Yi. Your driving skills are simply superb. When Zhang Dahai, the general manager of the auto city, saw Yi Xian get off the car, he immediately came up to him like a pug with a flattering smile on his face. He had just witnessed Yi Xian's amazing performance with his own eyes. That's not driving. That's flying. He is now completely in awe of Yi Xian. This guy is not only rich but also skilled. It's simply perfection incarnate. Just then, a shrill roar of an engine came from far away. Then a pink Lamborghini Aventador stopped in front of everyone with an extremely arrogant tailspin. The car door opened and a young man wearing a floral shirt, a big gold chain and with blonde hair got out of the car. His face was full of arrogance and domineering, and he looked like a rich second generation who was spoiled by his family. Jean Dahai, where is the R8 that I asked you to leave for me? Why is it gone? The yellow-haired man pointed at Zhang Dahai's nose and shouted as he got out of the car. Zhang Dahai saw a trace of embarrassment flash across the visitor's face. Hey, isn't this Mr. Li? Why are you here? This young Master Li, named Li Tianyu, is the only son of Li Wanjin, a famous real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng. He relies on his family's wealth to bully and do all kinds of evil in Jiangcheng. In particular, he loves racing and calls himself the driving god of Jiangcheng Akina Mountain. He is a well-known figure in the underground racing circle of Jiangcheng. Zhang Dahai doesn't want to offend this gentleman. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, the R8 you liked has already been bought by Mr. Yi. Zhang Dahai pointed at Yi Xian standing beside him and said cautiously. What? Li Tianyu immediately turned his gaze to Yi Xian when he heard that. He looked Yi Xian up and down, and when he saw that Yi Xian was wearing cheap clothes worth less than 500 yuan in total, his eyes were immediately filled with disdain. Him? A poor bastard can afford an R8? Zhang Dahai, are you fucking kidding me? I'm telling you, I'm going to buy this R8 today. No one can fucking snatch it from me. After saying that, he took out a check from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Here's 3,500,000 more than the original price. Take the money and get out of here. Don't bother me here. His attitude was extremely arrogant and he didn't take Yi Xian seriously at all. However, Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at him. He just said to Zhang Dahai calmly, ship all the cars I just bought to Thompson first class. And tow this pink piece of junk away from me, too. It makes me feel a little sick. Hearing this, Li Tianyu's expression changed instantly. What did you say, kid? You dare to say that my car is garbage? Are you fucking tired of living? He pointed at Yi Xian's nose and cursed. Yi Xian finally looked at him straight in the eye. The look was so cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. I didn't just say your car was junk. I also said your people are garbage too. Your so-called Akina Mountain God skills are more like a fighter among garbage in my opinion. You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Boom. Yi Xian's words were like bombshells exploding in Li Tianyu's ears. Li Tianyu had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Good. 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 He laughed in anger and pointed at Yi Xian and said, boy, you have guts. Didn't you say my skills were rubbish? Do you dare to compete with me? Just use this R8 you just bought. Whoever loses will crawl under the other person's crotch. Do you dare? His face was full of ferocity and resentment. He wanted to use the method that he knew best to trample this ignorant guy under his feet. He wants to let him know what a real car god is. However, Yi Xian just smiled disdainfully. Compared to you? You deserve it? Chapter 19, Crushing the Racing Dream of the Rich Second Generation. You deserve it? Yi Xian's words, full of endless contempt and disdain, were like a loud slap in Li Tianyu's face. Li Tianyu's face instantly turned the color of liver. He, the famous Akina Mountain car god in Jiangcheng and the king of the underground racing circle, was actually despised by a poor guy driving an Audi R8? This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Boy, are you fucking scared? Li Tianyu pointed at Yi Xian and roared, if you don't dare to compete, just say so. Don't pretend here. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, I might consider letting you go. His voice was extremely arrogant. However, Yi Xian just looked at him coldly as if he was looking at a jumping clown. You can compete with me if you want. But the stakes have to be changed. Oh? Li Tianyu smiled grimly. What do you want to bet on? Tell me. In his opinion, Yi Xian had already taken the bait. As long as he dares to compete with me, I have 100 ways to kill him. Yi Xian stretched out a finger and pointed at Li Tianyu's bright pink Lamborghini. I'll bet on this piece of junk. I won and the car is mine. You win. Yi Xian paused and pointed at his Audi R8, this car is yours. Besides that, I'll give you another 100 million. Boom. 100 million. When these 3 words came out of Yi Xian's mouth, everyone present went crazy. They looked at Yi Xian as if he were a madman. Is this guy crazy? The stakes for a car race are as high as 100 million? This is no longer gambling on cars. This is a gamble with your life. Li Tianyu was also shocked by Yi Xian's shocking move. Although he is a rich second generation, 100 million is definitely not a small sum of money for him. But the shock was replaced by endless ecstasy. In his opinion, Yi Xian is a complete fool with a lot of money. Don't refuse the 100 million that comes to your door for free. Okay. I'll bet with you. Li Tianyu agreed without even thinking, but can you come up with 100 million just by talking? Yi Xian didn't say anything, just took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, President Wang? I'm Yi Xian. Transfer 100 million to my account at Jiangcheng International Auto City now. I want to calm down. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The whole process takes no more than 30 seconds. Everyone present looked at him as if he were an idiot. 100 million transferred in one phone call? Who do you think you are? The richest man in the world? However, in the next second, the cell phone of Zhang Dahai, general manager of Auto City, rang frantically. He picked up the phone tremblingly and was completely stunned when he heard the excited, almost roaring voice of the financial director on the other end of the phone. Mr. Zhang. 100 million. 100 million has arrived. Oh my God. We have never seen so much money in our company's account. After hearing this, everyone present fell into deathly silence again. The way they looked at Yi Xian changed completely. From initial contempt to shock and now awe and fear. Who exactly is this young man? Li Tianyu was also completely dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Xian's calm face and for the first time felt a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart. It seemed like he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Can we start now? Yi Xian's voice sounded faintly. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Li Tianyu roared in a timid manner. At this point he has no way out. 10 minutes later. River City Akina Mountain. This is Jiangcheng's south famous winding mountain road and also the favorite battleground for underground racers. At this moment, countless people who had heard the news had already gathered on the top of the mountain. An Audi R8 and a Lamborghini Aventador parked side by side on the starting line. The hot racing babe stood between the two cars and held the starting flag high in her hand. Boy, are you ready to call me daddy? Li Tianyu rolled down the car window and made a throat-slitting gesture to Yi Xian. Yi Xian ignored him. He just looked quietly at the winding mountain road ahead. There was a calm look in his eyes. Swish! The starting flag was waved down suddenly. Boom! Two supercars worth tens of millions were instantly ejected like two cannonballs. The competition officially begins. At the beginning, Li Tianyu took the lead with the superior performance of Lamborghini and his greater familiarity with the track. He looked at the R8 in the rearview mirror that was being left further and further behind and a smug smile appeared on his face. Garbage is garbage. Fight with me? You're still a little naive. However, just as he was about to enter the first and most dangerous 5-hairpin turn, something unexpected happened. The R8 that had been following him slowly suddenly let out a deafening roar like a beast awakening. Its speed instantly increased to the extreme. Then he cut into the inside of the curve with a strange pace that no one could understand. What is that? What is he going to do? Is he crazy? It's impossible to make a turn at that angle. Everyone watching the battle on the top of the mountain exclaimed in disbelief. Even Lin Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat and had always been full of confidence in Yi Xian, was so frightened that her face turned pale and she closed her eyes. However, just when everyone thought that the R8 was about to be destroyed and everyone on board would die, a miracle happened. I saw that the entire body of the R8 slid past the inner drainage ditch in a strange posture that violated the laws of physics. Drift? No. This is not drifting anymore. This is flying. Fly close to the ground. Squeak. With a teeth-grinding sound of tire friction, the Audi R8 successfully passed the 5-hairpin turns in a perfect arc. And in one fell swoop, it surpassed the Lamborghini that was still turning cautiously. Fuck! When Li Tianyu saw the R8 suddenly appearing in front of him, his eyes almost popped out. He even rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating. Drainage channel bend? Isn't this a plot that only exists in comics? How could it appear in reality? However, reality is so cruel. The following game completely turned into Yi Xian's personal performance show. He drove the R8, which was obviously inferior to his opponent's performance, and performed a miracle of speed and passion on the Akina mountain track. He left the mighty Lamborghini far behind. He crushed the ridiculous racing dream of the rich second generation who proclaimed himself the god of racing in Akina mountain. When the Audi R8 was the first to cross the finish line, the entire Akina mountain fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at the young man who slowly got off the car as if he were a monster. They knew that from today on, the legend of Zhengqing's underground racing circle was born. And the legend of the so-called god of cars in Akina mountain will become a complete joke. Chapter 20 Lost? Leave your car behind. When the Audi R8 was the first to cross the finish line, the entire Akina mountain was boiling. Fuck. I won. I really won. Who is that guy driving the R8? He's so awesome. The drainage ditch is turning. Today I actually saw the legendary drainage ditch turning with my own eyes. From today on, he is the only racing god in my heart. Cheers and screams echoed through the sky. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. They witnessed a legendary battle that would go down in the history of Zhengqing's underground racing. Yi Xian slowly walked down from the car as if he had done something insignificant. There was no trace of emotion on his face, as if the thrilling game just now was just a relaxing warm-up exercise for him. Lin Shui followed closely and got down from the passenger seat. She looked at Yi Xian's back, her beautiful eyes shining with undisguised admiration and worship. This man is so strong. So strong that she was willing to fall for it. Just then, the bright pink Lamborghini finally crossed the finish line. The car door opened and Li Tianyu got out of the car in a daze. His face was pale and his legs were still shaking. He looked at Yi Xian with fear and disbelief in his eyes. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself that he couldn't accept that he lost. And the defeat was so complete. There was no suspense at all. His pride and confidence as the god of cars in Akina mountain in Zhangcheng were crushed by Yi Xian at this moment. Yi Xian ignored him. He just walked straight to the hot pink Lamborghini, reached out his hand and gently stroked the cold and gorgeous body. It's mine from now on. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting Li Tianyu's heart. Li Tianyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Don't be too proud, kid. Isn't it just a broken car? I can afford to lose. But today we have a feud. Just wait. I will never let you go. He uttered a few harsh words and turned to leave. However, Yi Xian's voice sounded slowly behind him like a death curse. Did I let you go? Li Tianyu's body suddenly stiffened. He turned around and shouted fiercely, You, what else do you want? A cold arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. It seems that the bet between us is not just one car, right? Did you forget something? Hearing this, Li Tianyu's face instantly became uglier than if his father had died. Of course he didn't forget. Whoever loses will crawl under the other person's crotch. He had suggested this himself. You shouldn't go too far. Li Tianyu's voice trembled slightly because of fear. Let him crawl under the crotch of a poor guy in front of so many people? This is more painful than killing him. That's too much? Yi Xian sneered. Why didn't you say that was too much when you arrogantly let me slip under your crotch? Now that you've lost, you want to cheat? Li Tianyu, let me tell you. Today you have to drill this crotch whether you want to or not. Otherwise I wouldn't mind breaking your legs and making you crawl over. His voice was cold and calm. But behind the calmness lies a chilling murderous aura. Li Tianyu had no doubt that if he dared to say no, the seemingly harmless young man in front of him would really break his legs. He was scared. He was really scared. He looked at Yi Xian's cold eyes that were devoid of any emotion and felt that his psychological defenses were collapsing bit by bit. Thump! In the end, he chose to surrender. His knees softened and he knelt down in front of Yi Xian. Then, in full view of everyone, he slowly crawled under Yi Xian's crotch like a dog. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Shock and contempt were written on everyone's face. They felt it was extremely ironic to see the once invincible king of driving in Akina mountain now kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy like a stray dog. The moment Li Tianyu drilled through, he felt that his life was over. His dignity, his pride, and everything he had were ruthlessly trampled under Yi Xian's feet and crushed to pieces at this moment. Go away. Yi Xian looked at Li Tianyu, who was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, and uttered 2 words lightly. Li Tianyu disappeared from everyone's sight as if he had been pardoned. Yi Xian didn't look at him again. He turned around and got into his new trophy, the Lamborghini Aventador. Buzz. With an even more violent engine roar, the pink supercar sped away in front of everyone's gaze, leaving behind only a graceful back that no one could match, and an immortal legend about the new Akina mountain god of cars. End of Volume 1. Chapter 21. Buying Thompson First Class for My Parents. The night breeze from Akina Mountain blew on Yi Xian's face with a hint of coolness. He drove the pink Lamborghini Aventador he had just won and raced freely on the winding mountain road. The roar of the engine was like a wild symphony that echoed for a long time in the silent valley. Crush Li Tianyu and conquer the track queen to become the new Akina mountain racing god. All this made Yi Xian experience unprecedented excitement and pleasure. But when the initial excitement gradually faded and the adrenaline slowly subsided, an inexplicable feeling of emptiness surged in his heart. He looked at the dazzling city night scene rapidly receding outside the car window, and 2 familiar and kind faces involuntarily emerged in his mind. It's his parents. He remembered his father's back, which was slightly hunched due to years of hard work. He thought of his mother's hands, which were calloused from hard work. They are the people who love him most in this world. They gave their all for him. But after he acquired all this wealth, he only cared about enjoying his extravagant life and didn't even call them. A deep sense of guilt completely overwhelmed Yi Xian like a tide. He deserves to die. He is so unfilial. Squeak. Yi Xian slammed on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. He took out his cell phone and tremblingly dialed the number that he had already memorized. The call was connected quickly. Hello? Xiaoxian, why aren't you sleeping yet so late? The familiar and warm voice of the mother came from the other end of the phone. When Yi Xian heard this voice, his eyes instantly turned red. He tried hard to hold back his tears and make his voice sound as calm as possible. Mom, I missed you guys. What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? Didn't we just meet last week? The mother said with a smile, is your living expenses not enough again? I'll send it to you tomorrow. No. No. Yi Xian said quickly, Mom, I don't want money. I'm rich. Got rich? The mother on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then her tone became serious. Xiaoxian, you don't do anything stupid. Although our family is not rich, we will never allow you to do anything illegal. Mom, what are you thinking about? Yi Xian said with a smile, when I say getting rich, I mean getting rich in a serious way. I bought a lottery ticket and won the first prize. He could only use this most cliched and effective excuse to get away with it temporarily. Won the lottery? The mother's voice was full of disbelief. How much did you win? 100 million. 100 million? My mother's voice changed. Yes, 100 million. Yi Xian said affirmatively, so Mom, you and Dad don't have to go to work tomorrow. Quit your jobs and I will support you. I will go back tomorrow and buy you the best house in Jiangcheng. I will let you live a good life. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Yi Xian could even hear his mother's breathing becoming rapid due to excitement. After a long time, the mother's crying voice was heard again. Good boy, you have really grown up. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. The emptiness and guilt in my heart were swept away, and replaced by an unprecedented satisfaction and happiness. This feeling is even stronger than when he spent 100 million to buy the entire fleet. Without any hesitation, he turned the car around and rushed towards the name that represented the highest-end residential area in Jiangcheng and even the whole of China, Thompson Epine. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Yi Xian's bright pink Lamborghini stopped in front of the sales office of Thompson 1. The sales office had already closed. But when the security guard saw that it was Yi Xian who got out of the car, he immediately notified their manager using the intercom. In less than 5 minutes, a tall, beautiful woman in a professional suit ran out hurriedly. It was Chen Cece, the sales director of Thompson Epine. Yi. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Chen Cece ran to Yi Xian breathlessly, with surprise and respect written all over her face. She had a very deep impression of Yi Xian. After all, this was the first time she had met someone like him who bought a penthouse worth 200 million yuan with just one phone call in all her years of working in the industry. I'm here to buy a house. Yi Xian said lightly. Buy a house? Chen Cece was stunned for a moment. Mr. Yi, haven't you already bought one? That set is mine. Yi Xian said, now I want to buy another set for my parents. I want the best, biggest, and most expensive one you have. Hearing this, Shen Sisi took a breath. She looked at Yi Xian's face that looked too young and felt her heart twitching wildly. Is this the world of the super rich? Is buying a house worth 200 million as easy as buying 2 cabbages? Yi, Mr. Yi, the best apartment we have here is in Building A, the King unit with an area of 1,200 square meters and a super large sky garden and infinity pool. The total price is 500 million. Chen Sisi's voice trembled slightly with excitement. This building has been hanging here for a long time. Because the total price was too high, no one was interested. If it can be sold today, her commission will be an astronomical figure. That's it. Yi Xian said without even thinking, swiped the card. As he said this, he took out the Centurion black gold card again. Shen Sisi looked at the card that was emitting a mysterious luster and felt like her breathing was about to stop. She has been in the industry for many years, and what kind of wealthy people has she not seen? But she had never heard of or seen anyone like Yi Xian spending 500 million without even blinking an eye. She even had a weird illusion. It was as if the person in front of her was not a young man in his early 20s. But it is a super tycoon who controls the lifeline of the global economy. Yes. Mr. Yi, I will go and handle the formalities for you right away. Shen Sisi completed all the procedures as quickly as possible, as if she was given an injection of chicken blood. When Yi Xian signed his name and received the house purchase contract that smelled of ink and the heavy keys, a smile from the heart appeared on his face. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the extremely luxurious unit, overlooking the bright lights of thousands of homes below, feeling extremely proud. From today on, Yi Xian will no longer fight alone. He wants to provide the most stable and happiest sky for his parents. He wants to make all those who look down on their family open their eyes and take a good look. How his Yi family soared to the sky and dominated the world. And it all starts with the so-called relatives who will be visiting tomorrow. Chapter 22, Snobby Relatives Visit. Early the next morning, Yi Xian drove his Bugatti Veyron worth more than 100 million yuan back to the dilapidated old neighborhood where he grew up. He didn't drive the fancier Lamborghini because he didn't want to be too conspicuous. He just wanted to pick up his parents calmly and give them a big surprise. However, when his car slowly drove into the community, it still caused a huge sensation. Oh my god! What kind of car is that? It's so cool. Bugatti Veyron. This is the world's top supercar. It is said that the cheapest one costs more than 20 million. Oh my god. How could such an awesome car drive into our shabby neighborhood? Look. The person getting off the car seems to be the college student from Old Ye's family. For a moment, the whole community was in an uproar. Countless neighbors poked their heads out of their homes, pointing and talking about Yi Xian in his car. Yi Xian ignored them. He walked straight up to the residential building that he was very familiar with. However, when he arrived at the door of his house, he found it was ajar. There was also a noisy quarrel coming from inside. Yi Xian frowned slightly, pushed the door and walked in. The small living room was now crowded with people. In addition to his parents, there are his uncle, aunt, and his cousin Yi Wei. At this moment, his aunt was standing with her hands on her hips, yelling at his mother with spit flying. I'm not saying anything bad about you, sister-in-law. But your Xiaoxian is too ignorant. He won such a big prize of 100 million yuan, but he only thought about spending it on himself? Our Wei is his cousin. He is getting married and buying a house and is short of 500,000 yuan. Shouldn't he, as his younger brother, show some appreciation? That's right. Cousin Yi Wei also echoed sarcastically, I heard that he spent tens of millions in Vientiane City last night. He didn't even blink an eye. Why? You have money to spend on outsiders but no money to help your own relatives? You really don't treat us as a family. Yi Xian's father, Yi Jiangwo, was so angry that he was shaking all over and pointing at them, unable to speak. You guys. His mother kept wiping away tears. Sister-in-law, don't force us. Xiaoshuan's money is his own. We can't make the decision. Can't make the decision? The aunt sneered, I think you just don't want to give it. All right. If you don't come up with 500,000 today, we will stay in your house and won't leave. After saying that, she actually sat down on the ground and started to make a scene. Oh my. This is so unfair. The younger brother doesn't recognize him just because he won the prize. Everyone, come and see. There's an ungrateful person in this family. Looking at this extremely ugly scene in front of him, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. These are his relatives. A group of greedy vampires who are obsessed with money. Just think about how these people avoided his family when his family was poor. His parents had to beg them to borrow money for his college tuition, but they didn't lend him a penny and even humiliated his parents severely. Now that they hear that he is rich, they pounce on him like sharks smelling blood? How ridiculous. Who said I didn't give it to you? Just then a cold voice sounded from the door. Everyone in the living room looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw that it was Yi Xian standing at the door, their expressions were different. The parents were pleasantly surprised. But my uncle's family was greedy and ecstatic. Xiao Xian. You're back just in time. The aunt immediately got up from the ground and ran to Yi Xian with a hypocritical smile on her face. Just give us some judgment. Your cousin's marriage is such a big deal, shouldn't you, as his younger brother, make some comment? 500,000 is just a drop in the bucket for you. But for your cousin, it means a lifetime of happiness. You can't be an ungrateful bastard. Yi Xian felt sick when he saw her ugly face. He didn't speak. He just pulled a checkbook out of his pocket. Then he quickly wrote a string of numbers on it. Here's 10 million. He tore off the check and threw it in his aunt's face. Take this money and get out of my house right now. From now on, we owe each other nothing. I don't have relatives like you. His voice was cold and heartless. Without a trace of emotion. My uncle's family was stunned. They looked at the check on the ground with a series of zeros written on it and their minds went blank. 10 million? They originally just wanted to extort $500,000. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually give them 10 million directly? Is this pie in the sky? After a brief shock, it was replaced by endless ecstasy. Oh. Xiao Xian. You are so generous. You are worthy of being the talented child of our Yi family. As the aunt said this, she hurriedly tried to pick up the check on the ground for fear that Yi Xian would go back on his word. I told you. Xiao Xian is definitely not the kind of ungrateful person. The uncle also echoed with a smile on his face. My cousin Yi Wei was so excited that he was shaking all over. 10 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. He seemed to have already seen his bright future where he would drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, marry a beautiful, rich woman and reach the peak of his life. However, just as they were immersed in this great joy, Yi Xian's devilish voice rang out again. I think I forgot to tell you. This check is for your emotional damages. Because next I'm going to break your legs. Chapter 23, 10 million, get out of my house. When Yi Xian's words, so cold without a trace of warmth, rang out in the small living room, time seemed to stand still at that moment. The smiles on the faces of my uncle's family, who were immersed in endless ecstasy of receiving a huge sum of 10 million yuan just a second ago, froze in an instant. When they looked at Yi Xian's handsome yet indifferent face, they felt a piercing chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Break their legs? Is he kidding? Yi Xian, what do you mean? Uncle Yi Jianjun was the first to react. He pointed at Yi Xian fiercely, but his voice trembled slightly because of fear. I am your uncle. You dare to touch me? That's right. Cousin Yi Wei also bravely hid behind his father and shouted, Yi Xian, don't think you are great just because you have a little money. I tell you, this is a society ruled by law. If you dare to touch us, we will call the police. Call the police? Yi Xian smiled. The smile was cold and contemptuous, as if he was looking at three ignorant clowns. He didn't speak. He just slowly picked up the phone and made a call. Hello, Wang Defa? General Manager Wang Defa, who was holding an emergency meeting at Vientiane City on the other end of the phone, was so frightened by the voice that he almost fell off his chair. Mr. Yi. It's me. What do you want me to do? He nodded and bowed into the phone, being extremely respectful. I'm in my old neighborhood now. Yi Xian's voice was very calm. The address is 601, Unit 2, Building 3, Qinghe Community. I have 3 flies here that are annoying. I'll give you 10 minutes. Get rid of them. I don't want to see anything unclean in my home. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The whole process was so calm and peaceful, as if he was just instructing his servants to deal with some insignificant trash. But Wang Defa on the other end of the phone broke out in a cold sweat after hanging up. Master Yi is angry. And very angry. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately roared into the intercom, "Security Department. Security Department. Everyone, gathered downstairs immediately. Anyone who can't arrive within 3 minutes, pack up and get out." In the living room, the uncle's family looked at Yi Xian's fearless look and felt a little scared, but they still didn't believe that Yi Xian really dared to do anything to them. Humph. Pretending. The aunt curled her lips and said sourly, "Who do you think you are? The mayor of Jiangchang? Yi Xian, I tell you, if you don't give us an explanation today, we will never leave." "That's right. We won't leave." Yi Wei also echoed. They were determined to stay here. They just don't believe that Yi Xian would really dare to attack them, their relatives. However, at this moment, a burst of hurried and dense footsteps suddenly came from downstairs. Then there was a deafening knock on the door. Bang! 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 The sound was so loud that it seemed to shake the entire building down. Who? Yi Xian's mother was startled and asked subconsciously. No one answered. What answered her was an even more terrifying loud noise. Boom! The already dilapidated security door was kicked open in an extremely brutal way. Then, more than a dozen sturdy men wearing black suits and sunglasses, with a sturdy build and a tough aura, came in one after another from outside the door. As soon as they entered the door, they all bowed 90 degrees to Yi Xian. Master Yi! The uniform sound that resounded through the sky completely stunned my uncle's family. They looked at the scene in front of them, which looked like something out of a gangster movie, and felt their legs trembling wildly. What is going on? These people were called by Yi Xian? The burly man with a scar on his face walked up to Yi Xian and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I am the security captain of Vientiane City. My name is Li Biao. Mr. Wang asked me to ask you which 3 flies made you unhappy." His voice was cold and deep, with a strong smell of blood. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He just glanced at his uncle's family, who were already frightened out of their wits. Li Biao understood immediately. He turned around and looked at Yi Jianjun's family, who were lying on the ground like 3 pools of mud, with a hint of cruelty and fierceness in his eyes. "You 3 blind people dare to mess with our master Yi? I think you are tired of living." As he said this, he waved his hand. The group of strong men behind him immediately pounced on him like wolves and tigers. "Ah! No! Help! We were wrong. We were really wrong." The pig-slaughtering screams and shrill pleas for mercy instantly filled the entire living room. However, Li Biao and his men remained indifferent. They were like a group of emotionless machines, punching and kicking the 3 people. They didn't actually break their legs though. But every punch and every kick was just right to make them feel the most extreme pain and fear. Yi Xian's parents were so frightened by the bloody and violent scene before them that they closed their eyes and dared not look any further. Yi Xian stood aside and watched coldly with an expressionless face from beginning to end. There was no mercy in his eyes. He will definitely not show any mercy to this greedy vampire. That's enough. After a long time, when the 3 men were all beaten black and blue and breathing more than breathing, Yi Xian spoke lightly. Li Biao waved his hand immediately. All the strong men stopped. Yi Xian slowly walked to the check for 10 million that had fallen on the ground, bent down and picked it up. Then he walked up to his uncle Yi Jianjun and waved the check in front of him. "Do you still want it now?" Yi Jianjun looked at the check that was so close to him, his eyes filled with fear and regret. He shook his head vigorously. "No. I don't want it anymore. I won't dare to do it again." "Oh?" Yi Xian's mouth curled up with a cruel arc, "But I want to give it to you." As he said this, he stuffed the check into Yi Jianjun's mouth. "Eat it. Eat it and the money is yours." Yi Jianjun looked at Yi Xian's devilish eyes and felt his soul trembling. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, the young man in front of him would really kill him. Finally, driven by endless fear, he opened his mouth and swallowed the dust and blood-stained check bit by bit. "That's 10 million. That was also the most expensive and humiliating meal he had ever eaten in his life. Go away." Yi Xian looked at the 3 embarrassed figures who rolled and crawled away at the door and uttered 2 words lightly. Then he turned around and looked at his already stunned parents with an apologetic smile on his face. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry to have scared you. Let's go. I'll take you to our new home. Chapter 24 Yi Xian's family background? You don't deserve to know. When Yi Xian drove the Bugatti Veyron with smooth lines and a sense of science fiction and took his parents on the wide avenue leading to Tomsonipin, Yi Jiangwo and his wife felt complicated and excited. They sat in the soft and comfortable leather seats and looked at the luxurious futuristic interior of the car and felt like they were dreaming. Xiaoxian, this car must cost a lot of money, right? The mother asked softly, carefully stroking the unknown but very nice wood texture on the car door. More than 100 million. Yi Xian answered calmly while driving the car attentively. More than 100 million? The couple gasped and almost jumped out of their seats. They have never seen a million in their lives. Now they are sitting in a luxury car worth more than 100 million? This is beyond their understanding. Child, tell me the truth, how much money did you win from the lottery? The mother's voice trembled slightly because of nervousness. Mom, please don't ask. Yi Xian smiled and said, you just need to know that your son is promising now. He will never let you suffer any grievances in the future. Looking at their son's confident profile, the couple looked at each other and saw a hint of relief and pride in each other's eyes. Yeah, no matter where the money comes from. As long as my son can walk the right path and have a promising future, that is better than anything else. Soon the car drove into the gate of Thomson 1, which was as magnificent as a royal garden. When the couple saw the security guards in neat uniforms standing as straight as javelins saluted their car respectfully, they were shocked again. They don't feel like they are visiting the home. He looked more like a head of state coming to be reviewed. The car drove smoothly all the way to the exclusive underground garage of the top unit in Building A. Yi Xian took his parents to the top floor in the private elevator that required a card swipe to activate. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened. A huge space decorated as magnificently and luxuriously as a palace appeared in front of them. A huge crystal chandelier hangs down from the 10-meter-high ceiling, emitting bright and soft light. Under your feet is the shiny Italian imported white marble floor. In the distance is a huge floor-to-ceiling window that is 20 meters long. Outside the window is the magnificent scenery of the entire river city and the majestic Huangpu River. Where is this? Yi Jiangwo stuttered as he looked at the dreamlike scene in front of him. Mom and Dad. Yi Xian walked up to them with his arms open and a bright smile on his face. Welcome to our new home. New home. When these two words reached the couple's ears, they could no longer control their emotions. Two lines of excited tears slowly slid down their weather-beaten faces. They never dreamed in their lives that they would be able to live in such a paradise-like house. They walked around the room, looking and touching. That huge living room can accommodate hundreds of people. That modern kitchen is filled with high-tech appliances. That luxurious bedroom that was even bigger than their previous home. There is also the sky garden full of exotic flowers and plants and the infinity pool sparkling in the sun. All this made them feel extremely shocked and unreal. Just then the doorbell rang at an inopportune moment. Yi Xian frowned slightly, walked over and opened the door. Standing at the door was a middle-aged woman dressed in jewels and looking like a noble lady. Behind her followed a young man with greasy hair and powdered face who looked sloppy. Are you newly moved here? The middle-aged woman looked Yi Xian up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, with a hint of undisguised superiority in her tone. Is there anything wrong? Yi Xian asked indifferently. I live downstairs from you. My last name is Wang. The middle-aged woman raised her hands covered with diamond rings and said, my son just came back from abroad and wants to have a party at home. So I wanted to come up and say hello to you. After all, we will be neighbors in the future. We don't want to live with some uncultured people. Her words were full of condescending arrogance. Just then Yi Xian's parents also came out. When Mrs. Wang saw the simple clothes that Yi Jiangwo and his wife were wearing, which together cost less than 200 yuan, a trace of undisguised contempt and disgust immediately flashed in her eyes. Oh, that's what I thought. Turns out you're a nouveau riche from the countryside. She fanned her nose with her hands as if she smelled something unpleasant. The current situation of Tomsonipin is really getting worse and worse. Anyone can live here. The slicked-back son behind her also echoed in a sarcastic tone, Mom, please stop talking. There's nothing good to say to a person like him. He looks like he won the lottery or got some money from a demolition project, and he doesn't even know his last name. Once they've squandered all their money, they'll just get out. The mother and son sang the same tune and spoke extremely harshly, not taking Yi Xian's family seriously at all. Yi Jiangwo and his wife were so embarrassed by what they said that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Although they are honest, it does not mean they have no dignity. And Yi Xian's face completely gloomy at this moment. There was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. He can tolerate people talking about him. But he absolutely cannot tolerate anyone humiliating his parents. Are you done? Yi Xian's voice was cold and calm. But behind that calmness lies a raging rage that is about to erupt. What? Are you not convinced? Mrs. Wang folded her arms and sneered, "Let me tell you, we are a family of scholars. My husband is the CEO of a listed company. My son graduated from an Ivy League school. We are totally different from you peasants. Do you know what our family background is? I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you." However, just as she was proudly showing off her so-called background, Yi Xian smiled. That smile was filled with endless ridicule and disdain. What is your family background? Yi Xian slowly took a step forward. An invisible and powerful aura emanating from him made it almost impossible for the mother and son to breathe. He looked at them and said word by word, "I'm not interested. As for my family background..." He paused, and the corner of his mouth curled up in an arc that looked down on the world. "You don't deserve to know." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone again and made a call. "Director Chen? I'm Yi Xian. There are 2 very noisy flies living downstairs from me. I'll give you 3 minutes. Let them disappear from Thompson Epine forever. I don't want them to bring down the quality of where I live." Chapter 25, Grandmaster level fighting skills are available in the system mall. Yi Xian's calm yet domineering words were clearly transmitted to the ears of Chen Hao, the sales director of Thompson Epine, through the mobile phone. When Chen Hao heard the word Yi Xian, he instantly jumped up from the soft and comfortable boss chair. His forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of cold sweat. Yi Xian. He was a wealthy man who easily bought the best unit in Thompson 1. And from what their chairman said, Mr. Yi's background is unfathomable and his power is astonishingly great. The chairman personally ordered that this top customer must be served well at all costs. But now this great god has been provoked by someone on his own territory? And he also said that the other party was a fly that lowered the quality of Thompson First Class? How can this be? Mr. Yi. Don't worry. I'll take care of it right away. 3 minutes. No. Within 1 minute. I promise to satisfy you. After Chen Hao hung up the phone, he rushed out of the office without even having time to put on his suit jacket. As he ran, he yelled frantically into the intercom. All security guards. All security guards. Immediately. Gather at the foot of Building A. Get the owner of the 27th floor of Building A out. Yes. Throw them out. Throw them all onto the street. Break the legs of anyone who dares to stop me. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. At this time, at the door of the 28th floor of Building A, Mrs. Wang and her son were still immersed in the shock and anger that had just occurred. They just couldn't understand how this seemingly ordinary poor boy dared to speak to them in such a commanding tone? And threatened to make them disappear from Thompson First Class? Who does he think he is? The Jade Emperor? You are so arrogant, kid. Mrs. Wang's son pointed at Yi Xian's nose and yelled, "Do you know who my father is? I tell you my father can crush you to death with just one finger. I'm going to call my dad right now. I'm going to make you kneel down and beg me." As he said that, he took out his cell phone. However, at this moment, a burst of hurried and chaotic footsteps were heard in the corridor. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen security guards armed with explosion-proof shields and batons rushed up like wolves and tigers and surrounded the mother and son. The leader was the sweaty Chen Hao. "Chen. Director Chen? What are you doing?" Mrs. Wang panicked when she saw this scene. "What are you doing?" Chen Hao sneered and pointed at them and shouted, "Wang Huiwan. Li Yang. You two have seriously violated the owner's convention of our Thompson 1 and maliciously harassed and contradicted our most honorable Mr. Yi. Now, on behalf of the Thompson First Class Board of Directors, I am here to formally inform you. You have been permanently deprived of your status as an owner. Now. Immediately. Right now. Pack your things and get out." Chen Hao's voice exploded like thunder in the ears of Mrs. Wang and her son. They were completely confused. They never imagined that things would develop to this point. Just because they offended the young man in front of them who looked like a poor boy, they were actually going to be kicked out of Thompson First Class? How is this possible? No! I won't leave! Mrs. Wang screamed like a madman. This is my house. I paid for it. Why are you kicking me out? Why? Chen Hao sneered, because you have offended someone you can never afford to offend in your entire life. Someone. Throw them out. Following Chen Hao's order, several burly security guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed Mrs. Wang and her son, dragging them into the elevator like dead dogs. Let me go. Let me go. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue you. My father is Li Gang. Just try to touch me. The mother and son struggled and yelled frantically. However, all this was in vain. Soon they were dragged into the elevator and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. The whole process takes less than a minute. After dealing with all this, Chen Hao carefully walked up to Yi Xian and bowed respectfully. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. It was our negligence in our work that brought you a bad experience. To express our apology, all your property management fees, water and electricity fees at Thompson 1 will be waived for life. I hope you can forgive us. Looking at the sales director in front of me who was indifferent to me before but now is servile to me. Yi Xian just nodded lightly. Okay, I get it. After saying that, he turned around and closed the door. Outside the door, Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt his back was soaked with cold sweat. Inside the door, Yi Jiangwo and his wife looked at their son, who seemed like a god descending from heaven, and with just a wave of his hand, he drove away those two arrogant neighbors. Their hearts were filled with nothing but shock. They finally realized. Their son is really different. He was no longer the child who needed their protection. He has grown into a towering tree that can shelter them from wind and rain. After resolving the neighbor's little incident, Yi Xian's mood was not affected too much. He comforted his frightened parents and then returned to his room. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully slapped the snob in the face and maintained the dignity of himself and his family. The aura of the rich has been improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, provocation of the evil neighbor. Ding! The system mall is officially open. Ding! A gift package for newbies has been sent to the system space. Please check it out. A series of prompt sounds cheered Yi Xian up. System mall. It's finally opened. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the system space. A virtual screen full of science fiction appeared in front of him. A wide variety of goods are displayed on the screen. Grandmaster level fighting technique, price, 10,000 godly points. After learning it, you can instantly become a master of all fighting techniques in the world. God level medical skills, price, 50,000 godly points. After learning, you can bring the dead back to life. The medical skills are divine. Future technology lithography machine technical drawings, price, 1 million super rich points. Leading the current world by at least 50 years. Looking at these god-level products that only exist in fantasy, Yi Xian's breathing became rapid. Any one of these things is enough to change the whole world. And now they are right in front of you for you to choose. But when he saw the long string of zero behind the products, he calmed down. These things are good, but they are really too expensive. He glanced at his own rich points balance. Super rich points, 0. Well, it seems that I am still a pauper. But it doesn't matter. Don't I have a newbie gift pack? He opened the gift package that was shining with golden light with a hint of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Grandmaster level fighting technique experience card duration 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 points of super rich. Although it is just a trial card. But it is enough for Yi Xian now. He chose to use it without hesitation. In an instant, a huge and pure stream of information flooded into his mind. Boxing, Sanda, Muay Thai, Judo, Karate, Jeet Kune Do. Countless kinds of fighting techniques and practical experiences that he had heard of and had not heard of were deeply imprinted in his mind and muscle memory like an enlightenment. It only took a moment. He transformed from an ordinary person who was powerless into a fighting master with experience in hundreds of battles and mastered the killing skills. He even has a strong self-confidence. Now even if he faces an adult Siberian tiger, he can tear it into pieces with his bare hands. This feeling of holding power. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power in his body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Very nice. Chapter 26, The Idiot. After acquiring master-level fighting skills, Yi Xian felt that the whole world had become different in his eyes. He could clearly hear the sound of leaves falling 100 meters away from the window. He could clearly see the tiny dust particles floating in the air. His five senses were heightened to an unprecedented level of horror. He was intoxicated by the powerful feeling of being in control of everything. In order to test how strong I am now, Yi Xian changed into a casual sports outfit and prepared to go out and find a place to stretch his muscles. He said hello to his parents, told them he was going out for a run, and then left this palace like home. He didn't drive. Instead, I chose to walk. He wanted to feel the pulse of this bustling city with his own feet. At night, the city of Jiang is ablaze with lights and bustling with traffic, filled with the hustle and bustle of modernity and vitality. Yi Xian was walking among the bustling crowd but felt like an outsider. His heart was calmer than ever before. It seemed as if everything in this world had nothing to do with him. He just walked aimlessly. Before he knew it, he had walked into a relatively remote alley. The dim lighting and sparsely populated area here form a sharp contrast with the bustling main road outside. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell and the sour odor of garbage. Just then, a burst of vulgar shouting and a woman's crying and begging for mercy came from the depths of the alley. The girl is pretty. Would you like to play with us guys? Hee hee, as long as you serve us well, you will get benefits. Yi Xian frowned slightly and walked towards the sound. At the end of the alley, I saw three yellow-haired thugs who looked like bad guys were cornering a petite, innocent-looking young girl. The girl was wearing a washed-out dress and her face was filled with fear and helplessness. There were tears in her eyes and her body was trembling. She looked so pitiful that I felt even more sorry for her. Please let me go. I'll give you all my money. The girl took out a few crumpled coins from her canvas bag and handed them over. Money? The leader, a yellow-haired man with a scar on his face, knocked the money out of the girl's hand and said with a lewd smile, "We don't want money. We just want you." As he said that, he stretched out his dirty hands and touched the girl's delicate face. The girl was so frightened that she screamed and closed her eyes. However, the expected invasion did not come. She only heard a crisp sound of bones breaking and a shrill scream. She opened her eyes carefully. A tall, slender, handsome young man appeared in front of her at some point. The scarred yellow-haired man who had just tried to violate her was lying on the ground, holding his wrist which had become strangely bent, wailing in pain. "You, who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in the business of our Black Tiger gang? Are you tired of living?" The other two yellow-haired thugs were stunned when they saw their companions being beaten, but then they immediately reacted and took out sharp switchblades from their arms, pointing them at Yi Xian and shouting in a timid manner. Black Tiger Gang? When Yi Xian heard the name, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. He even stepped on the Akina mountain god of cars. Even the bad neighbors of Thompson Epine were driven away. Would you be afraid of a few low-level thugs? I don't care what gang you are from. Yi Xian looked at them and said calmly, "I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to this lady to apologize." Then he cut off his own arm. I can pretend nothing happened. His voice was calm. But that calm tone revealed an unquestionable majesty. It was as if he wasn't consulting with them. It's declaring their fate. When the two yellow-haired thugs heard Yi Xian's words, they laughed wildly as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. Did your brain get squeezed by the door, kid? You want us to kneel down and apologize to you? And you even cut off one of your own arms? Who do you think you are? Brothers. Go ahead. Kill him. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Following the order, the two yellow-haired thugs rushed towards Yi Xian with ferocious faces, waving switchblades in their hands. They often fight in this area and are extremely ruthless, specifically targeting people's vital parts. In their opinion, even if Yi Xian, this delicate-skinned and tender-faced pretty boy, knew a few tricks, he would definitely not be a match for the two men with knives. They seemed to have seen Yi Xian's miserable end as he was stabbed by them and knelt on the ground begging for mercy with blood all over his body. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. Facing the blade flashing with cold light, Yi Xian didn't even blink. There was even a faint smile on his face. Just before the two knives were about to pierce his body, he moved. His figure left a trail of afterimage like a ghost. The two yellow-haired thugs lost sight of Yi Xian in a flash. They were shocked. Before they could react, an irresistible huge force came from their wrists. Crack! Crack! Two crisp bone-breaking sounds rang out almost at the same time. The switchblades in their hands fell to the ground. Then two powerful kicks hit their chests like steel whips. Bang! Bang! They flew backwards with blood spurting out of their mouths as if they were hit by a high-speed train, hit the wall behind them heavily, and then rolled to the ground unconscious. The whole process was done smoothly and in one go. From the moment Yi Xian took action to the end of the battle, it took less than 3 seconds in total. Quick! It's really too fast. It was so fast that neither the rescued girl nor the scarred yellow-haired man lying on the ground wailing could see clearly what was happening. When they came to their senses, the battle is over. The alley was dead silent. The only sound left was the scarred yellow-haired man's faint groan of fear and pain. Yi Xian patted the non-existent dust on his body and slowly walked in front of him, looking down at him and said lightly, "Now you want me to kneel down and beg you?" Chapter 27 knocked them all down with one punch. The yellow-haired gangster with a scar on his face was so frightened when he saw Yi Xian walking towards him step by step like a devil that he was scared to death. His body was shaking like a sieve and a smelly liquid came out of his crotch, instantly soaking a large area of his pants. He was actually frightened to death. "Brother! I was wrong. I was really wrong." Scarface no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude he had just now. He crawled backwards using his hands and feet, crying and begging for mercy. "I don't know a great man. I'm not a human. I'm just a beast. Please be magnanimous and let me go." As he spoke, he slapped himself wildly with his good hand. Snap! 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 The crisp sound was particularly harsh in the quiet alley. However, Yi Xian didn't even look at him. He looked past him to the two companions behind him who had fainted. "I just gave you a chance." Yi Xian's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. "It's a pity that you didn't cherish it." After saying that, he slowly raised his foot. "No! Don't!" Scarface Huangmao let out a desperate roar as he looked at the foot that was getting bigger and bigger in his pupils. He wanted to dodge, but an invisible energy locked him firmly in place, making him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the foot stepped down towards his only intact arm like a mountain. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the alley. "Ah!" Scarred yellow hair let out a shrill scream that was not like a human voice, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted from the pain. Yi Xian withdrew his feet and his face remained calm. He will have no mercy on this kind of scum who bullies the weak and does all kinds of evil. He said he wanted them to cut off their own arms. They refused. Then he would do it himself. No sooner said than done. After dealing with these three minions, Yi Xian turned around and looked at the girl who had been hiding in the corner and shivering from beginning to end. The girl was probably in her early 20s and was very pretty, the pure and clean girl next door type. At this moment, there were still traces of tears on her face, and her big eyes were filled with fear and a hint of disbelief. She looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a god descending from the sky. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian walked up to her and asked softly. His voice is gentle and magnetic, as if it has a magical power to soothe people's hearts. When the girl heard his voice, her body trembled slightly and she came back to her senses from the extreme shock. She looked at Yi Xian and opened her mouth to say something. But before she could make a sound, suddenly, there was a loud roar of engines coming from the entrance of the alley. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 vans rushed in like crazy and did a beautiful drift, blocking the entire alley entrance horizontally. The car door opened. 30 or 40 strong men armed with steel pipes and machetes jumped out of the car and blocked the entire alley. They all look ferocious and have hideous faces, with tattoos extending from their necks to their arms. They don't look like good people. A bald man with an extremely burly figure, a big gold chain around his neck and a hideous centipede-like scar on his face walked out of the crowd. He glanced at the 3 men lying unconscious on the ground and his expression instantly became extremely gloomy. "Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to touch my Black Tiger Gang's people? The bald man let out a beast-like roar that shook the whole area. The girl, who had just recovered from her shock, was so frightened by this horrific scene that seemed to appear in a gangster movie that she screamed again, her face turned as pale as paper, and her body trembled even more violently. However, Yi Xian remained calm. He even had the mood to turn around and smile at the girl. "Don't be afraid of me." After saying that, he turned around and slowly walked towards the 30 or 40 strong men holding weapons. His steps were slow and steady. There was a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was not facing a group of vicious desperados, but a group of chickens and dogs. "Boy, were you the one who hurt my people?" The bald man narrowed his eyes like copper bells and asked in a sinister voice when he saw Yi Xian, the only person standing. "It's me." Yi Xian nodded and admitted it straightforwardly. "Good. Very good." The bald man laughed in anger. "Boy, you are very brave. It has been many years since anyone dared to disrespect our Black Tiger Gang like this. I don't care who you are or what your background is. Since you've hurt my people today, don't even think about walking out of here in one piece. Destroy him for me." Following the bald man's order, the 30 or 40 strong men immediately waved the steel pipes and machetes in their hands and shouted deafeningly, and rushed towards Yi Xian like a tide. The sound and the aura were enough to scare ordinary people to their core and make them kneel down and beg for mercy. However, Yi Xian smiled. He smiled happily and brightly. "Well done." He whispered 3 words. Then his figure moved. In the girl's horrified eyes, Yi Xian was like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. No. More terrifying than a tiger. His figure is reaching its limit. Under the dim light, after images were left that were difficult to capture with the naked eye. He rushed forward with bare hands, facing the sky full of swords and sabers. A sturdy man who was rushing in the front swung a steel pipe in his hand and smashed it hard on Yi Xian's head with a whistling sound. If this stick hits hard, even a cow's brain would burst on the spot. However, Yi Xian did not dodge or evade. He simply raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! A dull thud. The steel pipe, which was thicker than an adult's arm, was bent into an exaggerated V-shape by Yi Xian's punch. The sturdy man spurted blood and flew backwards as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed train. He knocked down 7 or 8 companions behind him before he stopped, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. One punch. Just one punch. It caused such horrific lethality. All the thugs who rushed up were frightened and stopped in their tracks by this horrifying scene. However, Yi Xian did not give them any time to react. His figure rushed into the crowd like a ghost. He is like a tiger among a flock of sheep and a wolf among a chicken coop. Every punch is accompanied by a dull thud and a shrill scream. Every kick would cause a splash of blood and a figure to fly backwards. Bang! A gangster was punched by him in the chest, his entire chest caved in and he died on the spot. Bang! A gangster was hit on the waist by his whip kick, and his body was broken into 2 pieces, with his internal organs spilling all over the floor. Bang! A gangster was chopped on the neck by him with a knife, and his head flew up into the sky, with blood gushing out like a fountain. 1 punch each. Kick one at a time. No fancy moves. All I have are the simplest, most direct and most effective killing techniques. In front of Yi Xian, who possesses grandmaster-level fighting skills. These so-called Black Tiger Gang elites and so-called desperate criminals are as fragile and vulnerable as a group of hungry babies. It takes less than a minute. There was no one left standing in the entire alley. The ground was littered with broken limbs and blood that formed a small stream and flowed slowly. The strong smell of blood filled the air and was sickening. The entire alley has turned into a living hell. And Yi Xian stood in the center of this sea of corpses and blood. His body was spotless, without even a drop of blood. He still had that faint smile on his face. It was as if the extremely evil god who had just started killing people was not him. At this moment, the only enemy still standing in the alley was the bald man who had not taken any action from beginning to end. He looked at the corpses of his men all over the ground and at the young man who looked like a devil descended from the earth. His body was shaking even more violently than Scarface's before. His eyes were filled with endless fear and regret. He finally realized what kind of horrible existence he had offended today. How can this be a human being? This is clearly a demon crawling out of hell. Now it's your turn. Yi Xian turned around and looked at him and said slowly. Chapter 28. Even the police must be polite. when Yi Xian's plain yet deathly voice reached the bald man's ears. He could no longer bear the huge fear coming from the depths of his soul. Plop! The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, who had been so arrogant and powerful just a moment ago, suddenly felt his legs go weak and he knelt directly on the ground mixed with blood and mud. Big! No! Grandpa! Ancestor! The bald man called out to Yi Xian frantically, using all his strength to bang his head against the ground each time, making a loud bang. Soon his forehead was covered in blood. I am blind. I am so blind. I offended you. Please just treat me like a fart. I won't dare to do it again. I am willing to disband the Black Tiger Gang. I am willing to give you all my property. I only ask that you spare my life. He was crying and looking so ugly, how could he still look like a gangster boss? However, Yi Xian didn't even look at him. He just shook his head slowly. It's too late. After saying that, he raised his hand. Just when he was about to kill this scum with one blow. Suddenly, a shrill siren sounded at the entrance of the alley. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen police cars with red and blue lights flashing came roaring in and blocked the entire alley entrance again. A large group of armed special police rushed out of the car and quickly set up a cordon to isolate all the onlookers outside. A tall, straight-looking, resolute middle-aged man in a neat police uniform walked quickly into the alley with two of his subordinates who were also police officers. When they saw the horrific scene in the alley that was like hell on earth, even these experienced detectives who were used to big scenes couldn't help but gasp and their stomachs churned. What on earth happened? A young policeman looked at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground with a pale face and trembling voice. The middle-aged police officer in the lead also had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He had been a policeman in Jiangxing for more than 20 years and had handled at least 800 serious cases. But it was the first time he had seen such a bloody and brutal scene as today, where one person unilaterally slaughtered dozens of people. This is no longer a simple fight. This is naked massacre. His eyes quickly locked onto the only two people standing in the field. One was a bald man kneeling on the ground and trembling. The other one is the young man who is neatly dressed and looks calm, as if everything has nothing to do with him. Yi Xian. Don't move! Police! The middle-aged police officer shouted loudly and quickly pulled out his service pistol from his waist, pointing the black muzzle directly at Yi Xian. The two subordinates behind him also pulled out their guns and pointed them at Yi Xian and the bald man. Put your hands up! Hold your head! Get down! However, facing those three deadly pistols, Yi Xian seemed not to see it. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. He just turned his head to look at the frightened girl hiding in the corner and said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Then he slowly turned around and looked at the middle-aged police officer who was pointing a gun at him. There was no trace of tension or panic on his face. There is only a kind of indifference and a self-confidence that comes from the bones. "Comrade police, you've arrived just in time." Yi Xian smiled and said, "There is a group of gangsters here who are fighting and trying to rape this lady. I am just a caring citizen who is doing his best to help others. I'll help you subdue them all. You should give me a banner that says 'Good citizen who acts bravely to help others.'" His words were spoken lightly and casually. But to the ears of the three policemen it was like a bolt from the blue. What? Act bravely? Subdued? You call this a uniform? Look at all the corpses on the ground. Look at the blood flowing like a river. This is clearly an inhumane massacre. Stop talking nonsense, the young policeman shouted angrily. I now suspect you of intentional homicide. Put your head down and squat immediately. Otherwise we will shoot. However, just as he was about to open the safety, the middle-aged police officer in charge suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him. Etc. The middle-aged police officer stared at Yi Xian with his eyes fixed and his brows tightly furrowed. He always felt that the young man in front of him looked familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Sudden. A light bulb went off in his head. He remembered. The city held an emergency meeting a few days ago. The head of the municipal bureau presided over the meeting personally. At the meeting, the director showed them a photo. The person in the photo was the young man in front of us. The director told them in an unprecedented serious tone. The man in the photo is a powerful figure who even the top bosses in Kyoto have to treat with respect. His identity is the country's top secret. The chief strictly ordered all police officers in the city to deeply engrave this man's appearance in their minds. From now on, no matter where or when I see him, I must unconditionally meet all his requests. Even if he wants the moon in the sky, we have to find a way to pick it down for him. Anyone who dares to offend him or make him suffer the slightest injustice, then don't wait for him to speak. Just pack up and get out. Thinking of this, the middle-aged police officer's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. His legs went weak and he almost knelt down to Yi Xian on the spot. Oh my god. I just pointed a gun at such a godlike figure? Am I seeking death? Director! Why are you here? The middle-aged police officer stood at attention and saluted Yi Xian with a very standard and powerful military salute. His voice trembled slightly because of excitement and nervousness. The two young policemen behind him were completely dumbfounded when they saw that their boss was so polite to a criminal suspect and even called him chief. They looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion and puzzlement in each other's eyes. What is going on? Could it be that the captain was frightened and confused? Yi Xian was also slightly stunned when he heard this name. Then he remembered that Wang Duojin, who claimed to be the richest man in Jiangcheng on Aquina Mountain, seemed to have given him the title of honorary director of the State Security Bureau. He didn't care much at the time. I didn't expect it would come in handy now. I'm not your director. Yi Xian waved his hand and said calmly, I'm just a caring citizen passing by. Yes. You are right. You are a caring citizen. The middle-aged police officer nodded repeatedly, bending over with a flattering smile on his face. You have bravely taken down the largest underworld gang in Jiangcheng. You are a great hero for the people of Jiangcheng. On behalf of the Jiangcheng Municipal Bureau and the 8 million people of Jiangcheng, I thank you. As he said this, he was actually about to bow to Yi Xian. That's enough. Yi Xian waved his hand impatiently. Stop flattering me here. Clean this up. I don't want to see any report about this evening on any of the news tomorrow. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. I promise to handle it cleanly. There will definitely not be any clues left, the middle-aged police officer promised, patting his chest. Yeah. Yi Xian nodded and ignored him. He turned around and walked up to the girl who was still in a daze and said softly, Where do you live? I'll take you back. Chapter 29, Investment Genius? Not God. The girl's name is Su Muqing and she is a sophomore student at Jiangcheng University. Her family lived in a very old residential building and looked very poor. Yi Xian accompanied her all the way downstairs. Along the way, Su Muqing kept her head down and didn't dare to look into Yi Xian's eyes. Her cheeks were as red as ripe apples. Her heart was beating fast with gratitude, admiration and a hint of indescribable emotion. Everything that happened tonight seemed like a thrilling dream to her. And Yi Xian was the Prince Charming who came down from the sky and saved her when she was most desperate. Okay, we're home, let's go upstairs. Yi Xian stopped and said with a smile. Su Muqing responded in a mosquito-like voice but still stood there without moving. She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to look up at Yi Xian and asked in a low voice. Can I know your name? Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Su Muqing silently repeated this name in her heart, feeling as if she wanted to engrave it deep in her soul. Can I add you on WeChat? After saying this, her face was so red that it was about to bleed. Yi Xian looked at her shy and cute appearance, smiled, took out his cell phone and added her as a friend. Okay, hurry up and don't walk on this kind of remote path alone at night. Yi Xian warned. Okay. I understand. Thank you, Yi Xian. Su Muqing bowed deeply to Yi Xian and then turned and ran into the corridor. Looking at her disappearing back, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He didn't have much thought about this girl he met by chance. Saving her was just a matter of convenience. To him it was just a minor incident. What he didn't know, however, was his unintentional action planted a seed of love in the girl's heart. This seed will take root, sprout, and grow into a towering tree one day in the future. Return to Thompson E. Penis home. Yi Xian took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and lay on the top-quality Simmons bed worth millions. He was not sleepy at all. The exhilarating battle just now made his blood boil. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! It was detected that the host bravely punished evil and promoted good, saved the fallen girl, and promoted the positive energy of society. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Hero saves the beauty. Ding! Reward, 5,000 points of super rich. Ding! Reward skill, investment mastery. Investment mastery, passive skill. With this skill, the host will have an extraordinary intuition and judgment for all investment projects and can easily discover the huge business opportunities hidden in the market. Another new skill. And it's all about making money. Yi Xian's eyes lit up instantly. The master-level fighting skills gave him the powerful force to protect himself. And this investment expertise will enable him to be invincible in this era where capital is king. One is the use of force. One is financial resources. The two complement each other perfectly. The system is becoming more and more considerate. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. He turned on the Alienware customized laptop computer worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the bedside table and began to browse the latest financial news and stock market trends. After obtaining the passive skill, investment mastery, those K-line charts and various complex financial data that originally seemed boring and like incomprehensible books to him now became extremely clear and simple in his eyes. He can even see the deeper meaning and future development trends behind those insignificant data fluctuations. His brain was like a supercomputer, running frantically and analyzing massive amounts of information. Sudden. His attention was attracted by an insignificant piece of news. Shocked. The largest new energy battery or D company in China, Huanghui Technology, is on the verge of bankruptcy due to the failure to break through the core technology in the broken capital chain. The company's founder, Li Aigua, turned gray overnight and is in debt of 10 billion yuan. He may jump off the building and commit suicide. Below the news is a picture. An old man with gray hair and wrinkled face sat on the steps in front of the company, looking lonely and with empty eyes, as if he had lost all hope. The comments section of this news was filled with negative and sarcastic voices. I've long said that new energy is a scam. Now it's all right, right? It's over, right? This Li Aigua is a lunatic who is too ambitious. He gave up real estate and insisted on developing new energy. Now he has lost everything, right? He deserves it. I heard that he invested all his wealth and life into RD. He even owes the bank hundreds of millions. He will never be able to pay it back in this lifetime. Jump off the building? That's too good for him. He should go to jail. Looking at these comments full of malice and ridicule, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Because in his eyes he saw a completely different scene. In his mind, the stock K-line chart of this company called Brilliant Technology has now fallen to the bottom and has almost become a piece of waste paper. But at some point in the future, it was like a dormant dragon that suddenly soared into the sky. An almost vertical red line pierced the sky. The stock price soared from less than a dime to thousands of yuan. It has increased by tens of thousands times. This is no longer an investment. This is simply a money grab. Interesting. A playful smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He knew his chance had come. No one is optimistic. Everyone was laughing. Isn't this the best time for him to enter the market? What he has to do is to turn the tide amid everyone's doubts and confusion and create a business myth of his own. He will make all those who look down on and laugh at him pay a heavy price for their stupidity and short-sightedness. What he wants to do is not to be an investment genius. What he wants to do is to be God. He is a business god who controls the world's wealth and whose words are followed by laws. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He simply picked up his phone and dialed a number he had never made before. The call was quickly connected. A voice full of surprise and flattery came over. Oh, my dear Mr. Yi. My dear father. How come you thought of calling me, the little king? Do you have any instructions? Just one word. Even if it means going through fire and water, I, Wang Duojin, will do it for you. The person on the other end of the phone was Wang Duojin, who claimed to be the richest man in Jiangcheng. I need a professional investment team. Yi Xian said straight to the point, I want to see them tomorrow morning. No problem. No problem. Wang Duojin agreed without thinking, don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will send you the top investment team of our Wang Group, known as the Wolf of Wall Street, tomorrow. Each of them is a PhD in finance who graduated from a world-class university. Each of them has managed hundreds of billions of dollars in funds. We guarantee your satisfaction. Yeah. Yi Xian responded calmly, also, I need some startup capital. You tell me. Just tell me a number. Wang Duojin patted his chest and said, is 10 billion enough? If not, I'll get more for you. Let's start with 1 billion. Yi Xian said after thinking for a while. He didn't want to be too shocking. Try a little play first to test the waters. Okay. 1 billion. I'll transfer it to you right away. Less than a minute after hanging up the phone, Yi Xian received a text message from the bank regarding the arrival of the money. Dear customer, your account number ending in 8888 was credited with 1 billion yuan on XXXXXX and the current balance is 1 billion yuan. Looking at the long string of zero on the phone, Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. Brilliant technology. Li Aigua. Yi Xian looked at the lonely old man on the computer screen, with wisdom flashing in his eyes. Let me be your savior tomorrow. Chapter 30 Technology Companies on the Verge of Bankruptcy. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into Yi Xian's bedroom, which was like a palace, he had gotten out of bed refreshed. He didn't sleep all night, but he didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he looks energetic and his eyes are bright. His master-level physical fitness has long freed him from the ordinary people's dependence on sleep. He performed a set of Tai Chi that combined both hardness and softness on the huge terrace that overlooked the entire Jiangchang. Then I swam a few laps in the sparkling infinity pool. When he came out of the swimming pool, a middle-aged butler, dressed in a well-fitting tuxedo and with his hair neatly combed, was already waiting respectfully by the side. Behind him was a row of beautiful maids in maid uniforms. Good morning, Mr. Yi. The butler bowed deeply to Yi Xian. I am your personal butler. My name is Uncle Lin. Mr. Wang specially sent me to serve you. From today on, I will be responsible for all your food in daily life. This is the breakfast prepared for you by the Michelin 3-star chef invited by Director Wang. There are a total of 108 dishes, including Chinese, Western, Japanese, Korean and other flavors from all over the world. Please enjoy it. Lin Bo snapped his fingers as he spoke. The beautiful maids immediately took graceful steps and brought plates of exquisite dishes that looked like works of art to the extra-long dining table made from a whole piece of golden manhwa wood. Look at this display, which is even more luxurious than that of ancient emperors. Yi Xian was a little amused. This Wang Duojin really does everything he can to curry favor with me. But it really feels good to be held in someone's hands. Okay, I see. Yi Xian nodded lightly, sat down and ate a few bites casually. At this time, Uncle Lin came over again and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, the investment team that Chairman Wang hired for you is already waiting downstairs. Let them come up. Yes. Soon, a team of 10 people, led by a tall, hot, and intellectually beautiful white woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, walked into the magnificent hall. Each of them was wearing expensive hand-made custom-made suits. The men were handsome and tall, and the women were beautiful and capable, exuding an elite aura. When they saw this penthouse that was as luxurious as a palace and the young man who was sitting at the dining table and leisurely eating breakfast, there was a flash of shock in their eyes that could not be concealed. They are the top investment team known as the Wolves of Wall Street, as mentioned by Wang Duojin. Their CEO, the blonde beauty named Anne Hathaway, not that Anne Hathaway, is a PhD in finance from Harvard University. She once became famous on Wall Street for shorting the currency of a small country single-handedly. Her team members are the elite among the elites from the world's top investment banks. They are arrogant and conceited, and usually only serve the world's top wealthy people and financial groups. This time, if Wang Duojin had not offered them a sky-high price that they could not refuse, they would never have come to China, a place that they thought was still very backward. Originally, they thought that the person who could make Wang Duojin treat him so seriously must be some important figure. But I didn't expect that he would be such a young boy who looks like a child. In an instant, a trace of contempt and disdain arose in their hearts. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just a rich second generation who was lucky enough to be born into a good family. They have seen many people like this. He is good for nothing except squandering his fortune on wine and women. Are you Yi Xian? Annie crossed her arms and looked at Yi Xian with a condescending gaze, with a hint of undisguised arrogance in her tone. She didn't even use the most basic respectful term you. However, Yi Xian seemed not to feel her hostility and contempt. He didn't even raise his head. He just drank the bird's nest porridge in the bowl slowly and said lightly, "From today on you are fired by me." What? When these words were spoken, the entire investment team was stunned. They looked at each other and thought there was something wrong with their ears. Who are they? They are the wolves of Wall Street. They are the gods of the financial world. They are the top team that countless people have tried their best to hire but have yet to do so. And now this young boy wants to fire them right away? This is simply the biggest insult to them. What did you say? Anne's face darkened instantly, and her blue eyes flashed with anger. Why did you fire us? Just look at the way you looked at me just now. Yi Xian put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, slowly raised his head and looked at her. His eyes were calm. But that calm look was like an invisible sword that instantly pierced through Anne's proud disguise. Annie felt as if she was being stared at by a giant beast from ancient times. A bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She even had an illusion. It seemed as if just a thought from the young man in front of her could bring her to eternal damnation. I don't care how great your record is on Wall Street. But you'd better put away your ridiculous sense of superiority when you are here. Because you don't deserve it. Now take the money Wang Duojin gave you and get out of my sight. Yi Xian's voice was not loud. But every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of everyone present. Overbearing. Arrogant. No reason at all. Anne's face turned pale and blue, and her chest heaved violently. She wanted to retort. But under Yi Xian's godlike gaze that looked down upon everyone, she couldn't utter a word. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and lead her team away in disgrace, feeling full of humiliation and unwillingness. Watching their backs as they left in embarrassment. There was no trace of emotion on Yi Xian's face. What he wants are subordinates who are absolutely loyal and obedient. Rather than a group of self-righteous and arrogant uncles. It's better not to have such a disobedient team. After driving away the so-called Wolf of Wall Street, Yi Xian did not set off immediately. He asked his butler Lin Bo to prepare a very ordinary Audi A6 for him. Then a man drove to the brilliant technology company that was almost impossible to find on the map. Huihuang Technology is located in one of the most remote high-tech industrial parks in Jiangqing City. When Yi Xian drove here, he was stunned by the scene before him. The entire industrial park seemed unusually depressed and deserted. There were weeds and garbage everywhere. Many factories are deserted, with court seals and bank debt collection notices posted on their doors. And Huihuang Technology's company is located in the deepest part of this industrial park. It was a 5-story building that looked quite old. Most of the tiles on the building's exterior have fallen off, revealing the mottled cement walls inside. The 4 golden characters "Glorious Technology" at the entrance of the company were now covered with rust. Half of the character "Glorious" had fallen off, leaving only the character "Light," which was crumbling in the wind, making it particularly ironic. The company's doors are open. A large and excited crowd gathered at the door. They held up white banners with shocking words written in red paint on them. Unscrupulous boss Li Aigua. Give me back my hard-earned money. Brilliant Technology is a fraudulent company. Don't be fooled again. Some of these people are company employees who have been owed wages for several months. Some are investors who were deceived into investing. There are also suppliers who come to collect debts. They blocked the entire company's door and cursed all kinds of ugly words. Yi Xian parked the car in the distance, rolled down the window and watched everything quietly. He didn't get out of the car immediately. He wanted to see how the company's founder, an old man named Li Aigua, would deal with the current dilemma. Just then, a hunched-over man in his teens with gray hair and looking even older and more haggard than he had appeared in the news yesterday slowly walked out of the company building. He is Li Aigua, the founder of Huihuang Technology. The moment he appeared, all the people blocking the door rushed towards him like crazy. Li Aigua. You old liar. You finally came out. Hurry. Pay me back. If you don't, I'll kill you today. Don't waste your time talking to him. Arrest him. Send him to the police station. Countless angry hands grabbed towards Li Aigua. It seemed as if this old man, who had devoted his entire life to China's new energy industry, was about to be torn to pieces by the angry crowd. At this critical moment. Stop. A roar like thunder resounded throughout the entire scene. Immediately afterwards, a black figure leaped up from the back of the crowd like a ghost, passed directly over everyone's heads, and landed steadily in front of Li Aigua. The person who came was Yi Xian. Chapter 31. Everyone treats him as a fool. Yi Xian's sudden appearance and his godlike appearance made all the violent and angry people present pause. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the uninvited guest who suddenly broke in with doubtful eyes. Yi Xian just stood there quietly. He was not particularly large in stature, but he just walked towards that station like an insurmountable towering mountain, emitting a heart-pounding and terrifying aura. Everyone who came into contact with his gaze felt a sense of panic and fear and subconsciously took a few steps back. Even the most ferocious and unreasonable debt collectors were intimidated by his invisible aura and dared not take another step forward. The scene fell into an eerie silence. A long while passed. Then a middle-aged man who looked like a foreman bravely stood up and pointed at Yi Xian and shouted fiercely. "You, who are you? How dare you come here and meddle in other people's business? I'm telling you, this is a personal feud between us and that old liar Li Aigua. It has nothing to do with you. You'd better get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you." His words were immediately echoed by others. "Yes. Get out of here, kid. Don't get in the way here. That's right. Even if we beat this old liar to death today, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave, we'll beat you up too." The crowd became agitated again. Although they were afraid of Yi Xian's mysterious aura. But they are numerous. And they are the one who is right. Don't they believe that this pretty boy with delicate skin and tender flesh dares to fight with dozens or hundreds of them? Even Li Aigua, who was protected by Yi Xian behind him, came to his senses. He looked at Yi Xian's tall back and a hint of gratitude and pity flashed in his eyes. He pulled the corner of Yi Xian's clothes and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, young man. But this is my own business. You'd better leave quickly and don't let an old man like me get involved. He has reached the end of his rope and is deserted by everyone." He didn't want to implicate any innocent person again. However, Yi Xian seemed not to have heard his words. He turned around and looked at the excited people with a faint smile on his face. Then he said something that left everyone present stunned and dumbfounded. "Don't you just want money? It's very simple. How much money does Brilliant Technology owe you? Salary, goods, investment. All the debt. I paid it back for him." Boom! Yi Xian's words were like a blockbuster bomb exploding in the crowd. The entire scene instantly fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if he were a fool or a madman. They wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. What did the young man just say? He wants to pay off all the debts for Brilliant Technology? Does he know how much money Brilliant Technology owes now? That's not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. That's tens of billions. Even hundreds of billions, an astronomical figure. What right does this young man have? Just by talking? After a brief silence, the crowd burst into earth-shaking laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did I hear? This kid actually said he wanted to pay back the money for Li Aigua? Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Does he know how huge that sum is? I think he is just a rich second generation who doesn't know his place. He thinks he is great just because his family has a few stinky bucks? He wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress to win sympathy? It really makes me laugh to death. Don't young people nowadays do any pre-planning when they are showing off? The sounds of laughter and ridicule were heard one after another. Everyone thought Yi Xian was a complete fool and a clown. Even Li Aigua looked at Yi Xian with disbelief. "Young man, you, stop joking." He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This joke is not funny at all. I know you mean well. But the hole in the company is too big. You can't fill it. Please leave now. I appreciate your kindness." He also didn't believe that Yi Xian had this ability. He just thought Yi Xian was a hot-blooded young man who wanted to be a hero. However, facing everyone's doubts and ridicule, Yi Xian's expression did not change at all. He just looked quietly at the foreman who had led the shouting before and asked calmly, "Bring out your account books. I'll transfer the money to you now." The foreman felt a little frightened by Yi Xian's calm yet oppressive look. But he still stiffened his neck and sneered. "Okay. Since you want to show off, I'll help you. I want to see how you end up today. As he spoke, he called out several representatives from the crowd, representing employees, suppliers, and small shareholders, and asked them to take out their account books. Look carefully, kid. The foreman pointed to the thick stack of account books and said loudly, the total amount of unpaid wages and compensation owed to our more than 300 employees is 37.8 million. The total payment to more than 100 suppliers is 860 million. And the total investment from these retail investors is nearly 500 million. All the debts added together are exactly 1.4 billion. Boy, if you can come up with 1.4 billion right now, we will leave immediately without saying anything. If you can't come up with it, don't blame us for breaking your legs and that of this old liar and throwing you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Yi Xian with an expression that indicated they were enjoying a good show. They all wanted to see how this ignorant young man would end up. 1,400 million. This is not $14. Looking across the entire Jiangcheng, there are only a handful of big guys who can come up with so much cash flow at one time. They didn't believe that this young man in front of them, who looked to be in his early 20s at most, could have such ability. However, after hearing this number, Yi Xian just nodded lightly. 1,400 million? A little less than I thought. After saying that, he took out his cell phone while everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. He didn't even call. I just opened an ordinary-looking banking app and operated it casually. Then he put his phone away. All right. He looked at the foreman and said calmly, I have already transferred the money. You can check your accounts now. What? All right. Turned around? Just by tapping a few buttons on your phone you can transfer 1.4 billion? Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Everyone was amused by Yi Xian's outrageous behavior. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. This idiot is such a good pretender. Does he really think we will believe it? All right, kid, stop acting. Get down on your knees and call me grandpa. Maybe we can spare your life. The foreman laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He pointed at Yi Xian and was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks. But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Then, the sound of cell phone notifications in the crowd began to ring like a symphony. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. All those who took out their phones to check messages were instantly frozen in place as if they were cast under a spell. The mocking smiles were still frozen on their faces. But their eyes were filled with endless shock and horror. It was as if I had seen the most incredible thing in the world. The foreman opened his bank message with shaking hands. It was clearly written on it. Dear customer, your account number ending in XXXX was credited with 37,800,000 renminbi on XXXXXX. 37 million. Not a cent more. Not a penny less. He actually transferred the money. Moreover, this huge transfer, which was enough to crash the system of any bank, was completed in just over 10 seconds. At this moment the whole world was quiet. Everyone's mind was blank. They looked at the young man who still had a calm expression as if he had just done something insignificant. There was only one thought left in my mind. Who is he? Chapter 32. I invested 1 billion. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The entire entrance of brilliant technology fell into a deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop. All the debt collectors who had been so arrogant just now look like ducks with their necks strangled, with their mouths wide open, their eyes bulging, and their faces filled with fear. The dazzling string of 0s on their mobile phone screens and the extremely clear account arrival information remind them all the time. What just happened was not an illusion. The young man in front of them, who they thought was a fool and a madman, actually transferred 1.4 billion in just a dozen seconds. 14 billion. What is the concept? That is an astronomical figure that these people cannot earn even if they do not eat or drink and work hard from the beginning of the world to the present. But the other party paid for it as if he was buying a piece of cabbage. This is beyond their understanding. This has overturned their worldview. Gudong. I don't know who swallowed hard first. Then the sound of swallowing saliva began to rise among the crowd. The foreman who had been leading the charge and shouting the loudest before suddenly felt his legs go soft and he knelt down in front of Yi Xian with a plop. The blood drained out of his face and turned pale. His body was shaking worse than if he had Parkinson's disease. My lord! My ancestors! My gods! He kowtowed to Yi Xian frantically and his voice was filled with tears. It's my fault that I didn't recognize the real talent. It's my fault that I looked down on others. It's my fault that I deserve to die. Please be magnanimous and just let me go. There is someone who takes the lead. Others also reacted. Plop. 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 A large group of people knelt down at once. Hundreds of people knelt in front of Yi Xian. The scene was extremely spectacular and shocking. The look in their eyes when they looked at Yi Xian no longer contained the contempt and ridicule they had before. There is only fear and awe from the depths of the soul. They finally realized what kind of horrible existence they had provoked today. How can this be called a rich second generation? This is clearly a walking god of wealth on earth. However, Yi Xian didn't even look at them. It seemed that in his eyes these people were no different from air. He just turned around and looked at the old man who had been in a petrified state from beginning to end. Li Aigua was also completely confused at this moment. He stared blankly at Yi Xian's mouth, which was so wide open that an egg could fit in it. His mind was in a mess and he was completely unable to think. He struggled and worked hard all his life, but in the end he ended up being deserted by his friends and relatives and heavily in debt. He thought his life was over. He was even ready to jump off the top of the building to end his failed life. But I didn't expect it. When he was most desperate and helpless, a young man like a god descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, he paid off his huge debt of 1.4 billion, which was enough to crush anyone. It all seemed so unreal, like a dream. Mr. Li. Just then Yi Xian spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap exploding in Li Aigua's ears, pulling him back from his dazed state. Ah. Oh. Yi. Mr. Yi. Li Aigua looked at Yi Xian, whose lips were trembling and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He wanted to say thank you to Yi Xian. But I also feel that the two words thank you are too light. Yi Xian gave him a new life. Now your debt has been paid off. Yi Xian looked at him and said lightly. Let's talk about your company next. My company? Li Aigua was stunned when he heard this, and then a very bitter smile appeared on his face. Mr. Yi, please stop making fun of an old man like me. Glorious technology has long been dead in name only. It's now just an empty shell and a bottomless pit. It has no value anymore. His tone was filled with endless loneliness and unwillingness. Brilliant technology is his life's work. He treated her as his own child. But now it has ended up like this. His heart is bleeding. However, after hearing his words, Yi Xian slowly shook his head. No. He looked at Li Aigua and said word by word. It's valuable in my opinion. Its value is even greater than all the listed companies in Jiangcheng combined. What? After these words were spoken, not only Li Aigua but also the people kneeling on the ground around him were shocked again. They all looked at Yi Xian as if he were a madman. Is brilliant technology valuable? Is it more valuable than all the listed companies in Jiangcheng combined? Are you kidding me? What value can a junk company that is about to go bankrupt and liquidate have? Everyone thought Yi Xian was crazy. I have too much money and have no place to spend it. However, Yi Xian ignored everyone's gazes. He just looked at Li Aigua quietly and continued. I understand you're working on a new type of graphene battery technology. I also know that your technology has reached the final bottleneck stage. As long as you can break through this bottleneck, your battery will completely change the energy landscape of the entire world. It will charge 1,000 times faster than existing lithium batteries. Its battery life will be 10,000 times that of existing lithium batteries. It will turn all fuel vehicles into a pile of scrap metal. It will usher in a new era of new energy for China. Every word Yi Xian said was like a heavy hammer hitting Li Aigua's heart. Li Aigua was completely stunned. He looked at Yi Xian with a look as if he had seen a ghost. Because everything Yi Xian said was his company's top secret. This is the core data that he and his team spent countless days and nights researching. There is no way that outsiders could know these data except himself and a few core RD personnel. But the young man in front of me said it word for word. Even better than he himself. This. How is this possible? Is he a god? You, who are you? Li Aigua looked at Yi Xian and asked with a trembling voice. It doesn't matter who I am. Yi Xian said calmly, what matters is that I can help you realize your dream. After saying that, he extended a finger. I'll invest in you. 1 billion. I only want 51% of your company's shares. The remaining 49% is still yours. You are still in charge of the company. I have only one request. I want to see your new technology come out within 3 months. Can you do that? Boom. 1 billion. When these 3 words came out of Yi Xian's mouth, the whole world seemed to be speechless. Everyone's brain completely froze at this moment. They had been numbed by Yi Xian's wave after wave of magical operations. First, pay off the 1.4 billion debt. Now there is another 1 billion investment. This adds up to 2.4 billion. Just throw it to a garbage company on the verge of bankruptcy so casually? This is not stupid anymore. This is simply insane. Li Aigua was also shocked by this number. He watched Yi Xian's lips tremble for a long time before he found his voice again. Mr. Yi, you are not kidding, are you? 1 billion? My company is a bottomless pit now. If you invest money in it, you will probably lose everything. Although he was eager for funds. But he is a scientist with a conscience. He couldn't bear to deceive a young man who trusted him so much. However, Yi Xian smiled. Losing all your money? No. He looked at the confident light flashing in Li Aigua's eyes. These 4 words are not in my dictionary. I just want to ask you one question. Will you accept my investment or not? Looking at Yi Xian's unquestionable eyes. Feel the powerful aura from him that looks down on the world and controls everything. Li Aigua knew he had no choice. And a flame called hope was ignited in his heart. Maybe this mysterious young man in front of me can really create a miracle? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Then he said in the loudest and most resolute voice of his life, I'll take it. Chapter 33. The company comes back to life and its stock price soars 100-fold. The moment when Li Aigua uttered the 2 words I'll take it in a sonorous and powerful voice, his whole mental outlook was completely refreshed. His originally hunched back straightened up. His originally cloudy and empty eyes also rekindled the raging fire called dream and hope. It's like I became 20 years younger in an instant. He knew that from this moment on, he and his brilliant technology would usher in an unprecedented rebirth. And the one who gave him all this was the godlike young man in front of him. Good. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. He admired Li Aigua's paranoia and madness, which allowed him to do anything for his dream. He believed that his vision was not wrong. From today on you only have to do one thing. Yi Xian looked at Li Aigua and said calmly. That is to focus on research and development without distraction. Money is not an issue. I'll give you as much as you need. Whatever equipment you need, I'll buy you the best in the world. Whatever talent you need, I'll find the best in the world for you. I have only one request. Make the product for me as quickly as possible. Yi Xian's words were loud and clear, full of unquestionable dominance. Li Aigua's blood boiled and his heart was overwhelmed when he heard this. What is the most lacking thing in his lifetime of research and development? It's money. It is a platform that can trust and support him unconditionally so that he can let go and display his talents. And now Yi Xian gave him all this. Boss Yi. Li Aigua was so excited that he burst into tears. He bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Don't worry. I, Li Aigua, will never let you down even if I have to risk my life. 3 months? No. 2 months. Within 2 months. I will definitely bring you a new product. He issued a military order. In the following days, the entire Jiangcheng business community was in turmoil because of Yi Xian's decision. Brilliant Technology, a garbage company that had been sentenced to death by everyone, has miraculously come back to life. A mysterious sum of up to 1 billion yuan was injected into the company's account. Immediately afterwards, at Yi Xian's instruction, Wang Duojin mobilized all his connections and resources in Jiangcheng to protect Brilliant Technology. The world's top scientific research equipment is airlifted from all over the world at any cost. The world's top scientific research talents were poached from major multinational corporations with sky-high salaries that were 3, 5, or even 10 times higher. The entire Brilliant Technology was completely transformed into a brand new one in just a few days. From a small workshop on the verge of bankruptcy, it has become a luxurious scientific research base with world-class configurations. Li Aigua and his team did not disappoint Yi Xian's expectations. They were like chicken blood, working day and night in the laboratory to overcome one technical difficulty after another. Especially under the guidance of Yi Xian, a prophet who possesses God-level business insight and countless knowledge of future black technologies. All the technical bottlenecks they had encountered before were solved. Many problems that have troubled them for several years can often be easily solved by Yi Xian with just a few words or a small suggestion. The way Li Aigua and his team looked at Yi Xian had changed from initial gratitude and respect to complete admiration and fanaticism. In their eyes, Yi Xian is no longer a human being. He is God. He is the omniscient and omnipotent God of technology. Time passes quickly in this tense yet fulfilling atmosphere. 1 month later, Brilliant Technology held a press conference that shocked the world. At the press conference, Li Aigua proudly announced in front of hundreds of mainstream media around the world. Glorious One, the world's first true graphene super battery, has been successfully developed. And the incredible performance of this battery was demonstrated on the spot. A battery the size of a fingernail can allow a smartphone to play videos continuously for a month without shutting down. A battery the size of a book installed in a new energy vehicle can actually allow the car to travel continuously for 100,000 kilometers at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. And the most terrifying thing is, it charges fast. It only takes 10 seconds to charge such a super battery from 0 to 100%. 10 seconds. What is this concept? This means that you no longer have to worry about battery life when driving a new energy vehicle. Charging is faster than refueling. When these disruptive data are released, the whole world is boiling with excitement. Everyone who watched this press conference went crazy. Oh my God! Is this real? Am I dreaming? Fully charged in 10 seconds. A range of 100,000 kilometers. Is this alien technology? Brilliant Technology. Awesome. China. Awesome. From today on, we no longer have to look at the faces of those Western countries. Our own technology is the best in the world. The entire world's internet was flooded with this news. The name of Brilliant Technology became famous around the world overnight. And corresponding to it, the stock of Brilliant Technology also took off like a rocket. The first day of reopening after a month of suspension, the stock price soared tenfold from a junk stock worth less than a dime to $1. But this is just the beginning. In less than a week, the stock price of Brilliant Technology is skyrocketing like a wild horse. $10, $20, $50, $100. When the stock price breaks through the 100 yuan mark, the entire Chinese stock market was shaken. All those so-called financial experts and stock analysts who had previously mocked Huihuang Technology, Li Aigua, and Yi Xian were dazed and dazed by this loud slap in the face. They all looked extremely ugly, as if they had eaten a fly. They never dreamed of it. A garbage company that was sentenced to death by them was actually able to come back to life in just 1 month and created such a terrifying business miracle. The stock price soared 100 times. No. 1,000 times. Because after the press conference, the world's top automobile manufacturers and technology giants swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. They waved checks and wrote out astonishingly high prices just to seek cooperation with Brilliant Technology. Orders are coming in from all over the world like snowflakes. As a result, the stock price of Huihuang Technology once again ushered in an even crazier surge. 200, 500, 800, 1,000. Finally, when the stock price stabilized at 1,024 yuan, the entire market has fallen into a frenzy of worship. From 10 cents to 1,000 yuan, the stock price has increased 10,000 times. And the mysterious young man Yi Xian, who only invested 1 billion yuan at the time. How much is his 51% stake worth now? Nobody knows. Because the market value of Brilliant Technology has expanded to an incalculable and terrifying number. Everyone just knows. From today on, China has given birth to the youngest, richest, and most mysterious billionaire in history. No, it's a trillion-dollar god-like tycoon. And his name is Yi Xian. Chapter 34, The Ridicule at the Beginning and the Admiration Now. Brilliant Technology is soaring into the sky. The name Yi Xian also resounded throughout China. For a time, Jiangcheng, which was originally only a second-tier city, became the focus of attention of the whole world. Countless capital media and people with various purposes flocked here from all directions. They all have only one goal. That is to see with your own eyes this legendary figure who created a business miracle, Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian disappeared from the public eye as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. He did not give any media interviews. Nor did he attend any commercial events. He was like a real dragon, with no head or tail to be seen. At the same time, in one of the most upscale private clubs in Jiangcheng, a group of bigwigs who once called the shots in Jiangcheng's business community are now gathered together, sighing and looking worried. Their faces were filled with regret and unwillingness. Oh! Who could have thought that the brilliant technology that we all avoided like garbage could actually take off? A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle took a big sip of the Lafite in the glass and said with a painful look on his face. He was the real estate boss Lu Datu, who was the first to stand up and mock Yi Xian at Wang Duojin's cocktail party, saying that he was a stupid and rich person. Yes. At the beginning, Wang Duojin tried his best to persuade us to invest together, but we thought he was a fool. Now it's all over. Wang Duojin is living a luxurious life with Mr. Yi, and his value is increasing day by day. But we can only drink alone here. Another pot-bellied man also said, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He is Qian Baiwan, the owner of the largest supermarket chain in Jiangcheng. At the beginning, he was also one of the people who mocked Yi Xian the most fiercely. Stop talking. What's the point of saying this now? An old man in a tang suit spoke with a gloomy face. He is Sun Bancheng, a respected elder in Jiangcheng. It was he who took advantage of his seniority and took the lead in isolating Wang Duojin and making things difficult for Yi Xian. What we should think about most now is how to make up for the mistakes we made in the past. How to ask for Mr. Yi's forgiveness. Sun Bancheng's words caused everyone present to fall silent. Yes. Ask for Yi Xian's forgiveness? How easy is that? How did they treat Yi Xian in the first place? Sarcasm. Adding insult to injury. I wish I could step on Yi Xian and crush him hard. Now he has become successful and has become someone they need to look up to. How can they have the face to ask for forgiveness? How about, we go and apologize? Lu Data hesitated for a long time and then proposed cautiously. Apologize for your crime? Everyone was stunned. They are all well-known figures in Jiangcheng. Asking them to take the blame for a young man in his early 20s? How would they put their faces if this got out? What else can we do? Lu Data said anxiously, do you want to watch the huge pie of brilliant technology being divided up by outsiders? Are you willing to accept that? This. Everyone hesitated. Of course they are unwilling to accept this. Brilliant technology's super battery is something that will change the world. Even if they can get just a small share of it, it will be enough for them to make a fortune. Mr. Sun. You are highly respected. Please make a decision. Everyone's eyes turned to Sun Bancheng. Sun Bancheng was silent for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stamped his feet as if he had made an extremely difficult decision. Okay. For the sake of our future. I don't want to lose my reputation anymore. Tomorrow. We will all go to the gate of brilliant technology and apologize for our crimes. The next day. At the entrance of Huihuan Technology's headquarters building. A spectacle rarely seen in a century was staged. Dozens of well-known local entrepreneurs in Jiangcheng, led by Sun Bancheng, Lu Datu, and Qian Baiwan, were kneeling in front of the company gate with their upper bodies naked and carrying brambles on their backs. This scene instantly attracted countless passers-by to watch and the media to take crazy photos. Oh my god! Isn't that old master Sun Bancheng? Why is he kneeling here? And Lu Datu? Qian Baiwan? Oh my god! Half of Jiangcheng's business community is here, right? What are they doing? Performance art? Look, they all have thorns on their backs. They are asking for forgiveness. Apologize to whom? Who else could it be? Of course, I should apologize to Mr. Yi Xian, the new owner of brilliant technology. Why? You don't know this, do you? When Mr. Yi first acquired brilliant technology, it was these people who took the lead in mocking Mr. Yi and calling him a fool. Now brilliant technology is soaring. They regret it. Damn it. So that's how it is. These old foxes who take advantage of the situation deserve it. For a while, all kinds of discussions and laughter were heard one after another. Sun Bancheng and others knelt on the ground and listened to the pointing and talking around them, and they felt their faces burning. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But they didn't dare to leave. They can only kneel. Keep kneeling until Yi Xian comes out. Yet they knelt from morning till noon. He knelt from noon until afternoon. The sun is about to set. Yi Xian didn't even show up. Just when they were about to despair, a cool Bugatti Veyron slowly drove out from the garage. The person driving the car was Yi Xian. He didn't even look at the group of people kneeling at the door. Just prepare to step on the accelerator and leave. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Please stay. Sun Bancheng and others became anxious when they saw this. They didn't care about their face anymore and rushed forward to block Yi Xian's way. Mr. Yi. We were wrong. We really know we were wrong. We are blind and fail to recognize the great man. We are like dogs that look down on others. Please give us another chance. A group of old men who were several thousand years old in total actually cried and kowtowed to Yi Xian in front of countless media. The scene was as funny as it could be. Only then did Yi Xian slowly roll down the car window. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and his lips curled up in a playful arc. He looked at the group of so-called big men in front of him who were behaving in an ugly manner and spoke calmly. The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. You didn't look like this when you laughed at me. Want to cooperate now? It's too late. I, Yi Xian, gave you a chance. It's you who didn't cherish it. Want to get on my boat now? Excuse me. My boat is too small to carry you great gods. After saying that, Yi Xian ignored them. Step on the accelerator. The Bugatti Veyron let out a roar and sped away. Only Sun Bancheng and others were left kneeling on the ground, looking dead and hopeless. They know. They are finished. They completely missed an opportunity that could make their family glorious for another 100 years. And all this was because of their stupidity and arrogance in the past. The ridicule in the past has been exchanged for the admiration today. Not even qualified to look up to you. This may be the best punishment for them. Chapter 35 Reward, Eye of Business Insight. Bugatti Veyron speeding on the road. Yi Xian felt indescribably happy while driving. He likes the feeling of having everything under control. He prefers to see those who once looked down on him now kneeling before him and begging for mercy. It's not that he's narrow-minded. But this is how the world is. There are the most bad people when you are weak. When you are strong, you are surrounded by good people. Just at this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the King's Contempt. Task requirements: use the attitude of an absolutely strong person to make all those who have looked down on you and laughed at you bow down to your knees and repent for you. Task evaluation: perfect. Quest reward: God-level skills Eye of Business Insight. Skill description: after activating this skill, the host will be able to see through the essential laws and future trends of all business activities. Any business traps and investment opportunities will be exposed in front of the host. Business Insight? Yi Xian's eyes lit up instantly. This skill is simply a magic weapon tailor-made for him. Although he previously possessed God-level investment skills and a vision that was ahead of his time. But that is more of a macro control. And this Eye of Business Insight is more specific and microscopic. It allows Yi Xian to see through the tricks hidden behind a company's financial statements. It can allow Yi Xian to see through the possible risks of a project in the future. It can even allow Yi Xian to see through the true cards in a negotiating opponent's mind. With this skill, Yi Xian is equivalent to opening a full map plugin in the business battlefield. From now on, he will be successful in everything he does. The system immediately uses the Eye of Business Insight. Yi Xian said silently in his heart without hesitation. Bite. The Eye of Business Insight has been successfully integrated. As the system prompt sound fell, Yi Xian only felt a cool feeling in his eyes. It was as if the whole world had become different in his eyes. He subconsciously glanced at a milk tea shop on the roadside that was being renovated. In an instant, lines of data that ordinary people could not see appeared before his eyes. Store name: Sweet Milk Tea Shop. Investors: Zhang San and Li Si. Investment amount: 500,000. Business model: franchise chain focuses on the low-end market. Potential risks: severe homogeneous competition, lack of core competitiveness of the brand, poor location selection, and low traffic volume. Future trend prediction: capital chain breaks down and the business closes within 3 months. Investment advice: it is not recommended to invest in products with extremely high risk rating. Damn it! So awesome? Yi Xian was completely shocked. This is simply the commercial version of fiery eyes and golden pupils. He then turned his gaze to another ordinary-looking antique shop next door. Store name: Jubao Pavilion. Investor: Wang Laowu. Investment amount: 3 million. Business model: it appears to be an antique shop, but is actually a money laundering den. Potential risks: already targeted by the police and may be closed down at any time. Future trend prediction: within a week, the boss was caught red-handed and sentenced to life imprisonment. Investment advice: stay away. Stay away. Stay away. Important things should be said 3 times. Yi Xian couldn't help but take a breath. This eye of business insight can not only see through business risks but can even see such illegal activities clearly. If this is used to assist the police in solving cases, wouldn't it be invincible? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt like he had discovered a new world. He began to observe everything around him with his business insight like a curious baby. Banks, shopping malls, office buildings, and even a roadside stall selling roasted sweet potatoes. All information about business activities is visible in his eyes. This feeling is so great. Just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Yi Xian answered the phone casually. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Xuanye? A cold, pleasant, but slightly arrogant female voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, who are you? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. I am Su Muqing, the president of Su Group. Su Muqing? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He had some impression of this name. It seemed like she was the icy beauty he rescued from a group of gangsters last time? Wrong. That person seems to be called Su Wanqing. This person is called Su Muqing. Could they be sisters? Oh, Mr. Su, what's up? Yi Xian asked calmly. Mr. Yi, I would like to discuss a cooperation with you regarding brilliant technology on behalf of the Su Group. Su Muqing spoke straight to the point. Although her tone was polite, it carried an unquestionable strength. It seemed as if it was an honor for brilliant technology that she was interested in it. Cooperate? Yi Xian smiled. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but we at Brilliant Technology have no plans to cooperate with anyone for the time being. He refused outright. Joke. Today's Brilliant Technology is a hen that lays golden eggs. How could he let others have a share? Mr. Yi, please don't rush to refuse. Su Muqing seemed to have anticipated Yi Xian's reaction. She said calmly. I know you are not short of money now. But you should be aware that although Hui Huang technology is technologically advanced, it still has no production channels and global market promotion. And these are exactly the strengths of our Su Group. Our cooperation is a win-win situation for both sides. I believe you are a smart businessman and should make the wisest choice. What Su Muqing said made a lot of sense. It's also very tempting. If it was Yi Xian before he got the eye of business insight, he might really be tempted. But now, Yi Xian just raised an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. While he was on the phone, he cast his business insight at the woman on the other end of the line. In an instant, rows of golden data appeared before his eyes. Name: Su Muqing. Identity: President of Su Group. Business ability: S level. Current status: trying to obtain the core technology and controlling rights of Brilliant Technology at the lowest cost by making big promises. Real purpose: there is a shadow of foreign capital behind it who wants to steal the technology of Brilliant Technology and take it for themselves. Risk rating: extremely dangerous. Suggestion: pretend to be cooperative and then take advantage of the situation to reap the rewards. See this information. Yi Xian smiled. Having a great time laughing. It turns out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Still want to get something for nothing? Interesting. It's really interesting. Okay. Yi Xian suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile. Since President Su is so sincere, then let's meet and have a good chat. Chapter 36, Getting to Know the Domineering Female CEO. Oh. Su Muqing on the other end of the phone obviously did not expect Yi Xian to agree so readily. She was slightly stunned. Then a victorious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Really? Still too young. After all, he was still a little naive in front of a veteran like her who had been in the business world for many years. Mr. Yi is indeed a straightforward person. Then how about we meet at 7 o'clock tonight at the best Michelin 3-star restaurant in Jiangcheng, Yunding Tiangong? Su Muqing's tone returned to her usual arrogance and strength. It was as if she had already defeated Yi Xian. Can. Yi Xian responded calmly. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Yi Xian's lips became even more intense. Want to play a trick with me? Then I will let you see what a real dimensionality reduction attack is. 7 o'clock in the evening. Hentaying Palace. This restaurant is located on the top floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center, the tallest building in Jiangcheng. You can overlook the night view of the entire Jiangcheng from a 360-degree angle. It is the most luxurious and top-notch restaurant in Jiangcheng. The per capita consumption is as high as hundreds of thousands. And you can't get here just by having money. Only top tycoons with a net worth of over 10 billion or celebrities with great influence in a certain field are eligible to reserve a seat here. When Yi Xian drove his flashy Bugatti Veyron downstairs, immediately, a special waiter came forward respectfully, opened the car door for him and drove his car to the exclusive parking space. Yi Xian took the exclusive high-speed elevator directly to the top floor. The moment the elevator door opened, a melodious piano sound came into his ears. The entire restaurant is decorated magnificently, like a palace in the sky. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the dome, emitting brilliant light. The floor was covered with thick Persian carpets, which were soft and made no sound when stepped on. The waiters in tuxedos shuttled between the tables like ghosts, providing the guests with the best service. Yi Xian glanced around. Soon, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure was seen at a window with the best viewing position. The reason why he said familiar was because the woman's profile was 70% similar to that of the icy school beauty Su Wanqing whom he had rescued before. The reason why she is strange is because the temperament she exudes is completely different from Su Wanqing. If Su Wanqing is a cold snow lotus, she can only be admired from afar and not touched. Then the woman in front of you is a red rose with thorns. Beautiful and enchanting, yet full of deadly danger. She was wearing a tailor-made red business suit that perfectly outlined her hot figure. A head of big wavy hair casually draped over the shoulders is full of the charm of a mature woman. Her facial features are impeccable and her skin is fair, delicate and as smooth as a baby's. Especially those phoenix eyes, which were full of charm and aggression. She just sat there quietly tasting the red wine in the glass. But it is a beautiful landscape in itself. Attracted the attention of all the men in the audience. She is Su Muqing, the president of Su Group and known as the most powerful woman in the business world. Yi Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and walked over. Mr. Su, I've been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian pulled out the chair opposite him, sat down and said lightly. Su Muqing raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Xian. There was a barely perceptible flash of surprise in his eyes. She had already investigated Yi Xian's information. I know he's young. But she didn't expect that the real person was even younger and more handsome than in the photo. Especially his calm and relaxed temperament does not seem like what a young man in his early 20s should have. Mr. Yi is younger and more promising than I thought. Su Muqing put down her wine glass and said with a smile on her red lips. Her voice is very nice and full of charm. But Yi Xian read a hint of contempt and disdain in her eyes. Obviously, she still regarded Yi Xian as a young man who got rich by luck. Boss Su is even more beautiful than I thought. Yi Xian replied indifferently. At the same time, his eyes for business insight have quietly opened. Name, Su Muqing. Current emotion, arrogant, confident, and contemptuous. Negotiation strategy, first use beauty and aura to tentatively suppress the other party, then throw out a cooperation plan that looks tempting but is actually full of traps to lure the other party into the trap step by step. Psychological weakness, extremely conceited and doesn't believe any man can resist her charm. Countermeasures, use the opponent's trick to completely crush her self-confidence with absolute strength and an even more domineering attitude. See this information. Yi Xian already had an idea in his mind. He decided to have some fun with this smart aleck woman. Mr. Yi is joking. Su Muqing smiled sweetly and was full of charm. She took the initiative to pour Yi Xian a glass of Romanée Conti worth $1 million. Let's talk business. What do you think about the cooperation between our Su Group and Brilliant Technology, Mr. Yi? She threw the question to Yi Xian. It seems like he is asking for Yi Xian's opinion. In fact, he was testing Yi Xian's trump card. I don't have any idea. Yi Xian shook the red wine in the glass and said lightly. I came here today just to hear what Mr. Su has to say. He kicked the ball back. A strange color flashed in Su Muqing's beautiful eyes. This kid is interesting. He didn't take the bait. But it doesn't matter. She has plenty of patience. In that case, I'll just say it straight. Su Muqing leaned forward slightly, revealing a breathtaking cleavage. She said in a very seductive voice. Our Su Group is willing to invest 100 billion to acquire 51% of the shares of Brilliant Technology. And we can guarantee that within the next 3 years, Brilliant Technology will become the world's #1 new energy giant. And Mr. Yi, you don't need to do anything and can just lie back and make money. What do you think of this proposal? After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian confidently. She believed that no man could refuse such an attractive offer. 100 billion. This is 100 billion. Enough to drive 99.9% of the world's people crazy. But she was disappointed. There was no expression on Yi Xian's face after hearing her words. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He just gently shook the wine glass in his hand as if he was listening to a joke that had nothing to do with him. You're done? Yi Xian asked calmly. That's all. Su Muqing frowned slightly. For the first time, she felt that things were getting out of her control. You want to buy 51% of the shares of Brilliant Technology for 100 billion? Yi Xian suddenly laughed. He smiled with contempt and disdain. Boss Su, are you kidding me? Or do you think I, Yi Xian, am a country bumpkin who has never seen money? Do you know that just yesterday the Rothschild family in Europe offered 1 trillion to buy 10% of my shares, but I didn't agree? What is your Su Group? Yi Xian's words were like a loud slap in the face of Su Muqing. Her originally confident smile froze on her face in an instant. Chapter 37. You are very good, come to work in my company? Quiet. Deathly silence. The moment Yi Xian said in a light yet domineering tone, what is your Su Group? The air in the entire Hentaying Sky Palace restaurant seemed to freeze. Su Muqing's beautiful face turned pale in an instant. Her almond-shaped eyes, which were originally full of confidence and pride, were now filled with shock and disbelief. Who is she, Su Muqing? The head of the Su Group. The most powerful woman in China's business world. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a proud daughter of heaven, the center of attention. She has always been the only one looking down on others. Have you ever been humiliated like this before? And he was killed by a young boy who was nearly 10 years younger than her. What did you say? Su Muqing's voice was trembling a little. She could hardly believe her ears. I said you and your Su Group are nothing in my eyes, Yi Xian. Yi Xian picked up the wineglass, took a sip of Romane Conti, looked at her with contempt, and repeated word by word. You. Su Muqing was so angry that she was shaking all over. The breathtakingly majestic chest also rose and fell violently. She slammed the table and stood up. Yi Xian. Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you can be so arrogant just because you made a crappy battery with a little luck? I'm telling you. Your achievements are nothing compared to real capital. It would be easier for my Su Group to crush you to death than to crush an ant. Su Muqing was completely enraged. She no longer cares about her manners and image. She just wanted to let this ignorant boy in front of her know the consequences of offending her. However, in the face of her threats, Yi Xian, however, still looked calm and composed. He even smiled. Yeah? Then I'd like to see it. Look at how your Su Group is crushing me to death. Yi Xian put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and looked directly into Su Muqing's fiery eyes. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky and seemed to contain infinite magic. The moment Su Muqing met his eyes, my heart suddenly skipped a beat for no reason. An unprecedented chill rushed from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. She actually saw a hint of murderous intent in the young man's eyes. Yes. It's murderous intent. The kind of cold yet real murderous aura that only someone who has truly walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood can possess. How is this possible? Isn't he just an ordinary rich second generation? How could there be such a scary look? Su Muqing was shocked by Yi Xian's eyes. Her originally arrogant attitude was instantly extinguished. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something harsh to save her face. But he found that his throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand and he couldn't utter a word. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressing and awkward. Just at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly retracted his sharp gaze and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Mr. Su was just joking, why take it seriously? He raised his glass and saluted Su Muqing from a distance. I admit that your proposal just now was very tempting. But I'm not interested in money. What I like more is the process of creating wealth. Yi Xian's aggressive words made Su Muqing stunned again. Not interested in money? This was the funniest joke she had heard this year. But I don't know why. When these words came out of Yi Xian's mouth, she actually felt that it was a little bit believable. Because what she saw in Yi Xian's eyes was sincerity and frankness. There is not a trace of hypocrisy or affectation. What kind of person is this man? This was the first time that Su Muqing felt such a strong curiosity about a man. She sat down again and took a deep breath to calm her turbulent emotions. She decided on a different tack. Well, since Mr. Yi is not interested in the acquisition, then we want to talk about acquisition. Let's talk about you as a person. Su Muqing stared at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes as if she wanted to see through him. Yi Xian smiled, what do I have to talk about? Of course. The corners of Su Muqing's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. You're pretty good. It's really good. The most special man I have ever met. He has courage, determination, vision, and a fearless spirit. To be honest, I kind of admire you. Su Muqing's words surprised Yi Xian a little. This woman changes her expression really quickly. He was shouting and killing just a second ago. You start to drug me the next second? So what? Yi Xian asked calmly. So I want to give you a chance. Su Muqing leaned forward again and said in a very seductive tone. Come work in my company? I can give you the position of vice president. Annual salary of 100 million. In addition, I will give you 1% of the original shares of Su Group. How is it? Is this condition sincere enough? After Su Muqing finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian confidently. She believed that Yi Xian had absolutely no reason to refuse this time. The position of vice president. An annual salary of 100 million. And there is also 1% of the original shares of Su Group. If this gets out, it will be enough to drive professional managers all over the world crazy. She was showing Yi Xian the powerful strength of her Su Group and her unparalleled personal charm. She wanted to let Yi Xian know. It would be much more promising for him to follow Su Muqing than to fight alone. She wanted to conquer this unruly man in this way. However, reality once again gave her a loud slap in the face. He. Yi Xian smiled. His smile was even brighter than before. Mr. Su, did you make a mistake? What's up? Su Muqing had an ominous premonition in her heart. Why do you think you are qualified to recruit me? Yi Xian put away his smile and his eyes became playful and teasing. Just relying on your so-called Su Group? Or is it just because you are the so-called number one female in the business world? Excuse me. In my eyes. You and your company. It's nothing. Chapter 38. Your company will be mine tomorrow. You. Su Muqing stretched out a slender white finger and pointed at Yi Xian. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Her originally beautiful face had now become somewhat distorted due to extreme anger. She felt like she was going crazy. She lived for 28 years. I have never suffered such a great humiliation. The man in front of her challenged her bottom line again and again. Disgrace her character. Trampling on her dignity. This is intolerable. Good. Very good. Very good. Su Muqing laughed out of anger. She withdrew her fingers and sat down again. But her phoenix eyes, which were originally full of charm and pride, now became as cold as ice that has been frozen for thousands of years. Everyone who knows her knows it. When Su Muqing showed this look, it means that she really wants to kill. Yi Xian, I admit that I underestimated you. Su Muqing spoke in a cold voice, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. You are the most arrogant and reckless man I have ever met. You succeeded in irritating me. So I decided. I will make you pay for your arrogance. A price you can't afford. After Su Muqing finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and made a call. Hello, it's me. Use all our strength. At any cost. I want brilliant technology to completely disappear from this world before the sun rises tomorrow. And that kid named Yi Xian. I want him to have nothing. I want him to kneel before me like a dog and beg me to spare him. Su Muqing's voice was filled with endless resentment and madness. She wants to kill Yi Xian and brilliant technology. However, faced with her hysterical threat, Yi Xian, however, remained calm. He even had the mood to pour himself another glass of red wine. You're done? Yi Xian asked calmly while shaking his wine glass. Humph. Yi Xian. Just keep pretending. Su Muqing sneered and said, I wonder how long you can keep pretending. When tomorrow morning comes, you will find that everything you have will vanish into thin air. Then I'll see if you can still laugh. Yeah? Yi Xian's lips curled up into an evil smile. How about we make a bet? Bet? What bet? Su Muqing frowned. Let's bet on the sun rising tomorrow. Yi Xian put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, looked at Su Muqing with burning eyes, and said word by word. Your company will become mine. And you'll become my secretary. Boom. Yi Xian's words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Su Muqing's head hard. It made her completely confused. She widened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. It's like looking at a complete lunatic. What did you say? Say that again? Su Muqing wondered if she was hallucinating. This guy actually said that he wanted to make her Su group his? And he wants her to be his secretary? How arrogant this is. How arrogant. How ignorant of the danger. I say. Yi Xian stood up and looked down at her condescendingly with a devilish smile on his face. Your company will be mine tomorrow. And you, Su Muqing. From tomorrow on, you will be my Yi Xian's personal secretary. I told you to go east, but you can't go west. I told you to stand and you couldn't sit. Do you understand? Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable dominance and control. As if he was stating an established fact. Ha 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 ha. After a brief shock, Su Muqing suddenly burst into crazy laughter. I laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Madman. You are simply a complete lunatic. Yi Xian, Yi Xian. I really admire your courage more and more. Do you know the market value of my Su group? Do you know what kind of existence is behind my Su group? Do you know how much energy it takes to take over my Su group? How dare you say you want to buy my company? Did Fish Liang give you the courage? Su Muqing laughed so hard that she fell backwards as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. We'll know tomorrow whether it's a joke or not. Yi Xian didn't care. He straightened his collar and turned to leave. Mr. Su, please enjoy your last dinner in this restaurant. Because from tomorrow this place will also be my property. Oh, right. Yi Xian walked to the door, then suddenly stopped, turned back and gave her a wicked smile. As my secretary, I expect you to report to my office promptly at 9 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. After saying this, Yi Xian turned around and left in a cool manner under Su Muqing's almost murderous gaze. Only Su Muqing was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Su Muqing couldn't bear it anymore. She let out a sharp roar. Sweep everything on the table to the ground. Yi Xian. I, Su Muqing, swear here. I will not be a human being until you die without a burial place. Chapter 39, Hostile Takeover Without Bloodshed. After leaving Hentaying Palace, Yi Xian did not go home. Instead, he drove directly to the headquarters building of Brilliant Technology. It was already late at night. The entire building was still brightly lit. Liaigua and his scientific research team are still working overtime for the first batch of orders. Wang Duojin had been waiting in Yi Xian's private office for a long time. Mr. Yi, you are here. Seeing Yi Xian coming in, Wang Duojin quickly stood up from the sofa and said respectfully. There was an unconcealable excitement and admiration on his face. Today, the stock price of Huihuang Technology soared 10,000 times. As the company's second largest shareholder, Wang Duojin's net worth has also risen sharply. In just one day, he went from being a billionaire to a top tycoon worth hundreds of billions. This rocket-like experience made him feel like he was dreaming. And all this is because he followed the right person. I followed the right person, Yi Xian, this godlike man. Sit down. Yi Xian waved his hand to signal him not to be so reserved. He walked to the huge French window, overlooking the dazzling night view of the city below, and spoke lightly. Old Wang, I need you to do something for me. Director Yi, just give me your orders. Even if it means going through fire and water, I, Wang Duojin, will do it at all costs. Wang Duojin patted his chest and said confidently. He is now 100% loyal to Yi Xian. It's not that serious. Yi Xian smiled, turned around and looked at him and said. I want you to use all the funds we can mobilize right now. Short a company in the international financial market for me before 12 o'clock tonight. Short selling? Which company? Wang Duojin was stunned for a moment. Su Group. Yi Xian uttered 4 words calmly. What? Wang Duojin was shocked when he heard this. He could hardly believe his ears. Mr. Yi. You are not kidding, right? Short selling the Su Group? Wang Duojin's voice has become a little out of tune. That's the Su Group. The top 10 chaebols in China. A commercial aircraft carrier with a market value of trillions. Its industries are spread all over the world, involving dozens of fields including real estate, finance, technology, entertainment, etc. It can be said to be a real behemoth. And Yi Xian actually said he wanted to short it? This is simply like an ant trying to shake a tree and overestimating one's own abilities. Mr. Yi, please think twice. Wang Duojin hurriedly persuaded. The Su Group has a very deep foundation. If we go head on with it with our current size, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg and courting our own death. I know. Yi Xian nodded, his face still with a calm expression. But I'm going to short it. And I'm not just going to short it. I will buy it completely before the sun rises tomorrow. Yi Xian's words once again struck Wang Duojin like lightning. He opened his mouth wide and stared at Yi Xian in amazement. He thought his boss must be crazy. Acquire Su Group overnight? This is no longer a fantasy. This is simply a myth. Director Yi, this is simply an impossible task. Wang Duojin was almost crying. Nothing is impossible with me. A confident arc appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He walked to his desk, turned on his computer and pulled up the stock K-line chart of Su Group. Then he carefully analyzed every piece of data and information above with his business insight. Soon a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He found it. Found the most fatal weakness hidden behind the Su Group's seemingly indestructible business empire. Old Wang, come here. Yi Xian waved towards Wang Duojin. Although Wang Duojin was full of doubts and uneasiness, he still walked over. Look here. Yi Xian pointed to an extremely hidden data node on the screen and said. Su Group is currently cooperating with a European consortium on a secret project worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And this project has huge legal and financial loopholes. Once this loophole is exposed, the Su Group's stock price will collapse instantly. And what we have to do is to plan ahead and short sell before it collapses. Then when its stock price hits rock bottom, I'll buy it all at the lowest cost. Yi Xian clearly explained the entire battle plan in just a few words. Wang Duojin was stunned and horrified when he heard this. He looked in the direction Yi Xian pointed. Sure enough, an extremely tiny but fatal abnormal fluctuation was found in that dense ocean of data. This fluctuation is hidden very deeply. If Yi Xian hadn't pointed it out, he would never have discovered it even if he looked for 100 years. Oh my God. Mr. Yi. How did you know? The way Wang Duojin looked at Yi Xian could no longer be described as admiration. It was like looking at an omniscient god. Don't worry about this. Yi Xian smiled and said. You just need to follow my instructions. Remember, we don't have much time. All arrangements must be completed before the US stock market opens at 12 o'clock tonight. Yes. Mr. Yi. Wang Duojin no longer had any doubts at this time. There was only endless excitement and enthusiasm left in his heart. He knew that he was about to personally participate in and witness the greatest miracle in business history. Time passes by every second. A war without the smoke of gunpowder has quietly begun in the international financial market. Under Yi Xian's precise command, hundreds of billions of funds quietly poured into the various positions of shorting the Su Group like a giant beast lurking in the deep sea. At this time, Su Muqing knew nothing about this. She was sitting in her luxurious office, tasting top-quality civet coffee while imagining Yi Xian kneeling in front of her and crying bitterly tomorrow. The corners of her mouth curled up in a cruel yet satisfying sneer. But she didn't know. A dragnet woven by Yi Xian himself has slowly spread out above her head. The clock strikes 12 at midnight. U.S. stocks open on time. At the moment of opening, a major scandal about the Su Group's illegal secret transactions with a European consortium was suddenly exposed by an anonymous international media. And attached is a lot of solid evidence. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The entire international financial market exploded in an instant. All shareholders and institutions holding Su Group shares are going crazy. They began to sell their stocks frantically regardless of the cost. Panic spreads rapidly like a plague. The stock price of Su Group plummeted from the clouds to hell within just 1 minute after the opening. Crash. Circuit breaker. Another crash. Fuse again. Just 10 minutes. The Su Group's huge market value of trillions of dollars evaporated by 90%. From a commercial aircraft carrier to a sinking ship, Yi Xian and Wang Duojin made a fortune in this capital feast. Their short-selling profits amount to trillions. It's time to close the net, Yi Xian said lightly as he looked at the Su Group stock on the screen, which had fallen into a junk stock. Yes. Mr. Yi. Wang Duojin's face turned red with excitement. He hit the enter key with trembling hands. In an instant, trillions of funds rushed in like a tiger descending from a mountain and began to frantically buy up all the outstanding stocks of the Su Group. The whole process went smoothly without any bloodshed. When the first ray of dawn sunlight shines into the office, this epic acquisition battle has come to an end. Wang Duojin was shaking with excitement as he looked at the final statistical results on the computer screen. Yi. Mr. Yi. We succeeded. We have successfully acquired 70% of the shares of the Su Group. From now on, Su Group is yours. Chapter 40: The Female CEO's Shock and Submission. Early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the blinds into Su Muqing's luxurious presidential suite, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The headache from the hangover made her brows slightly furrowed. But when I think about Yi Xian's upcoming miserable end today, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth into a satisfied smile. Yi Xian. Fight me? You're still a little immature. Su Muqing stretched lazily, revealing her perfect and hot body. She stood up from the Simmons bed worth tens of millions and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window with her bare snow-white feet, overlooking the city that has just awakened below. She felt like the queen of this city. Dominate the fate of countless people. She picked up her phone and prepared to call her assistant to ask about the latest developments of Huihuang technology and Yi Xian. But at this moment, her cell phone started ringing like crazy. Calls from unfamiliar numbers and her familiar subordinate directors came in one after another. Su Muqing frowned again. A sense of foreboding arose in my heart. She casually answered a call from a company director. Hello, Mr. Li, what's going on? Why are you calling me so early in the morning? There was still a hint of laziness and arrogance in her tone. However, what came from the other end of the phone was Mr. Li's wailing as if his father had died. Boss Su. Something bad has happened. Our company is finished. What? Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Boss Li. Explain yourself clearly. What do you mean the company is over? Our stocks. Someone is maliciously shorting them. Just last night. Within just half an hour after the U.S. stock market opened, our stock price plummeted by 99%. The market value evaporated by trillions. Now we have been forced to delist. And all of our company's outstanding shares have been acquired by a mysterious buyer. Legally speaking, our Su Group no longer belongs to us. Boom. Mr. Li's words were like bolts from the blue that struck Su Muqing hard on the top of her head. She stood there in a daze as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank with a buzzing sound. The hand loosened. The latest model of Virtu mobile phone worth hundreds of thousands of dollars slipped directly from her hands and fell on the cold marble floor, breaking into pieces. No, impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Su Muqing muttered to herself in despair. She doesn't believe it. She couldn't believe that the business empire she had worked hard for over a decade would disappear overnight. She rushed to the computer like crazy and opened the financial website. When she saw the overwhelming negative news about the Su Group and the stock K-line chart that had fallen to wastepaper, her last bit of fantasy was completely shattered. Puff! Su Muqing couldn't bear it anymore. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of her mouth. The computer screen in front of her was dyed red. Her body went limp and she collapsed onto the cold carpet. Her almond-shaped eyes, which were once full of spirit and pride, now became empty, lifeless, filled with despair and dead silence. It's over. It's all over. She went from being a queen on top to a penniless woman with nothing. No. Even worse than being a pauper. Because the company went bankrupt, she was still burdened with huge debts of hundreds of billions. This astronomical figure was enough to completely overwhelm her. Let her never stand up again. Why? Why is that? Who is it? Who on earth has such great power that can destroy her business empire overnight? Just at this moment, a devilish voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Your company will be mine tomorrow. It's Yi Xian. It was the young man whom she regarded as an ant and humiliated wantonly. Could it be that? Did he do all this? No. Impossible. Su Muqing shook her head frantically. She didn't want to believe it. I can't believe it. If Yi Xian really did all this. How terrifying is this man? He is not a human being at all. He is the devil. It's a devil crawling out of hell. Just when Su Muqing was heartbroken and on the verge of collapse, suddenly the doorbell to her suite rang. Ding dong. Ding dong. The crisp doorbell sounded particularly harsh in this silent room. Su Muqing trembled all over like a frightened rabbit. She didn't want to open the door. She just wanted to die here quietly alone. However, the person outside the door was very patient, ringing the doorbell over and over again. In the end, Su Muqing struggled to get up from the ground. She walked to the door with heavy steps like a zombie. She looked out through the peephole. When she saw the figure standing outside the door, her pupils instantly shrank into the most dangerous needle-like shapes. It's him. It turned out to be him. Yi Xian. He was wearing a well-tailored handmade Armani suit and had his signature devilish smile on his face. Just standing quietly at the door. It was like the god of death coming to take your life. Su Muqing's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She wants to escape. But her feet felt like they were filled with lead and she couldn't move at all. Finally, she opened the door with trembling hands. You, what are you doing here? Su Muqing asked in a hoarse voice, her eyes filled with fear and despair. What am I here for? Yi Xian smiled. He walked into the room and closed the door. He walked up to Su Muqing, stretched out his hand and gently lifted her smooth chin. Force her to look him in the eye. Of course I'm here to receive my spoils. Yi Xian's voice is full of magnetism and playfulness. My President Su. Oh no, that's not right. Now I should call you my Secretary Su. Su Muqing's body trembled violently. 2 lines of tears of humiliation and despair flowed from her eyes. She lost. A complete defeat. Lost miserably. She not only lost her company but also her own wealth. I also lost my dignity and future. She looked at the devil-like man in front of her. There was no longer any thought of resistance in my heart. There is only endless fear and surrender. I. Su Muqing moved her lips as if she wanted to say something. But I found myself unable to say anything. Why? Don't want to? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. No, that's not it. Su Muqing was so frightened that she trembled all over and shook her head quickly. She lowered her once proud head and said in a mosquito-like voice in humiliation. Master. Master. I do. From now on, I, Su Muqing, will be your dog. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Very good. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. He let go of Su Muqing's chin and patted her pretty face that was as delicate as a baby's. "That's good. Go change your clothes. From today on, you will be my personal secretary." "Yes, master." Su Muqing nodded numbly like a puppet with its soul taken away. She turned and walked towards the bedroom. Just at the moment of turning around, however, an extremely complex and obscure light flashed in the depths of her empty eyes. That is the seed called Stockholm Syndrome. It is quietly taking root. Chapter 41 Top Rich Man Auction. After conquering Su Muqing, the thorny red rose in the business world, Yi Xian's life seemed to have returned to that slightly boring tranquility. Apart from using his eye of business insight to handle the affairs of brilliant technology in the newly acquired Su Group, the rest of the day is spent enjoying the top life of a wealthy man. Su Muqing, the once high and mighty queen of the business world, has now completely adapted to her new role as personal secretary. She no longer wore the red professional skirt that symbolized power and status, but changed into a black secretary uniform that showed off her figure more clearly but also made her look extremely submissive. The short hip skirt perfectly outlined her amazing long legs in curvy curves, which was full of extreme temptation. Every morning she would appear at the door of Yi Xian's villa on time, prepare breakfast for Yi Xian, take care of his clothes for the day, and then follow Yi Xian like the most humble maid, handling various trivial matters. There was no longer any trace of pride or resistance on her face, only absolute obedience and a hint of morbid dependence and admiration that she herself was not even aware of. Yi Xian had completely crushed all her dignity and pride in the most domineering and direct way, and then reshaped her personality. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this change. He liked the feeling of having everything under control, especially a woman who was once so proud and powerful. On this day, Yi Xian was lying beside the outdoor swimming pool worth hundreds of millions on the top floor of Thompson 1, enjoying the grapes that Su Muqing had peeled for him on her knees when Wang Duojin called him. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Wang Duojin's voice on the other end of the phone was full of respect and a hint of excitement that was barely perceptible. "Speak," Yi Xian said briefly. "Mr. Yi, I just received something that I think might be of interest to you," Wang Duojin said. "What?" "An invitation." Wang Duojin lowered his voice as if he was talking about a big secret. "An invitation from Tianke. Tianke?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere. "Yes, Mr. Yi." Wang Duojin explained, Tianke is the most mysterious and top private auction in the world. No doubt about it. It is said that it is jointly controlled by several of the world's top ancient families. It is held only once a year, and the location and time are not fixed. Only those who receive their invitation are eligible to participate. All those who receive their invitations are top bosses with enormous wealth and power in the world. If you are not worth 1 trillion, you are not even qualified to enter. It is said that anything could appear at the Tianke auction. The legendary ancient martial arts secret book, the elixir that can prolong one's life, or even some mysterious items that surpass modern technology. Wang Duojin's tone was full of yearning and awe. With his current net worth of hundreds of billions, he might be considered a top boss in Jiangcheng. But in front of an existence of the level of Tianke, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Yi Xian became somewhat interested after hearing this. Ancient martial arts secrets? Panacea? This sounds like something out of a novel. However, since he even possessed something as incredible as the system, he did not find these so-called rare treasures so incredible. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Byte. Special mission scene detected, Tianke auction. Release the main mission, King of Auctions. Task requirements: the host must bid for the 3 most valuable items at this Tianke auction. And crush all competitors with absolute financial resources and domineering attitude. Let the name Yi Xian resound throughout the world's top circles. Task reward: God-level skill decomposition and reorganization of all things. System mall level upgrade. A mysterious gift pack. Penalty for mission failure: all the host's current assets will be halved. All skill levels will be reduced by 1 level. Everything decomposes and reassembles? When Yi Xian saw the introduction of this skill, his breathing paused. This skill is more amazing than all the skills he had previously acquired combined. Decompose and reassemble everything. What does that mean? This means that he can break down an ordinary stone into its most primitive atoms and then reassemble it into a dazzling diamond. This means that he can directly reassemble a pile of scrap metal into the world's top super sports car. It even means that he can directly reconstruct the elements in the air into gold and banknotes. This is no longer a super rich man. This is the god of creation. I'll take this mission. Yi Xian made the decision in his heart without hesitation. He not only has to complete the task but also complete it in the most perfect manner. When will the auction be held? Where will it be held? Yi Xian asked calmly into the phone. Tonight. The location is a private island in the Pacific Ocean, Asgard. Wang Duojin replied immediately. Okay, I got it. Yi Xian hung up the phone and stood up from the recliner. He glanced at Su Muqing, who was still kneeling on the ground with a dazed look on her face, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Go change into something prettier. Come with me to a fun party tonight. Yes, master. Su Muqing responded respectfully, stood up and walked into the villa. Half an hour later, when she appeared in front of Yi Xian again. Even though Yi Xian was used to seeing all kinds of stunning beauties, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Su Muqing changed into a silver backless evening dress. The dress was made of the finest silk material, fitting tightly to her perfect and hot curves, showing off her devilish figure to the fullest. The white and smooth back and the slender and straight legs are exposed to the air, exuding fatal temptation. Her face was painted with delicate light makeup, and her long wavy hair was piled up high, revealing her swan-like, elegant, snow-white neck. Noble, cool, and sexy. At this moment, she looked like a queen about to attend a dinner party. However, there was a hint of humility and obedience in her eyes that only Yi Xian could understand. This extreme contrast greatly satisfied Yi Xian's desire to conquer. It's beautiful. Yi Xian praised him generously. He stretched out his hand and gently embraced Su Muqing's slender waist. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist at all. Instead, she leaned more submissively in Yi Xian's arms. Let's go, my queen. Yi Xian smiled evilly and took her out of the villa. Outside the villa, a pitch-black private helicopter with a sci-fi feel had been waiting on the helipad for a long time. This is the only Nighthawk in the world customized by Sikorsky for Yi Xian. Worth up to $1 billion. Its performance even surpasses the most advanced military attack helicopters in the world today. The helicopter took off into the air and turned into a black streak of light before disappearing into the sky. Asgard Island. This private island deep in the Pacific Ocean is not on any country's map. It is truly a lawless place. The entire island is covered by the most advanced radar and weapon systems, and the defense level is even stricter than that of the White House. Any plane or ship that approaches here without permission will be shot down immediately. This mysterious island is particularly lively tonight. Top private jets representing wealth and status fly in from all over the world and land on the island's huge runway that is large enough to take off and land aircraft carriers. Every person who walks down from the plane is a super boss who can shake the whole world with just a stomp of his feet. The oil princes of the Middle East, the royal family members of Europe, the financial tycoons of Wall Street, the energy oligarchs of Russia, the leaders of the underground societies of Japan. All the gods gathered together. When Yi Xian's extremely cool-looking Nighthawk appeared over Asgard Island, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the island. Oh my god! What type of helicopter is that? How come I've never seen one before? Isn't this design too sci-fi? Is it the latest product of some arms giant? Look! There's a golden Yi badge on the plane. Could it be the mysterious Mr. Yi who has recently become famous in China? Amid the astonished and doubtful gazes of the crowd, the Nighthawk slowly landed at the most honorable position in the center of the apron. The hatch opens. Yi Xian, wearing an Armani handmade haute couture suit, with his left hand in his pocket and holding the hand of Su Muqing, the stunning beauty who could drive all men crazy, with his right hand, slowly walked down from the plane. There was a faint smile on his face and his eyes were indifferent yet deep. An innate aura of a king emanated from him. He instantly became the focus of the whole audience. His appearance made all the top bosses present who claimed to be the best among men feel an inexplicable pressure. It seemed as if they all became supporting roles in front of this young man. Yi Xian ignored the inquiring and scrutinizing gazes around him. He simply glanced around at this so-called gathering place of top wealthy people with a hint of disdain on his lips. That's it? Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by Su Muqing next to him. Su Muqing's body trembled when she heard this, and a hint of fanatical admiration flashed in her eyes. This is her master. No matter when and where, he is so domineering and looks down on the world. This auction tonight is destined to create an unprecedented storm because of his arrival. Chapter 42, The Big Guys Gathered. Yi Xian's understated yet extremely arrogant words, country chickens and clay dogs, were like dropping a blockbuster bomb on the calm lake. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. There was shock, anger, disdain, but more of it was a deep fear. You have to know that whoever can stand here is a giant who can make the world tremble with just a stomp of his foot? They have long been accustomed to being high above and admired by others. Have you ever been humiliated so openly in front of others? Who is this young man? He's so crazy. Not far away, a man wearing a white robe, a gold-rimmed turban, and covered in jewels, who was obviously an oil prince from the Middle East, looked at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes and a hint of displeasure in his tone. Next to him stood a black bodyguard as tall as an iron tower, with fierce eyes and bulging temples, obviously a top master. According to the information about Prince Caliph, his name is Yi Xian and he is from China. He has been very active in the financial market recently and just acquired China's Su Group with lightning speed. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed assistant beside the prince reported respectfully. Oh? Su Group? Prince Khalifa had obviously heard of this name. I remember that the president of Su Group is a woman named Su Muqing. She is known as the most beautiful woman in the Chinese business world? As he spoke, his eyes fell on the breathtakingly beautiful woman beside Yi Xian. When he saw Su Muqing nestling submissively in Yi Xian's arms like a docile kitten, a hint of jealousy and greed flashed in his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. A hero and a beauty. But I'm more curious about why he dares to say that we are chickens and dogs? On the other side, an old white man with a stern face and a retro tuxedo sat upright, holding a glass of red wine and shaking it gently. He exudes an elegance and arrogance that only ancient aristocrats with hundreds of years of experience can possess. He is Karl von Rothschild, a member of the Rothschild family, the oldest family in Europe. He may not have the most wealth among those present, but the power behind him is enough to attract everyone's attention. He's just an upstart who rose to prominence through financial speculation. Karl took a sip of red wine and said with disdain, "Real power is never measured by money. The Chinese are always so stupid and arrogant." In a corner of the venue, a short Japanese man with a beard and sinister eyes was staring at Yi Xian with a resentful gleam in his eyes. He is the current leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi, the largest underground society in Japan. Kazuo Yamamoto. Some time ago, his only son, Taro Yamamoto, mysteriously disappeared in Jiangcheng, Huaxia, and his whereabouts are unknown. After investigation, all clues pointed to this young man named Yi Xian. Baga. Yi Xian. I don't care who you are. The hatred of killing my son is irreconcilable. I will make sure you die without a burial place. Yamamoto Kazuo roared madly in his heart. Accept them. There are also financial tycoons from Wall Street, energy oligarchs from Russia, and diamond tycoons from Africa. Each of them is a famous and powerful person. They represent some of the top predators on the planet. At this moment, they all turned their eyes to him because of Yi Xian's words. However, facing this gaze is enough to make any head of state tremble with fear. Yi Xian seemed unaware of it. He still looked calm and composed, as if he didn't care about anything. He held Su Muqing's hand and walked straight to the throne in the center of the venue that was reserved for the most distinguished guests and slowly sat down. That position was originally prepared for the most distinguished Prince Caliph in this auction. Seeing Yi Xian actually taking over the magpie's nest without any hesitation, the Caliph prince's face suddenly darkened. How dare you? That's my seat. Get off here, you lowly Chinese, the Caliph prince shouted angrily. The black bodyguard beside him took a step forward and a powerful momentum burst out in an instant, crushing towards Yi Xian. That is the pressure from a top martial arts master. It's enough to make ordinary people tremble with fear. However, Yi Xian didn't even raise his eyelids. He just picked up a glass of champagne on the table and took a sip. Then he uttered a word lightly. Roll. The sound is not loud. However, the aggressive black bodyguard's body shook violently as if he had been hit hard. He took 7 or 8 steps back before he could barely stand firm, and a trace of blood even flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Just one word caused him internal injuries? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this young man? The whole place fell into deathly silence in an instant. The expressions on the faces of all the big guys who originally had contempt and disdain froze at this moment. They finally realized that this young man from China seemed to be more than just a wealthy upstart. The Caliph prince's face turned pale and blue and became extremely ugly. He wanted to explode, but when he saw the terrified look in the eyes of his most capable bodyguard, he did not dare to act rashly. Just when the atmosphere was awkward and tense, a female host wearing a red cheongsam, with a hot body and a seductive face, walked up to the auction stage while twisting her slender waist. Dear distinguished guests, welcome to the annual Tianke auction. I, Hong Ling, am the host of this auction. Without further ado, I declare this auction officially open. Her voice was full of charm and successfully attracted everyone's attention. A top auction that is destined to go down in history has finally begun. Chapter 43, 100 million? I'll give you 1 billion. As the host Hong Ling finished speaking, two tall, scantily clad bunny girls walked up to the auction stage carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Everyone is curious about what the first item will be. You should know that all the items that can be auctioned at the Tianke auction are rare treasures. Even an appetizer is enough to drive countless wealthy people from outside crazy. Everyone, please look. Hong Ling smiled sweetly and lifted the red cloth. In an instant, a bright blue light burst out, so bright that people could hardly open their eyes. It was a blue diamond as big as a pigeon egg. The diamond was cut into a perfect heart shape, emitting a dreamy glow under the light, as if the entire starry sky was integrated into it. Wow! What a beautiful diamond! Could this be the legendary Heart of the Ocean? No, the Heart of the Ocean is precious, but compared to it, it's just an ordinary piece of glass. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience. Even those top bosses who were used to seeing all kinds of rare treasures had a flash of amazement in their eyes. Su Muqing subconsciously covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. No woman can resist the temptation of such extreme beauty. It seems like everyone likes our first lot. Hong Ling was very satisfied with the atmosphere at the scene and introduced with a smile, this diamond is called Tears of the Deep Sea. It weighs 108 carats and is the largest and most perfect blue diamond ever discovered by mankind. Its value is immeasurable. The starting price is $100 million. Each bid increase must not be less than $10 million. Bidding begins now. $100 million. This price is enough to make 99.99% of the people in the world stay away. But to the big guys present, it is just a number. 110 million. As soon as Hong Ling finished speaking, a Hollywood superstar from the United States couldn't wait to raise a sign. He wanted to buy the diamond and give it to his new supermodel girlfriend. 120 million. A football star from Europe was not to be outdone. 150 million. The Caliphate prince in the Middle East also raised a sign that he wanted to use the diamond to decorate his toilet. Prices have skyrocketed. It soon exceeded $300 million. The sounds of bidding were heard one after another and the atmosphere was extremely lively. However, Yi Xian, who sat on the throne from beginning to end, did not make any expression. He didn't even take a second look at the so-called Tear of the Deep Sea. It was as if the rare treasure that was priceless in the eyes of others was no different from a stone on the roadside in his eyes. His attitude made many people feel puzzled and despised. I thought he was so great, but it turns out he's just a poor guy pretending to be awesome. We don't even dare to bid for the first lot, and you still dare to call us a bunch of losers? It seems we all overestimate him. Some big guys who were previously intimidated by Yi Xian's aura began to whisper to each other, and their voices were full of sarcasm. The Prince Caliph even raised his middle finger directly at Yi Xian in a provocative manner. When Su Muqing saw this scene, she frowned slightly and looked at Yi Xian with some worry. She didn't want her master to be looked down upon in this way. However, Yi Xian still looked calm and composed. He just patted the back of Su Muqing's hand gently, signaling her to be patient. Then he picked up the glass and drank the last sip of champagne. Just when everyone thought he would remain silent. Just when the price of the Tear of the Deep Sea was raised to $500 million by Prince Caliph and was about to be finalized, Yi Xian finally moved. He didn't hold up a sign. He just slowly extended a finger. Then he uttered two words lightly. 1 billion. The sound is not loud. But it was like a bolt of thunder from the sky exploding throughout the entire venue. In an instant the whole world became quiet. All the noisy sounds disappeared. Everyone's eyes were glazed over. Everyone's brain shut down. 1 billion? He actually increased it directly from 500 million to 1 billion? And the unit is US dollars. Is this fucking crazy? This is no longer an auction. This is throwing money at people. Hit people with a mountain of gold. Did I hear it wrong? How much did he just said? A big shot asked stutteringly. It seems to be 1 billion. Another big boss answered uncertainly. Gudong. The whole audience could hear the sound of swallowing saliva. All those who had been mocking Yi Xian before now felt their faces burning with pain. It's like being slapped in the face with 10 billion bills. Poor guy? If this is considered poor, then what are they? Beggar? The Prince Caliph was completely dumbfounded. He was just feeling smug about being able to come up with 500 million US dollars. As a result, they returned 1 billion. This made him feel like a clown. His face instantly turned purple and he wanted to raise the price but found that he didn't have the confidence at all. $1 billion for a diamond? Even if he was a prince from the Middle East, he wouldn't be such a spendthrift. Hong Ling, the host at the auction table, was so shocked by the price that she was speechless for a long time. She had hosted auctions for so many years and had never seen such a crazy scene. 1 billion US dollars. This gentleman offered 1 billion US dollars. Is there a higher offer? Hong Ling shouted stutteringly. The whole place was dead silent. No one spoke again. Joke. Bidding against a lunatic who can casually throw out $1 billion for a diamond? Isn't that courting death? 1 billion times. Twice 1 billion. 3 times 1 billion. Make a deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for filming Tears of the Deep Sea. As the auction hammer fell. This world-famous blue diamond officially belongs to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't even look at it. He just turned his head and looked at Su Muqing, who was completely dazed beside him, with a doting smile on his face. Do you like it? Su Muqing finally woke up as if from a dream and nodded subconsciously. I'm giving it to you. Yi Xian said it so casually, as if what he was giving away was not a diamond worth $10 billion but a worthless candy. Su Muqing was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, her heart was completely filled with an emotion called happiness and touching. She looked at Yi Xian's handsome profile, the love and admiration in her eyes almost overflowing. This man always brings her the most extreme shock and touch inadvertently. The big guys around were collectively petrified after hearing Yi Xian's words. $1 billion diamond. Just give it away like that? And it was given to a maid? Is this guy still a human being? At this moment they finally understood why Yi Xian dared to say that they were worthless. Because in front of him they really are. Chapter 44, Crazy Price Increase shocked the audience. Yi Xian's act of casually giving Su Muqing the Tears of the Deep Sea worth $1 billion completely stunned the entire audience. All the big guys who were dissatisfied and looked down on him before now shut their mouths and dared not to do anything rash anymore. Joke. Can they afford to offend someone who can give away $1 billion as pocket money? The Caliph Prince's face turned pale and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had previously wanted to compete with Yi Xian for the throne, but now it seems like a huge joke. The auction continues. The next few lots are also rare treasures. There is Van Gogh's long-lost final painting, Wheatfield Under the Stars. There are imperial seals handed down from ancient Chinese emperors. There is a super private yacht equipped with the most advanced weapon system comparable to a small aircraft carrier. Each item caused fierce competition among the bigwigs on the scene. The prices have been driven up to an incredible height. However, no matter how crazy they raise the price, as long as it is something Yi Xian likes. He simply quoted a price that made everyone despair. Then he won the item without any suspense. Wheatfield Under the Starry Sky? Not bad, a bit artistic. I'll take the $2 billion. The Imperial Seal? It's interesting to take it back and use it as a seal. $5 billion. A super yacht? I just need a toy for the sea. I don't want to waste my time talking to you guys about $10 billion. Every bid Yi Xian made was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. His tone was as bland as buying cabbage in the vegetable market. But the price offered is enough to bankrupt a medium-sized country. Crazy. It's fucking crazy. Everyone was confused by Yi Xian's inhumane way of spending money. They have participated in countless auctions and have never seen such unreasonable players. How can this be an auction? This is clearly a blatant display of wealth. Use money to tell everyone what absolute strength is. Oh my god. Who is this Chinese guy? Does his family run a banknote printing factory? It's terrible. His wealth is bottomless. I feel like all of our money combined doesn't have as much as he does. The big guys were talking and the looks they showed towards Yi Xian had changed from their initial disdain and fear to complete awe and fear. Money is a symbol of power to some extent. And the financial resources displayed by Yi Xian have far exceeded their imagination. Su Muqing sat next to Yi Xian and watched her master squandering tens of billions of dollars while chatting and laughing without changing her expression. There was no other emotion in her heart except shock and admiration. She knew it started tonight. Yi Xian's name will resound throughout the world's top circles. He will become the one that all the big guys look up to. And as this man's woman, Su Muqing will also rise in status to become the most enviable woman in the world. Thinking of this, her eyes looking at Yi Xian became even more tender and full of endless love. Just at this moment, the host Hongling walked onto the auction stage again. But this time her expression seemed particularly serious and solemn. Dear guests, the next lot is the second to last lot of our auction. Its value far exceeds all the previous lots combined. You can even say it's a divine object that can change human history. Hongling's words instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. What on earth could make the knowledgeable Hongling give such a high evaluation? Even Yi Xian, who had been acting calm and composed, sat up straighter with a hint of interest in his eyes. He knew the real show was finally about to begin. In the expectant eyes of everyone, a password box made of a special alloy was carefully lifted up by 4 fully armed security guards. Hongling took a deep breath and stepped forward to enter a series of complex passwords. There was only a slight click sound. The password box slowly opened. A refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire venue. Everyone who smelled the fragrance of the medicine felt refreshed, as if all the fatigue in their body was swept away. What is this smell? It smells so good. I feel like my arthritis isn't hurting anymore. Oh my god. My white hair turned black. There was an incredible cry from the crowd. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the open password box. In the middle of the box, there lay a small bottle carved from white jade. Inside the bottle was a Longdon-sized blood-red pill that emitted a faint glow. That's where the medicinal fragrance comes from. Could this be? A feng shui master from China who was proficient in ancient Taoist techniques was so excited that he was shaking all over and talking incoherently when he looked at the pill. That's right. Hongling's voice also trembled a little. This is what the ancient alchemists said was made after they spent their entire lives refining it. Life-extending pills. Chapter 45: The Mysterious Finale. Longevity pill. When these 3 words came out of Hongling's mouth, the entire auction venue fell into dead silence in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Longevity pill? The legendary elixir that can increase human lifespan? How is this possible? This is completely beyond their understanding. You have to know that these bigwigs present have wealth and power that ordinary people can't imagine. But in the face of time, they are as powerless and insignificant as ordinary people. They can buy the most luxurious villas, the best sports cars, and the most beautiful women in the world. But they can't buy time. They will also grow old, get sick, and die. They will be afraid of death too. Even more scared than ordinary people. Because they have so much and are too reluctant to let go. And now, an elixir that can increase lifespan appeared right in front of them. How can this not drive them crazy? Gudong. I don't know who swallowed first. The whole venue was boiling in an instant. Flames of greed and madness flashed in everyone's eyes. Their breathing became extremely heavy, as if a group of wolves that had been hungry for several days saw the most delicious prey. The life-extending pill. It's really the life-extending pill. I must get it. Don't let anyone snatch it from me. I'm willing to lose everything I own. I'll pay anything for it. The bosses are all crazy. They have completely lost their minds. No matter what your demeanor or status is, they become worthless in the face of the temptations of life. Even Carl from the Rothschild family, who had always acted so high and mighty as if he didn't care about anything, was now breathing rapidly and his eyes were full of desire. He is already over 80 years old and his health is getting worse day by day. The footsteps of death seemed to be echoing in his ears. He wanted to live more than anyone else. Only Yi Xian still sat firmly on the throne with a playful smile on his face. Longevity pill? That sounds awesome. But for him who owns the system, it is not a rare thing. As long as he wanted, he could exchange for better pills in the system mall at any time. However, he did develop a little interest in the origin of this pill. The background of the person who could take out such a thing to auction Tian K seemed to be more mysterious than he had imagined. Hee, it looks like everyone can't wait. Hongling looked at the crazy faces in the audience and smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly the effect she wants. This longevity pill has been certified by our Tian K experts to increase the lifespan of the user by at least 10 years. And it has no side effects. Its starting price is $10 billion US. Each bid increase must not be less than $10 billion US. Bidding begins now. $10 billion US. This price directly broke the highest record in auction history. But none of the bigwigs present thought it was expensive. Joke. $10 billion US in exchange for 10 years of life. This is simply the best deal in the world. 20 billion. As soon as Hongling finished speaking, the Caliph Prince in the Middle East doubled the price. His father, the old king, is seriously ill and may die at any time. If he could capture this life-extending elixir and present it to the old king, he would become a hero of the entire kingdom. The throne will also be within your reach. 30 billion. Karl of the Rothschild family also raised his sign without hesitation. His eyes were filled with a determined light. 40 billion. The financial giants on Wall Street have also joined the battle. 50 billion. Kazuo Yamamoto from Japan also roared out a price. The price has skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded $80 billion US. The entire venue fell into a state of madness. Everyone was bloodthirsty. They are willing to risk their entire fortune for this longevity elixir. But at this moment, a faint voice resounded throughout the venue again. 100 billion. It's Yi Xian again. It's that understated yet overbearing tone again. In an instant, the entire venue fell into silence again. Everyone was frozen in place as if they were under a spell. They mechanically turned their heads to look at the man sitting on the throne like a god, his eyes filled with despair and fear. 100 billion. US dollars. He once again quoted a sky-high price that no one could afford. Is this man's wealth really unlimited? You, don't go too far. Karl pointed at Yi Xian and trembled with anger. Excessive? Yi Xian smiled when he heard that. He slowly stood up and looked down at everyone present with an indifferent and cold look in his eyes. So what if I went too far? Are you a bunch of chickens and dogs worthy enough to steal from me? I'm going to take this longevity pill today. Anyone who disagrees can try it. His voice was not loud, but it was full of unquestionable dominance and majesty. Under the crushing of his terrifying aura, all the big guys lowered their proud heads and never dared to look him in the eye again. They knew they had lost. A complete defeat. In the face of absolute strength, any struggle is futile. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled, an old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from an inconspicuous corner of the conference hall. 101 billion. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked in the direction of the sound. They all wanted to see who dared to challenge Yi Xian's authority at this time. Even Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards that corner. Only seen in the dim light, a mysterious man wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body in shadow was slowly holding up a sign. He exuded a cold and strange aura that made people shudder. Finally, an interesting guy has arrived. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He knew this was the real finale of the night. This mysterious man and the forces behind him are his real opponents tonight. Chapter 46, Life-Extending Pill? This is an elixir. The mysterious man in black robe suddenly made a bid, which instantly made the atmosphere in the entire venue weird. Everyone's eyes were looking back and forth between Yi Xian and the man in black robe, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. They all wanted to see how this fight between gods would end. Interesting. Yi Xian looked at the man in black robe and the smile on his face became even more intense. He could sense a vague sense of threat emanating from the man in black robe. That's not the threat posed by money and power. It is a purer and more primitive power. 200 billion. Yi Xian once again calmly quoted a price that made everyone gasp. He wanted to use the most direct and domineering way to tell everyone that any struggle in front of him was futile. However, this time the man in black was not scared away like the others. He just let out a hoarse and ugly laugh like a night owl. He, young man, money is a good thing, but there are many things in this world that money can't buy. The man in black robe slowly stood up. A cold and powerful aura burst out from his body and instantly swept across the entire venue. Everyone who was swept by this breath felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering all over. Even the martial arts master-level bodyguard beside Prince Caliph had a changed expression and his eyes were filled with fear. This aura was even more terrifying and evil than the aura from Yi Xian that he had felt before. What kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. Devil! He is the devil! The bosses screamed in fear and retreated away from the man in black robe as if they were avoiding the plague. Only Yi Xian still sat firmly on the throne without changing his expression. He looked at the man in black robe with interest as if he was looking at an interesting prey. Oh? Really? Yi Xian said calmly, "Then I want to see if there is anything that I can't buy with money today." Young man, you will see it. The black-robed man laughed strangely and suddenly stretched out a dry hand like a chicken claw and grabbed the longevity pill on the auction table. In an instant, an invisible force burst out. The password box made of special alloy was actually crushed by this force. The priceless longevity pill turned into a red light and flew towards the man in black robe. Oh no! He wants to steal the pills. Stop him now. The faces of the security personnel of Tianke changed drastically and they took out their weapons and shot at the man in black robe. However, those bullets that were powerful enough to penetrate steel plates seemed to be stuck in a quagmire as soon as they came within 3 feet of the black-robed man's body. Their speed suddenly slowed down and they fell weakly to the ground. What? Everyone was stunned when seeing this scene. This is completely beyond their understanding. Is this still a human being? This is clearly a superpower from the movies. Humph, a bunch of ants. The man in black robe snorted disdainfully without even looking at the security personnel. The only thing in his eyes was the longevity pill that was about to be obtained. However, just as his hand was about to touch the pill, a golden light suddenly shot out from Yi Xian's eyes and instantly wrapped up the longevity pill. The black-robed man's face changed. He felt that the connection between him and the elixir had been cut off by an even more powerful force. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Yi Xian with shock and disbelief in his eyes. Who are you? He couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could crack his photography skills. And he is such a young person. You don't deserve to know who I am. Yi Xian said lightly. He stretched out his hand and waved gently. The longevity pill wrapped in golden light flew into his hands obediently as if it had been summoned by something. Yi Xian put the pill to the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. A strong breath of life hits me in the face. Yes, it is good stuff indeed. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Then, in everyone's shocked and puzzled eyes, he made a move that no one expected. He actually threw the longevity pill worth hundreds of billions of US dollars directly into his mouth and started chewing it like candy beans. In an instant, the whole world became quiet. Everyone was petrified. Their brains can no longer think. Eat? He actually ate the elixir that could add 10 years to his life? Just eat it casually? What a waste! What a waste! An old man beat his chest and stamped his feet and shouted in grief. That is a life-extending elixir. It is the elixir that countless people dream of. He just ate it as a snack? The man in black robe was also completely dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. He had been planning for this elixir for decades and was about to get it, but it was snatched away by someone. And in the most humiliating way. Ah! Damn you! How dare you eat my pills? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to cut you into pieces. The man in black robe roared madly as a monstrous black energy burst out from his body and transformed into a huge skeleton ghost claw that grabbed Yi Xian fiercely. He wanted to dig out Yi Xian along with the pills in his stomach. However, facing this devastating blow, Yi Xian just curled his lips in disdain. Noisy. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed lightly at the huge ghost claw. Certainly. In an instant, the menacing ghost claw was frozen in mid-air as if it had been cast under a spell, unable to move forward even an inch. Then, in the black-robed man's terrified and desperate gaze, the ghost claw shattered into pieces and turned into black gas that dissipated into the air. Puff! The man in black robe spat out a mouthful of black blood as if he had been hit hard, and his body was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were full of fear. He couldn't believe that the magic he was so proud of was so vulnerable in front of this young man. "You, what kind of monster are you?" "I'm someone you can't mess with," Yi Xian said lightly. He walked towards the man in black robe step by step. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. In the end, a towering golden god seemed to appear behind him, looking down at all living beings. Under the cover of this terrifying pressure, the man in black robe could no longer hold on and fell to his knees with a plop. He was trembling all over and no longer had the slightest thought of resisting. He knew he had hit a wall today. And it was a piece of iron plate that was strong enough to crush him into powder. Chapter 47, Sky High Price. 10 billion. The title of this chapter seems to be somewhat inconsistent with the previous plot because the longevity pill has been bought by Yi Xian at a price of 100 billion and taken on the spot. In order to maintain the coherence and logic of the plot, I will make appropriate adjustments to the content of this chapter to make it more consistent with the current storyline while retaining the core element of Sky High Price and applying it to the last and most mysterious finale item of this auction. Yi Xian suppressed the mysterious man in black robe with thundering means and swallowed the longevity pill worth hundreds of billions on the spot. This scene completely overturned the three views of all the bigwigs present. They looked at the black-robed man who was kneeling in front of Yi Xian and trembling like a stray dog, and then looked at Yi Xian who was calm and composed as if a god, and their hearts were filled with shock. They finally understood how big the gap between themselves and Yi Xian was. It's no longer a gap in wealth and power. That is the difference in life levels. In front of Yi Xian, they are really no different from ants. "Mercy, mercy, please spare my life." The man in black robe knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to beg for mercy, no longer showing his previous arrogance and weirdness. His eyes were filled with fear of death. "Forgive you?" Yi Xian looked down at him with a cold arc on his lips. "Didn't you just say you were going to kill me and cut me into pieces?" "No. I dare not. I am blind and have offended you, sir. Please spare my life for the sake of my hard work and cultivation." The man in black robe was scared out of his wits. "Is cultivation difficult?" Yi Xian sneered. "You have killed countless innocent lives with your evil magic, and you are qualified to talk about cultivation?" As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, all the secrets of the man in black robe were exposed in front of his eyes of business insight. It turns out that this man in black robe is from an evil organization called Black Witch Cult in Southeast Asia. They specialize in practicing evil magic by sucking people's essence and souls. Their methods are extremely cruel. This time he came to the auction just to get the longevity elixir to break through the bottleneck and practice more advanced evil arts. Humph, they are indeed a group of pests. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. What he hated most was this kind of scum who killed innocent people indiscriminately. "Since you like sucking other people's souls so much, today I will let you experience the feeling of having your soul devoured." As he spoke, Yi Xian stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the crown of the black-robed man's head. "No! Don't!" The man in black robe let out a shrill scream. But it was too late. A visible black airflow was forcibly drawn out from the black-robed man's body and then sucked into Yi Xian's palm. The body of the man in black robe shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a mummy and fell to the ground. After devouring the soul and cultivation of the man in black robe, Yi Xian felt that his mental power and strength had increased a lot. "Well, this feels pretty good." Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction as if he had just done something insignificant. However, the other people present were so frightened that they turned pale and were cold all over. Kill, murder. And in such a weird and terrifying way. Soul-sucking? This is something only the devil can do, right? At this moment, the looks of all the big guys looking at Yi Xian changed. If before they were in awe and fear of Yi Xian, so now they only have the most primitive and purest fear of Yi Xian. They were afraid that this moody young devil would suck them up if he got unhappy. Just when the whole place fell into dead silence and the atmosphere was extremely depressing, the host Hong Ling once again stepped onto the auction stage. Her face was pale, her legs were weak, and she had to use up all her strength to barely stand. She looked at the black-robed man who had turned into a mummy, and then at Yi Xian who was smiling as if nothing had happened, and her heart was filled with fear. but as a host she has to do her job. Dear guests, please, next is the last and most mysterious item of this auction. Hongling's voice trembled and was full of fear. Everyone's heart jumped into their throat when they heard that there were still items to be auctioned. They all wanted to see what would be the highlight of this horrific auction. Under the nervous and curious gaze of the crowd, a gorgeous treasure chest made of pure gold and inlaid with countless gems was slowly pushed up. This treasure chest itself is priceless. What on earth is in this? Everyone's mind was full of questions. Hongling took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She walked over to the treasure chest and slowly opened it. However, to everyone's surprise, the treasure chest was empty. Nothing at all. What does this mean? Are you kidding us? The bosses were all stunned and didn't understand what Tian Ke was doing. However, when Yi Xian saw the empty treasure chest, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. His eye of business insight told him that this treasure chest itself was an incredible treasure. An extremely complex spatial formation is depicted inside it. This is not a treasure chest at all. This is storage space that can be taken with you. Its value is countless times more precious than that longevity pill. Don't worry, everyone. Hongling looked at everyone's puzzled expressions and regained a professional smile. This item is very special. It has no physical body and no name. It's a promise. A promise from the master behind our Tian Ke. Taking a picture of it means you have a chance to ask anything of our owner. Whether it's wealth that rivals a country, overwhelming power, or even the destruction of a country, our master can do it for you. Hongling's words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in everyone's mind. Everyone was shocked beyond words by the news. A promise from the master of Tian Ke? This is even more outrageous than Aladdin's magic lamp. If it is really as Hongling said, then the value of this promise will be immeasurable. The starting price for this commitment is $10 billion. There is no upper limit. Bidding begins now. Hongling's words had just fallen. Yi Xian raised his hand without hesitation. I want this promise. I'm going to. He paused and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. 100 billion. Another 100 billion. And it's in US dollars. The whole place fell into dead silence again. Everyone was numb. They were so shocked by Yi Xian's generosity that they lost the ability to think. They only know that from today on, there is one more person in this world whom they can never afford to offend. His name is Yi Xian. Chapter 48, Fame in High Society. When Yi Xian once again bought the last mysterious item, a promise from the owner of Tian Ke at a sky-high price of 100 billion US dollars. The atmosphere of the entire auction reached its peak. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man who sat on the throne like a god. Their eyes were filled with awe, fear, and a hint of indescribable fanaticism. They knew they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Starting tonight, the name Yi Xian will no longer be limited to China's financial circle. He will be like the brightest comet that streaks across the night sky of the world's upper class, eclipsing all those big guys who claim to be stars. The auction ended in a weird and fanatical atmosphere. The big guys all stood up and left. However, before they left, they all made the same move. They all walked up to Yi Xian, respectfully handed him their business cards and introduced their home addresses. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the Caliph of the Abu Dhabi royal family in the Middle East. I hope you will forgive me for any offense I have caused you. The previously arrogant Prince Caliph now lowered his head like a primary school student who had done something wrong, with a look of humility and fear on his face. Mr. Yi, I am Karl from the Rothschild family. It is an honor to meet you. The old European aristocrat who once despised Yi Xian as a nouveau riche now put aside all his pride and reserve and took the initiative to show goodwill. Mr. Yi, I am the CEO of Goldman Sachs on Wall Street. Mr. Yi, I am the chairman of Gazprom. One by one, those names that were admired by countless people in the outside world were now vying to introduce themselves to Yi Xian, as if it was a great honor to be able to say a word to Yi Xian. Their purpose is simple. I just want to establish a relationship with Yi Xian, this mysterious and powerful being. Even if it's just to make yourself familiar to others. After all, having one more friend like Yi Xian in this world is equivalent to having one more way to the sky. And having another enemy like Yi Xian would definitely be a nightmare. For these big guys who took the initiative to show goodwill. Yi Xian did not refuse either. He just nodded lightly and signaled Su Muqing beside him to accept the business cards. He knew that these people were just chickens and dogs in his eyes. But in the secular world they still possess enormous power. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Building one's own network and influence is also part of the life of a wealthy person. Soon, Yi Xian and the staff of Tianke were the only ones left in the entire venue. The host Hong Ling twisted her charming figure and walked in front of Yi Xian again. But this time there was no longer any charm or frivolity in her eyes, only deep awe and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. "Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming the biggest winner of our auction," Hong Ling said respectfully. "We will deliver all the items you bid to the location you specify within 24 hours. As for the funds you spent, the total is 137 billion US dollars. We will deduct it directly from your Swiss bank black gold card." "Yeah." Yi Xian responded indifferently, as if the more than 100 billion US dollars were no different from more than 1,000 yuan. This attitude of treating money as dirt made Hong Ling's heart twitch again. She took a deep breath and continued, "Also, regarding the last lot, our Tianke owners promise. We have recorded your information. From now on, you can contact us at any time to make your request." As she spoke, she handed Yi Xian a card made of pure black metal. There was only a mysterious totem and a satellite phone number on the card. "Is there a time limit for this promise?" Yi Xian asked. "No, Mr. Yi." Hong Ling shook her head. "This promise is permanent. Whenever and wherever you need us, Tianke will honor it for you." "Okay, I got it." Yi Xian nodded and threw the card to Su Muqing. Then he stood up, put his arm around Su Muqing's slender waist and prepared to leave. However, at this moment Hong Ling suddenly called him again. "Mr. Yi, please stay." "Anything else?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Yes, our master wants to see you." Hong Ling's voice was filled with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. "Oh? Your master?" Yi Xian became somewhat interested after hearing this. He was also very curious about who this person was who could create a mysterious organization like Tianke and dare to make such a shocking promise. "Yes." Hong Ling nodded. "Our master is very interested in you and wants to make friends with you. Lead the way." Yi Xian did not refuse. He wanted to see what this so-called Tianke master was up to. Under the leadership of Hong Ling, Yi Xian and Su Muqing passed through a secret passage made of a special alloy and came to a room full of futuristic technology. In the center of the room stands a huge holographic projection device. A blurry figure was standing in the center of the projection with his back to them. "You're here." A voice that had been specially processed so that it was impossible to distinguish between gender and age came from the projection. "Are you the master of Tianke?" Yi Xian asked indifferently. "You can say that." The figure turned around slowly. However, his face was covered with a thick mist that made it impossible to see his appearance clearly. "What do you want from me?" Yi Xian asked straight to the point. Young man, don't be so anxious." The figure chuckled. "I just want to see what the person who I can't see through looks like. Now that you see, you can tell me your purpose." Yi Xian's tone remained calm. You are really crazy." The figure did not seem angry. "I came to you to make a deal with you." "Trade?" "That's right." The figure said, "I can give you everything you want: wealth, power, beauty, and even eternal life. And the price you need to pay is your loyalty." Chapter 49: The Wooing of Various Forces. The seductive voice of the master of Tianke echoed in the room. Eternal life. Who in this world can resist such extreme temptation? However, Yi Xian laughed after hearing this. He smiled brightly and disdainfully. "Eternal life? Just you?" Yi Xian's tone was full of sarcasm, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Are you questioning my ability?" For the first time, the figure's voice showed a slight fluctuation. "No, I'm not questioning you." Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm just stating a fact. How dare you talk about eternal life when you don't even dare to show your true face to others? How can you ask me to be loyal to you when you can't even see through me? Who do you think you are?" Every word Yi Xian said was like a sharp knife stabbing the heart of the owner of Tianke. The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. A terrifying pressure burst out from the figure and crushed towards Yi Xian. The entire room was shaking violently under this pressure, as if it could collapse at any time. However, Yi Xian still looked calm and composed. He even had the leisure to reach out and gently stroke Su Muqing's soft hair. It seemed as if the terrifying pressure that was enough to change the color of mountains and rivers was no different from a spring breeze on his face. "You are crazy, young man." After a long time, the figure slowly put away his intimidating power and spoke in a cold voice. "I hope you're as strong as your mouth is. You will see." Yi Xian said lightly, "But not now. I'm not interested in being your dog. I just like to have other people be my dogs." After saying this, Yi Xian no longer paid attention to the owner of Tianke, who was so angry that he was about to explode, and turned around and left while holding Su Muqing. "Yi Xian!" The angry roar of the owner of Tianke came from behind. "We'll meet again. I'll wait." Yi Xian waved his hand without looking back and disappeared at the end of the passage. On the way to leave Asgard Island, Su Muqing snuggled in Yi Xian's arms, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "Master, the owner of Tianke seems to be quite someone extraordinary. Will we get into trouble if we offend him like this?" "Trouble?" Yi Xian smiled when he heard that. "In this world, I am the only one who causes trouble to others, and no one dares to cause trouble to me. If he knows what's best for him, he should just hide away and never show up again. If he dares to mess with me, I don't mind making sure that the Tianke organization no longer exists in this world." Yi Xian's tone was calm but full of unquestionable dominance. Su Muqing's worries instantly disappeared when she heard this. She looked at her man's handsome profile with eyes full of obsession and admiration. This is her man. A peerless tycoon who regards all the heroes in the world as nothing. At the same time, the news that Yi Xian spent hundreds of billions of dollars at the Tianke auction and suppressed various bigwigs with thunder like means spread quickly throughout the world's upper-class society like wings. For a moment, the whole world was shocked. The name Yi Xian has become the focus of attention of all top forces. Countless olive branches were extended to this mysterious young man from China from all over the world. CIA Director, according to our intelligence, Yi Xian's wealth and strength are unfathomable. We must win him over to our camp at all costs. If we can't win him over, we'll destroy him at all costs. We can never allow a super being that is beyond our control to appear. The Knights Templar of Europe. Pass my order and immediately send our most beautiful saint to contact Yi Xian. I want him to become the honorary knight commander of our knights. The KGB of the polar bear country. This Yi Xian must become a friend of our polar bear country. Tell him that we can give him half of the Siberian oil fields as long as he is willing." Suddenly, the situation became tense and chaotic. The world's top superpowers and the ancient forces hidden behind the scenes have begun to take action. They have only one goal, and that is to win over Yi Xian. Because they all know that a person like Yi Xian is enough to change the entire world no matter which side he sides to. However, regarding the disturbances from the outside world, Yi Xian was not interested at all. At this moment, he was lying on his super yacht worth tens of billions of dollars, enjoying the personal service of Su Muqing and a group of bikini beauties, and fishing leisurely. It seemed as if the changes in the world had nothing to do with him. Just at this moment, an untimely phone call came. "It's Wang Duojin calling. Boss Yi, something bad has happened. Something serious has happened." Wang Duojin's anxious and frightened voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 50: The Reckless Provocateur. "What are you panicking about?" Yi Xian was lying on a comfortable beach chair, holding a $1 million bottle of Romane Conti in one hand and enjoying Su Muqing's soft and boneless hands massaging his temples with the other hand, and asked lazily. It was as if even the falling sky could not move him in the slightest. "Yi. Mr. Yi." Wang Duojin's voice on the other end of the phone was still full of fear and anxiety. "All overseas accounts of our brilliant technology in Su Group have been frozen. All our overseas businesses have been attacked like never before. Our stock price evaporated by hundreds of billions in just 1 hour. It was the Americans who did it. They launched comprehensive sanctions against us on the grounds of endangering national security." Wang Duojin told the whole story in one breath. His voice was trembling. He couldn't imagine who had such great power that he could make the world's #1 superpower serve them. This is no longer a business competition. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Oh? American? When Yi Xian heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He knew that this must be the work of those guys who were angry and humiliated because they failed to win him over. It seems that some people really don't know how to live or die. Yi Xian sneered and slowly sat up from the beach chair. As soon as he moved, the atmosphere on the entire yacht suddenly became depressing. Those bikini beauties who were originally laughing and playing were frightened into silence and dared not make the slightest sound. They could clearly feel the terrifying murderous intent emanating from Yi Xian that was enough to change the color of the heaven and earth. Oh nar. Su Muqing also looked at Yi Xian with some concern. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of clowns and can't cause any trouble. Yi Xian patted the back of her hand gently to comfort her. Then he said calmly to Wang Duojin on the other end of the phone, don't panic, let them continue to jump around. I want to see what tricks they can come up with. Also, prepare for me. I'm going to the United States. Ah? Mr. Yi, you are going to the United States? Wang Duojin was shocked when he heard this. No. Mr. Yi. The Americans are clearly targeting you now. If you go there now, won't you be walking into a trap? Walk into a trap? Yi Xian smiled. Do you think there is any place in this world that can trap me? I'm not going there to negotiate this time. I'm here to collect a debt. If they dare to touch my money, they should be prepared to pay it back with the entire country. Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but it was filled with endless domineering and murderous intent. Wang Duojin felt a surge of blood rushing to his head when he heard this. He knew that his boss was going to start showing off again. And this time he is pretending to be so amazing that there is no one like him before and no one like him after him. One man takes on a world superpower? How fucking heroic and domineering is this? Yes. Mr. Yi. I understand. I'll arrange it right away. Wang Duojin hung up the phone excitedly. 3 days later. New York, USA. A private jet with an extremely cool shape slowly landed at Kennedy International Airport. Yi Xian, dressed in casual clothes and sunglasses, walked down from the plane with his arm around Su Muqing's slender waist that was enough to make all men's nose bleed. However, as soon as they walked out of the airport, they were surrounded by a group of fully armed FBI agents. The leader was a tall, white man with a fleshy face. He held a cigar in his mouth, looked at Yi Xian arrogantly, and said in broken Chinese, "Are you Yi Xian?" "I am." Yi Xian replied indifferently. "Come with us." The white man said disdainfully, "We suspect you are involved in multiple transnational financial crimes and terrorist activities and need your cooperation in our investigation." As he said this, the FBI agents behind him were about to step forward and handcuff Yi Xian. However, they had not yet approached Yi Xian's body. He was blown away by an invisible force. What? The white man's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Yi Xian to dare to attack the police in public. You dare to resist? You are declaring war on the entire United States of America, the white man roared in a cowardly manner. Declare war? Yi Xian smiled when he heard that. No, you're wrong. I'm not declaring war on you. I am judging you. As he spoke, Yi Xian slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep eyes that seemed to contain the stars and the sea. He looked at the sturdy white man and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. How do you want to die? Chapter 51 Mr. Yi, how do you want him to die? How do you want to die? Yi Xian's voice, calm yet filled with endless murderous intent, rang out in the noisy airport hall. In an instant the whole world became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on this extremely crazy young Chinese man. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Crazy? This Chinese guy must be crazy. Does he know who he's talking to? That's the FBI. It is the most powerful violence machine in this country. He actually dared to threaten FBI agents in public? Did he think he wasn't dying fast enough? The white sturdy man who was leading the group was also amused by Yi Xian's words. He has worked in the FBI for so many years and has never seen such an arrogant prisoner. Boy, you are very brave. The burly white man grinned, took out a desert eagle from his waist and pressed it against Yi Xian's forehead. I'll send you to see God now. As he said this, he was about to pull the trigger. But at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps and harsh brake sounds suddenly came from outside the airport. Then a large group of men in black suits and sunglasses, looking very imposing, rushed in like a tide. They all hold the latest assault rifles and submachine guns in their hands. They exude an iron-blooded murderous aura that can only be found after going through the baptism of blood and fire. Seeing this group of people, all the passengers in the airport were so scared that they screamed and ran away. The FBI agents who were originally aggressive suddenly changed their expressions when they saw the golden badge on the chest of this group of people. They dropped their weapons one after another, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Because that emblem represents a mysterious entity in this country that is above the law and government. SHIELD. A secret organization that specializes in dealing with various supernatural events and maintaining national security. Their power is unimaginable. Not to mention the small FBI, even the president would have to show some courtesy to them when meeting them. The group of SHIELD agents rushed in and disarmed all the FBI agents without saying a word and dragged them aside like dead dogs. The whole process was smooth and neat. Those FBI agents dared not even fart. Finally, a white old man with gray hair, elegant face, and a well-fitting tuxedo slowly walked in front of Yi Xian surrounded by a group of agents. He first bowed 90 degrees to Yi Xian respectfully. Then he said in an extremely humble tone, "Dear Mr. Yi, hello. I am Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD. We are so sorry that we were late and frightened you." As he said this, he bowed deeply again. This scene petrified all those present who had not yet had time to escape. Their brains have completely froze. The director of SHIELD? This legendary super boss who was elusive actually showed up in person. And he was so respectful and humble to this young Chinese man? What the hell is going on? The white burly man who had pointed a gun at Yi Xian was so scared that he peed his pants. His legs went weak and he fell to the ground with a plop, shaking all over like a sieve. He finally realized what kind of person he had offended today. That SA god that even the director of SHIELD has to bow down to. And he actually wanted to kill him just now? When he thought of this, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fainted. Frightened? Yi Xian smiled when he heard that. He glanced at the white man who was almost scared to death and said calmly, "I'm not scared. But this subordinate of yours seems to want to scare me." Nick Fury's face changed instantly when he heard this. He suddenly turned around and kicked the white man hard in the face. "You bastard! How dare you disrespect Mr. Yi? Do you want to die?" While beating the white man crazily, Nick Fury explained to Yi Xian in panic, "Mr. Yi, please don't get me wrong. This is all the people below acting on their own initiative. It has absolutely nothing to do with our SHIELD. We are here to protect you." Joke. Protect? If you had come a step later, the whole New York would have been demolished by this guy. Nick Fury received a death order from above before coming here. No matter what, Yi Xian must not be allowed to suffer any injustice in the United States. Otherwise, he would have no business being the director. Because they all knew how terrifying Yi Xian was. That is an existence that is powerful enough to subvert the entire world by its own strength. You can only make friends with people like this and never offend them. Yeah? Yi Xian looked at the white man who had been beaten beyond recognition and a playful smile appeared on his face. So how should I deal with this guy who doesn't know how to live or die? Nick Fury was startled when he heard this. He knew that Yi Xian was testing him. Without hesitation, he pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the white man's head, then asked Yi Xian respectfully. "Mr. Yi, how do you want him to die?" Chapter 52, One sentence determines the life and death of a family. "Mr. Yi, how do you want him to die?" The cold yet respectful voice of Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, echoed in the silent airport hall. The gun in his hand was firmly pointed at the white man's head. As long as Yi Xian said a word, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian, waiting for his judgment. The white man kneeling on the ground was so frightened that he felt his heart and liver burst out with a foul smell coming from his crotch that he actually became incontinent. He looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with endless fear and pleading. He doesn't want to die. However, Yi Xian didn't even look at him. His gaze seemed to penetrate time and space and landed on an even more distant place. His eye of business insight is activated again. In an instant, all the information about this strong white man flooded into his mind. John Smith, Chief of Operations for the FBI's New York Division. Behind him stands a political family with enormous power in the United States, the Smith family. The Smith family is one of the oldest families in the United States. Family members are spread across the military, political, and business worlds, with complex relationships and a huge influence. This action against Yi Xian was planned by the Smith family behind the scenes. Their purpose is to suppress Yi Xian in order to show goodwill to certain forces in exchange for greater political benefits. I see. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. It seems that if I don't kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, some people will really think I'm a sick cat. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at John Smith, who was so frightened that he was about to faint. Killing him would be too easy for him. Yi Xian spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it made everyone present feel a chill from the soul. Don't kill him? So what to do with him? Are we going to let him go? Just when everyone was confused, Yi Xian spoke again. His voice was still calm, but the words he said were like the sentence of death. I want him to watch his family turn to ashes because of his stupidity. I want him to spend the rest of his life in endless regret and pain. From now on, I don't want to hear any more news about the Smith family in the United States. In one sentence. It's just an understatement. It sentenced a top powerful family in the United States that had stood for hundreds of years to death. How overbearing is this? What kind of power is this? This is no longer a human being. This is God. He is the God who rules over everything. Nick Fury's body shook violently when he heard this. There was a flash of horror in his eyes. He knew that Yi Xian was very strong and domineering. But he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so domineering. A top political family is going to be wiped out with just one sentence? If this gets out, there will be a huge uproar across the United States. But does he dare to resist? He doesn't dare. He knew that if he dared to say no, the next ones to be wiped out might be him and the shield behind him. Yes. Mr. Yi. Nick Fury stood at attention and saluted without hesitation and responded loudly. I promise to make the Smith family disappear from this world completely within 24 hours. After saying that, he immediately took out an encrypted satellite phone and began to issue a series of cold and cruel orders. Freeze all Smith family assets immediately. Arrest all core members of the Smith family and charge them with treason. All companies and individuals associated with the Smith family will be liquidated. I will make them lose everything. Their families will be destroyed. As Nick Fury issued orders one after another, an unprecedented purge of the Smith family has begun. Countless SHIELD agents and military forces began to operate frantically like the most sophisticated war machines. For a time, the entire American upper class was in a panic and everyone was in danger. All those who had relations with the Smith family drew a line with them at the first opportunity for fear of being implicated. A century-old family that was once extremely glorious fell apart and was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye just because of Yi Xian's words. John Smith, the instigator of all this, completely collapsed after hearing what Nick Fury said. His eyes were filled with bloodshot and despair. He couldn't believe that his momentary impulse had brought disaster to his family. No. No. Please. Let my family go. They are innocent. John Smith crawled to Yi Xian's feet like a madman and cowed out and begged. However, Yi Xian didn't even look at him. He simply said to Nick Fury, take him down and lock him up somewhere so he can enjoy the fireworks. Yes. Mr. Yi. Nick Fury waved his hand and two agents immediately came forward and dragged the mentally ill John Smith away like a dead dog. After dealing with all this, Yi Xian seemed to have done something insignificant as he took Su Muqing in his arms and walked out of the airport under the escort of Nick Fury and a group of SHIELD agents with extremely awe-inspiring gazes. Outside the airport, more than a dozen global limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantoms have been parked neatly on the roadside waiting for a long time. The Hongmen banquet that was originally aimed at Yi Xian was easily resolved by him with the most domineering and powerful attitude. And he also killed a provocateur who was not aware of his own danger. From today on, no one in America will dare to look down on this young man from China. He used practical actions to tell everyone what it means to be. God's power is like prison. God's grace is like the ocean. Chapter 53: Building Your Own Security Team. Only after getting into the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom did Su Muqing's tense nerves finally relax a little. She leaned on Yi Xian's shoulder, her beautiful eyes still filled with deep shock and a hint of fear. The scene just now was so thrilling. The FBI and SHIELD drew their guns and pointed at each other, and one sentence decided the life and death of a century-old family. These scenes that she had only seen in movies before were actually happening right in front of her. And the mastermind behind all this is the man next to her. Yi Xian, where are we going next? Su Muqing asked softly with a hint of dependence in her voice. After going through so many things, she found that she was becoming more and more dependent on this powerful and mysterious man. Let's go to the hotel first. Yi Xian spoke lightly as if the turmoil that had just shaken the entire United States was just a trivial episode to him. His eyes were deep and he seemed to be thinking about something. Although this trip to the United States had a bumpy start, it also served as a wake-up call for him. As his wealth and power grow, the levels he comes into contact with become higher and higher, and the dangers he encounters will naturally increase. Although he is very powerful, he is not afraid of any challenge. But the people around him, such as Su Muqing, Wang Duojin, and Li Aigua, are all ordinary people. He couldn't be with them all the time. If the enemy becomes desperate and we attack them, the consequences will be disastrous. It seems like it's time to build a security team of my own. Yi Xian thought secretly in his heart. An absolutely loyal and powerful top security team capable of handling any emergency. This team must not only protect the safety of him and those around him, but also become an indestructible sword in his hand. Can clear all obstacles for him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly said to Nick Fury, who was driving in front, "Nick, I need a group of people." "Mr. Yi, please give me your orders." Nick Fury responded immediately and respectfully. "I need the world's top special forces mercenary killers. I want the best of the best." Yi Xian's voice was not loud, but it revealed an unquestionable majesty. "Money is not a problem. What I want is absolute loyalty and the strongest strength." Nick Fury was shocked when he heard this. He knew that Yi Xian was going to form his own private army. This is not uncommon in the United States, where many top wealthy people have their own security companies. But for someone like Yi Xian to ask for the world's top elites right away without any restrictions on identity or background is a bit shocking. This is no longer a simple security team, it's simply a small army. But he didn't dare to raise any objection. "Yes, Mr. Yi." Nick Fury agreed immediately. "I will immediately screen the world's top talents for you. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer within 3 days." As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he has the world's top intelligence network and talent database. It was not difficult for him to find these elites who were willing to risk their lives on the edge of a knife. "Very good." Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. "Also, help me find a training base that is large enough and secret enough, preferably an independent island." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Nick Fury responded respectfully again. There was already a storm in his heart. An independent island as a training base? Mr. Yi's ambition and style are really too big. He could already foresee that in the near future a terrifying force that would make the whole world tremble would be born in Yi Xian's hands. And he, Nick Fury, will be the witness and participant of all this. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement and anticipation in his heart. Perhaps following such an unfathomable strong man is the best decision he has ever made in his life. The vehicle soon arrived at the Waldorf Astoria, the most luxurious hotel in New York. Nick Fury personally opened the car door for Yi Xian and had booked the entire presidential suite of the hotel. "Mr. Yi, please take a rest first. Tell me anything you need at any time." Nick Fury said respectfully. Yi Xian nodded and took Su Muqing into the hotel. And just when Yi Xian started to build his own security team, the news that he destroyed the Smith family with just one sentence swept through the entire American upper class like a hurricane. Countless wealthy aristocrats, politicians and tycoons were stunned by the news. They all began to investigate Yi Xian's identity and background. However, the information they found was pitifully little. All we know is that he is a mysterious tycoon from China who possesses wealth that rivals that of a country in unpredictable means. For a time, the name Yi Xian became the most popular and most feared name in the entire American upper-class society. At this time, Yi Xian was leisurely tasting top-quality red wine in the presidential suite and thinking about his future plans. Establishing a security team is only the first step. He still has a lot to do next. Chapter 54, Retired Special Forces King. Nick Fury is extremely efficient. Just 2 days later, he appeared in front of Yi Xian again. "Mr. Yi, I have found the person you want." Nick Fury respectfully handed over a tablet. The tablet computer displays a dense array of personnel information. Each one of them is a top elite with brilliant achievements and a great reputation. There was a Navy SEAL captain who once fought against hundreds of enemies alone in the Middle East battlefield. There is a top killer who is proficient in various assassination techniques and has never failed. There are Israeli Mossad agents who can sneak into any place silently. There is also a fighting master from the Alpha Special Forces of the Polar Bear Country. Each of these people is a national treasure level talent that countless countries and organizations dream of having. Now they are placed in front of Yi Xian like commodities for him to choose. Yi Xian casually flipped through the information without much expression on his face. Although these people are already at the ceiling level in the eyes of ordinary people. But in Yi Xian's eyes, it is far from good enough. What he needs is not a group of machines that only know how to kill. What he needs is a king who can lead the team and possesses absolute loyalty and powerful strength. A king among kings of soldiers. That's all? Yi Xian put down the tablet and asked calmly. Nick Fury's heart tightened and he said quickly, Mr. Yi, these are the top talents that can be contacted at present. Each of them has been strictly screened and background checked by our shield to ensure that they have a clean background and strong strength. I don't doubt their strength. Yi Xian shook his head. I just think we are still lacking a leader who can control the situation. Leader? Nick Fury was stunned for a moment and then understood what Yi Xian meant. It is true that these people are unruly beasts. If you want to make them obedient, you must have someone stronger and more ruthless than them to suppress them. But where can I find such a person? Just as Nick Fury was racking his brains, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. I heard that there was a special forces soldier in China codenamed Wolf Warrior, also known as the Eastern Death God. He once destroyed an international drug trafficking group by himself, but later retired for some reason. Can you find him? A figure emerged in Yi Xian's mind. That was the most suitable candidate he found among the vast amount of information through his eye of business insight. Cold Front. The former ace of China's most mysterious special forces Wolf Warrior Squadron. He has unfathomable strength and is a man of loyalty and righteousness. He was forced to retire because he violated military discipline by seeking revenge for his comrades. This is exactly the kind of person Yi Xian needs most. War Wolf. Lung Feng? Nick Fury's face changed instantly when he heard this name. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Mr. Yi, how do you know him? This name is a taboo for intelligence agencies around the world. Because he represents the top combat power of the Chinese military. Countless countries and organizations have tried to win him over or get rid of him, but all have failed without exception. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered a great loss at his hands. Nick Fury never dreamed that Yi Xian would actually ask for this person by name. Don't worry about how I know that. Yi Xian said calmly, you just need to tell me if you can find him. Yes. But? Nick Fury showed an embarrassment on his face. But this person is aloof and loyal to China, so I'm afraid he won't easily work for you. Don't worry about that. A confident smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. You just need to bring him to me and I will take care of the rest. I believe no one can refuse my offer. Yi Xian has absolute confidence in conquering Lung Feng. Because he knew where Lang Feng's weak spot was. After retiring, he has been searching for the murderer of his fiancée. And Yi Xian only needs to use a little bit of tricks to help him find the murderer and kill his enemy with his own hands. Lang Feng absolutely cannot refuse this condition. Yes. Mr. Yi. Seeing Yi Xian so confident, Nick Fury didn't say anything more. He immediately began to mobilize all the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to search for the legendary Soldier King who had disappeared from the world for many years. 3 days later. In an abandoned warehouse outside New York. A man with a tall stature, a stern face and eyes as sharp as a lone wolf appeared in front of Yi Xian. It's Lang Feng. Although he was wearing ordinary casual clothes, the iron-blooded murderous aura emanating from his bones made the air around him seem to freeze. Even someone like Nick Fury who was used to big scenes felt a tremendous pressure when facing Lang Feng. However, Yi Xian seemed to be unaffected. He just looked at Lang Feng quietly and said calmly, "You are here." Chapter 55, 1 verses 10, easily crushed them. Lang Feng's eyes were like two sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, staring at Yi Xian. Who are you? His voice was hoarse and low, full of warning. He didn't understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. would go to so much trouble to find him and bring him to this mysterious young man. It doesn't matter who I am. Yi Xian said calmly, the important thing is that I can give you what you want. What do I want? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Lang Feng's eyes. You know what I want? I know. A confident arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. You want to find the owner of the bullet with a special pattern that killed your fiancée Long Xiaoyun. Boom! Yi Xian's words exploded like a thunder in Lang Feng's mind. His body shook violently, and his calm eyes instantly turned red. A murderous aura burst out from his body and swept across the entire warehouse. How do you know? Lang Feng stared at Yi Xian and asked word by word. This matter is the biggest secret and deepest pain in his heart. No one knew about it except himself and a few of his closest comrades. How on earth did this young man know this? Not only do I know that, I also know where the murderer is. Yi Xian ignored Lang Feng's murderous aura that was enough to scare ordinary people to death and continued speaking. As long as you agree to work for me for 10 years, I can not only help you find the murderer but also let you kill him yourself. What do you think of this deal? Lang Feng was silent. He was struggling violently inside. Reason told him that this young man's origins were mysterious and unfathomable and he must not trust him easily. But his emotions made him unable to resist this temptation. Revenge for his fiancée is his only motivation to live. As long as he can kill his enemy with his own hands, he would be willing to do it even for a lifetime, not to mention 10 years. Why should I trust you? After a long time, Lang Feng asked in a hoarse voice. Just for this. Yi Xian snapped his fingers. Nick Fury immediately understood and handed another piece of information to Lang Feng. The profile contained a photo and detailed information of a blonde, blue-eyed white man. The captain of the Blood Cross team, the top mercenary group of Lao Mao International, once fought with you while on a mission in Africa. That bullet came from his sniper rifle. Yi Xian said lightly. Lang Feng looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the information and his body began to tremble violently again. That's right. It's him. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, he will never forget that look in his life. Where is he? Lang Feng's voice was already hoarse. He'll be making a drug deal at the Mexican border in 3 days. Yi Xian said, as long as you nod, I can arrange for you to go there immediately. Okay. I promise. Lang Feng almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. His eyes were filled with the flames of revenge. Very good. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. But before you go for revenge, I need to see if your strength is as strong as the legend says. Yi Xian clapped his hands as he spoke. The door of the warehouse slowly opened. 10 burly and strong men walked in. They are exactly the top elites from all over the world that Nick Fury had selected for Yi Xian. They looked at Lang Feng with eyes full of disdain and provocation. They didn't believe that this seemingly inconspicuous Chinese man was qualified to be their boss. Defeat them and you will be the captain of this team. Yi Xian said lightly. If you lose, I will keep my promise and send you to seek revenge, but from now on, you and I owe nothing to each other. Good. Lang Feng took off his shirt without any hesitation, revealing muscles as hard as cast iron and crisscrossing scars. You guys come together. Lang Feng hooked his finger at the 10 elites, his eyes filled with endless arrogance. Court death. The 10 elites were completely enraged by Lang Feng's arrogance. They roared like 10 tigers descending from the mountains and pounced on Lang Feng from all directions. A thrilling battle is about to begin. However, the results surprised everyone. Facing the siege of 10 top elites, Lang Feng not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but instead acted like a tiger among a flock of sheep and killed everyone in sight. His movements are simple and direct yet full of a violent beauty. Every punch and every kick contains terrifying power. Bang! 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 The dull sound of impact never ceases. It takes less than a minute. Those 10 arrogant top elites were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain and unable to get up anymore. Lang Feng was still standing there, not even his breathing was disordered. 1 against 10. Easy crush. At this moment the entire warehouse was silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with endless shock and awe. They finally understood why Yi Xian chose this man to be their leader. Because he really has the qualifications. He is the well-deserved king. Chapter 56 Loyalty and Following. Quiet. Deathly silence. You can hear a pin drop in the warehouse. The 10 top elites who had been so invincible before were now lying on the ground like dead dogs, looking at Lang Feng with eyes full of fear and awe. They never dreamed that this ordinary-looking Chinese man could be so terrifying. That is not a power that humans should possess. That's the devil. It's the killer god from hell. Nick Fury was also completely shocked by the scene before him. He knew that Lang Feng was very strong, but he didn't expect that Lang Feng was so incredibly strong. One person fights against 10 of the world's top elites and kills them instantly. This was beyond his comprehension. Is there anyone who still refuses to accept this? Yi Xian's voice sounded faintly, breaking the silence in the warehouse. No one spoke. The elites lying on the ground lowered their heads in shame. They are proud warriors and they only submit to the truly strong. And Lung Feng completely conquered them with his unrivaled strength. Very good. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. He walked up to Lung Feng and stretched out his hand. From today on, you are the captain of this team, codenamed Tianlang. This team is called Temple of the Gods. You will be the sharpest sword in my hand to wipe out all my enemies. You will also gain all the wealth, status, and glory you have ever dreamed of. Even a power beyond that of mortals. Yi Xian's voice was filled with an inexplicable magic that made everyone present excited. Lung Feng looked at Yi Xian's deep and confident eyes, was silent for a moment, then slowly stretched out his hand and held Yi Xian's hand tightly. I, Lung Feng, am willing to serve Mr. Yi at my utmost. At this moment he chose to surrender. It's not just because Yi Xian can help him get revenge. It was also because he saw an unprecedented possibility in Yi Xian. A terrifying force that made even his heart palpitate. He had a hunch that by following this man he might be able to reach a height he had never dared to imagine before. We are willing to die for Mr. Yi. The 10 elites who were knocked to the ground by Lung Feng also struggled to get up and knelt on one knee to swear allegiance to Yi Xian. Their eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration. The strong are respected. Yi Xian completely conquered these unruly beasts with his strength and personal charm. Very good. Yi Xian was filled with pride as he looked at the powerful team that was taking shape in front of him. Nick. Exist. Immediately arrange for Tianlang to go to Mexico. I want him to personally kill that bastard called Old Cat. Yes. Mr. Yi. Nick Fury immediately went to arrange it. As for you. Yi Xian's eyes swept over the 10 elites. From now on, you will undergo the most brutal training. I will increase your strength tenfold or even 100-fold in the shortest possible time. As he spoke, 10 pills emitting faint light suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. This is the marrow cleansing pill. It can cleanse your marrow and transform you, bringing your physical fitness to a whole new level. Eat it and you will no longer be mortal. The 10 elites looked at the pill in Yi Xian's hand, which looked like a work of art, with shock and desire in their eyes. Although they didn't know what this thing was, they could feel the terrifying energy contained in the elixir. They took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, an indescribable pain spread throughout my body. They felt as if their bodies were being torn apart and reassembled. But they all gritted their teeth and no one screamed. Because they know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was a miracle bestowed upon them by Yi Xian. As long as they can get through this, they will be reborn into true supermen. Looking at the people who were struggling in pain on the ground but getting stronger, Yi Xian's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. The Temple of the Gods has taken shape. The next step is to let it grow into a behemoth that will make the whole world tremble. And he, Yi Xian, is the master of all this. Chapter 57 System Upgrade Consumption Rebate. 3 days later. A desolate desert on the Mexican border. There were constant sounds of gunfire and explosions. A fierce gunfight just ended. The ground was littered with corpses and blood was flowing like a river. Lung Feng was covered in blood and stood in a sea of blood and corpses. Under his feet was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man. It was the enemy that haunted him and made him hate him to the core. Old Cat. At this moment, the Old Cat's limbs had all been broken by Lung Feng, and it collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, its eyes filled with fear and despair. Why? Why did you find me? Lao Mao couldn't believe that he would fall into the hands of this Chinese soldier, whom he once regarded as an ant. Because someone wants you dead. Lung Feng's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. He slowly raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at the Old Cat's head. Go to hell and confess to my fiancée. Bang! A gunshot ended the Old Cat's sinful life. Lung Feng was not as happy as he had imagined, although he had achieved his revenge. He just stood there quietly, letting the wind and sand blow across his cold face. After a long while, he took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. I'm done. Very good. Yi Xian's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Come back, I have a new task for you. Yes. Lung Feng hung up the phone, looked at the endless desert, then turned and left. His back is still lonely but with a sense of belonging. From today on he is no longer a lone wolf. He is the heavenly wolf of the Temple of Heaven. Waldorf Astoria, New York. After Yi Xian hung up the phone, a smile appeared on his face. Lung Feng's sharpest sword has completely returned to his heart. The strength of other members of the Temple of the Gods also underwent earth-shaking changes after taking the marrow cleansing pill. Everyone has improved at least 10 times. Now each of them is a humanoid weapon comparable to the superheroes in Marvel. A terrifying team consisting of 11 supermen has taken shape. Yi Xian believes that in the near future the reputation of the Temple of the Gods will resound throughout the world. At this moment, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a private armed force that has the initial capital to compete with the world's top forces. The system has detected that the host's strength and power have been greatly improved, so a version update is being carried out. System version 2.0 is being upgraded. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for launching a new feature, consumer rebate. System upgraded? New features have been enabled? A hint of surprise appeared on Yi Xian's face. He immediately opened the system panel. Shinhao System 2.0. Host, Yi Xian. Wealth, 99,999 infinite. Skills, Business Insight I God level decomposition and reorganization of all things God level. Force, Temple of Heaven. New function, Consumption Rebate. Consumption rebate, the host will receive a random cash rebate of 1% 1000% for every amount of money spent. There is no upper limit on the rebate amount. Oh shit. Consumption rebate? And the rebate is up to 10 times? Yi Xian's breathing suddenly became rapid. He already has unlimited wealth, so spending money is just a numbers game for him. Now there is even a consumption rebate policy. Doesn't this mean that the more money he spends, the more money he gets? This is so cool. System, you are trying to turn me into a complete loser. Yi Xian complained in his heart. But it feels really good. He can't wait to experience this new feature. It seems like it's time to buy myself some property. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Nick Fury directly. Nick, help me with a few things. Mr. Yi, please give me your orders. First, help me buy an island. It must be a private island with beautiful scenery and a great location. Second, help me customize the world's most luxurious private jet and the most advanced super yacht. Third, buy all the luxury stores on New York's Fifth Avenue and take my woman there to shop. Yi Xian stated 3 requests in one breath. Each one is a top-level consumption that is enough to make ordinary people dumbfounded. And this is just the beginning for Yi Xian. He wants to let the whole world know what a true super rich person is. Chapter 58. The more you spend, the more money you get. Nick Fury felt numb after receiving Yi Xian's call. Buy an island. Buy a plane. Buy a yacht. We also want to book all the luxury stores on Fifth Avenue. The speed at which this guy spends money is terrifying. This is not just spending money, this is simply burning money. However, he did not dare to delay and immediately mobilized all the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle these matters for Yi Xian. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency is terrifying. Everything was done in less than half a day. Mr. Yi, the island you want has been purchased. Nick Fury reported to Yi Xian respectfully. It's a private island called Asgard in the Caribbean Sea. It covers an area of more than 100 square kilometers. It has beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate. It's priced at $5 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $5 billion and triggering a 10x rebate. Get a cash reward of $50 billion. Oh shit. The first one came with a king bomb. 10x rebate. Yi Xian's heart was filled with ecstasy. Spend $5 billion and make $50 billion. This is faster than robbing a bank. Very good. Yi Xian suppressed his inner excitement and nodded calmly. What about the plane and the yacht? We have contacted Boeing to customize the top-of-the-line Boeing 747-8 VIP version for you. The interior decoration will be built completely according to your requirements. The estimated cost is $1.5 billion. We have also contacted the German Lesson shipyard to customize the world's largest and most luxurious super yacht, the Eclipse, for you. It is 162.5 meters long and equipped with 2 helicopter landing pads, a swimming pool, a cinema, and even a missile defense system. It costs $1.2 billion. Nick Fury wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he reported. These astronomical figures sounded a little unreal coming out of his mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2.7 billion US dollars and triggering a 5x rebate. Receive a cash reward of 13.5 billion US dollars. Another huge sum of money came in. Yi Xian felt like he was about to reach heaven. It's such a wonderful feeling that the more you spend, the more money you get. Yeah, not bad. Yi Xian still maintained his aloof attitude and spoke lightly. What about Fifth Avenue? It's all done. Nick Fury patted his chest and assured. From now on, within 24 hours, all the luxury stores on Fifth Avenue will only serve you and your female companion. All the goods are free for you to choose. Of course, this free meal is for Yi Xian. Virtually all of the bills will be paid by Shield. But this little money is nothing to the wealthy Shield. The most important thing is to be able to hold on to Yi Xian's thigh. Well, you did a good job. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. I'll have someone transfer 10 billion US dollars to the Shield account as a reward for your hard work. Ah? Nick Fury was stunned when he heard this. 10 billion US dollars? Labor fee? Did he hear it right? He can get 10 billion US dollars in hard work fee just for running errands and talking? This is too exaggerated. Mr. Yi, this is too much. I can't take it. Nick Fury said flattered. Just take it if I tell you to. Yi Xian's voice was unquestionable. I will never mistreat my own people if you follow me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 10 billion US dollars and triggering a 2x rebate. Get a cash reward of 20 billion US dollars. Yi Xian's heart was filled with joy again. Just give me a tip and I can earn 20 billion. This system is simply a tool tailor-made for him to show off. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Nick Fury was so excited that he almost knelt down to Yi Xian. 10 billion US dollars. This money is enough to take Shield's equipment and scientific research level to a higher level. His loyalty to Yi Xian instantly skyrocketed. After sending Nick Fury away, Yi Xian came to the bedroom of the presidential suite. Su Muqing is dressing up. Today she is wearing a white dress and she is as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. Are you ready, baby? Yi Xian hugged Su Muqing from behind and asked softly. Su Muqing nodded with a hint of anticipation and excitement on her face. Where are we going today? I'll take you shopping. A doting smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. All of Fifth Avenue is yours today. Chapter 59 By an Island. When Yi Xian appeared on New York's Fifth Avenue with his arms around Su Muqing's slender waist, the whole street was boiling. The Fifth Avenue, which was always busy with traffic and crowds of people, was now empty. There are long red carpets on both sides of the road, stretching to the end of the site. There are 2 rows of bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses standing at the door of all luxury stores, with solemn expressions and powerful aura. The managers and shop assistants of all the major luxury stores stood respectfully at the door to welcome them. The scene was even more grand and exaggerated than a tour by a head of state. Oh my God! What is going on? Which country's prince is coming? I don't know. I heard that the entire Fifth Avenue has been booked by a mysterious rich man. That's awesome. How much does this cost? The passers-by and tourists who were stopped outside the cordon were so shocked by the scene that they took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Su Muqing was also stunned by this exaggerated scene. She covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Xian, did you arrange all this? Do you like it? Yi Xian felt full of satisfaction as he looked at Su Muqing's shocked and surprised expression. Su Muqing nodded heavily, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. No woman can resist such romance and surprise. Welcome Mr. Yi and Miss Su. Seeing Yi Xian and Su Muqing coming, all the managers and shop assistants bowed 90 degrees and shouted loudly. The sound resounded through the sky. Come on my queen, this place is yours today. Yi Xian held Su Muqing's hand and walked into the first luxury store Chanel. Good afternoon, Mr. Yi and Miss Su. Chanel's global CEO personally came forward to greet us with a fawning smile on his face. Pack up all the latest styles in your store for me. Yi Xian spoke directly without any nonsense. The CEO was stunned for a moment, thinking he had heard wrongly. All? To all. Yi Xian said calmly, I want everything from clothes, bags, shoes, jewelry, perfume, etc. as long as they are in your store. Hiss. Everyone present gasped. This is too arrogant. Is this shopping? This is simply a restock. Yes. Yes. I'll do it right away. When the CEO realized what was happening, his face flushed with excitement and he personally took the store staff to pack the goods. Soon all Chanel products were packed and loaded onto the truck waiting at the door. Yi Xian didn't even ask the price and just swiped his card and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $50 million and triggering a 3x rebate. Receive a cash reward of $150 million. Next up is Louis Vuitton, Dior, Gucci, Hermes. Yi Xian took Su Muqing and went to visit each house one by one. Every time I go to a store, I say the same thing, I want everything. The entire Fifth Avenue fell into a state of madness. Countless luxury goods were packed up and shipped away and piled up like mountains. However, Yi Xian's bank card balance was rising at a terrifying rate. Spend 100 million and get 500 million in rebates. Spend 1 billion and get 2 billion in rebates. Spend 5 billion and get 50 billion in rebates. By the end, Yi Xian was numb. He only knew that his money was increasing, until he couldn't even count how many zeros there were. Su Muqing also went from being shocked at first to being numb and finally getting used to it. She finally understood how generous her man was. That can no longer be measured by money. That is a divine realm. It was dark when they finished visiting the last store. The entire Fifth Avenue was almost emptied out by them. According to preliminary statistics, Yi Xian spent a total of more than $10 billion today. And the rebate he received was as high as hundreds of billions. Are you tired? Yi Xian looked at Su Muqing and asked softly. Su Muqing nodded. She was indeed a little tired after walking around for a whole day. Then let's go home. Go home? Su Muqing was stunned for a moment. Which home are you going back to? Back to our home. A mysterious smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He snapped his fingers. A cool black helicopter descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of them. Come on, I'll take you to see the kingdom I've built for you. Chapter 60 Private Jets and Luxury Yachts. The helicopter cut through the night sky and flew towards the Caribbean Sea. Su Muqing snuggled in Yi Xian's arms, looking at the dazzling city night view outside the window, her heart filled with sweetness and happiness. She felt like she was living in a dream. An hour later, the helicopter slowly landed on a picturesque island. The island is brightly lit. A magnificent and luxurious palace-like building stands on the coast, like the mythical Asgard Palace, full of fantasy and mystery. Welcome home, master. As soon as the helicopter landed, 2 rows of maids and butlers in uniform stood respectfully on both sides of the red carpet and shouted in unison. Leading the group was a blonde, blue-eyed, hot white beauty. She was wearing a sexy maid outfit and respectfully opened the cabin door for Yi Xian and Su Muqing. Master, I am Anna, your personal housekeeper. From now on, I will be responsible for your daily life on the island. Anna's voice is sweet and respectful, making people feel like spring breeze. Yi Xian nodded, embraced Su Muqing, who was already stunned, and walked off the helicopter. Do you like it here? Yi Xian asked softly. Su Muqing nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. It's so beautiful here. It's like a paradise on earth. From today on, this is our home. A doting smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. I named this island Garden of Eden. It is a Garden of Eden that belongs to the two of us alone. Garden of Eden. Su Muqing murmured the name, her heart filled with emotion. Led by housekeeper Anna, Yi Xian and Su Muqing visited this extremely luxurious island and palace. The island has a private beach, a golf course, a racecourse, and even a small zoo that houses all kinds of rare animals. The palace was magnificent and splendid, and the decoration and furnishings inside were all the world's top luxury goods. Any piece of it was a priceless antique or work of art. Master, your plane and yacht are ready and parked at the dock. Do you want to go and have a look now? Anna asked respectfully. Good. Yi Xian nodded. Then they took a sightseeing bus to the island's private pier. There was a huge and majestic Boeing 747-8 and a super yacht like a sea monster quietly docked at the dock. The shocking visual impact made Su Muqing cover her mouth again. Is this our plane and yacht? Yes, mistress. Anna replied respectfully. This Boeing 747-8 is the most advanced and luxurious private jet in the world. It has a bedroom, a living room, a dining room, a cinema, and even a small operating room. It can meet all your needs. This superyacht, Tianjin, combines the world's most advanced technology and design to create a unique palace on the sea. Su Muqing felt that her brain was not enough as she listened to Anna's introduction. Everything she experienced today was completely beyond her imagination. She felt like Cinderella who suddenly married the prince and owned the whole world. Thank you, Yi Xian. Su Muqing turned around and hugged Yi Xian tightly, burying her head in his arms, her voice choked with sobs. Do we even need to say thank you to each other, idiot? Yi Xian scratched her nose lovingly and said, as long as you are happy, I am willing to give you the whole world. Su Muqing nodded heavily and offered her a kiss. The night is seductive and the sea breeze is intoxicating. In this dreamlike Garden of Eden, Yi Xian and Su Muqing spent a romantic and passionate night. At the same time, the whole world was in an uproar because of Yi Xian's crazy behavior. A mysterious tycoon descended upon New York and spent tens of billions to buy out Fifth Avenue in one day. Shocked. Mysterious Caribbean island bought for a sky-high price, suspected to be the work of a wealthy Chinese tycoon. Bo Music and Shun teamed up to create the most expensive private jet and yacht in history, but the identity of the buyer remains a mystery. Breaking news has set off the global internet and media. Everyone is guessing who this mysterious rich man is. However, they did not know that the man who stirred up the world was currently enjoying the good life on his private island. For Yi Xian, this has just begun. His road to becoming a super rich man is still very long. Chapter 61: Inviting the School Beauty to an Island Vacation. The hustle and bustle of New York seems to have nothing to do with this private island called Garden of Eden. The morning sun shone through the huge French windows into the extremely luxurious palace bedroom. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Su Muqing, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. The madness and romance of last night made the relationship between the two people heat up rapidly. Su Muqing has been completely immersed in the fairy tale world that Yi Xian has woven for her, and her heart is completely occupied by this omnipotent man. As if she felt Yi Xian's gaze, Su Muqing's long eyelashes trembled a few times and she slowly woke up. When she saw Yi Xian's handsome face close at hand, her pretty face blushed and she shyly snuggled into his arms. Are you awake? Yi Xian scratched her nose lovingly. Are you hungry? I'll ask Anna to prepare breakfast. Yeah. Su Muqing nodded obediently in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Served by Anna, the exclusive housekeeper, and a group of maids, the two enjoyed a rich and exquisite breakfast. Whether it was the top black truffles from France or the fresh lobsters airlifted from Australia, they were just the most common ingredients on this island. Yi Xian, what are we doing today? Su Muqing asked expectantly while sipping milk. She was full of curiosity about this fairyland-like island. We are waiting for a guest today. Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. Guest? Su Muqing was a little surprised. Who is it? An old acquaintance of yours. Yi Xian kept it a secret. Just when Su Muqing was puzzled, Yi Xian's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and answered the call. Hello, Qingxue? A cool but pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Lin Qingxue, another campus beauty from Magic City University. Yi Xian? Where are you now? Lin Qingxue's voice contained a hint of subtle tension and concern. Since the last time they met in the restaurant, Yi Xian seemed to have disappeared from the world and there was no news. Although Lin Qingxue remained calm on the surface, she always thought of the domineering and mysterious man in her heart. She even used the power of her family to investigate Yi Xian's whereabouts, but the result was blank, as if this person did not exist in the world. Until yesterday, news media around the world were frantically reporting on the mysterious tycoon who was spending lavishly in New York. Although there was no evidence, Lin Qingxue's intuition told her that the man must be Yi Xian. So she plucked up the courage to call the number she hadn't contacted for a long time. I'm on vacation on my private island. The scenery is pretty nice. Would you like to come over and join me? Yi Xian made an invitation. Lin Qingxue hesitated. She was a very proud girl, and this was the first time in her life that she took the initiative to find a boy. What? Are you afraid that I will sell you out? Yi Xian teased. Who's afraid? Lin Qingxue's tone became a little louder. Send me the address and I'll be there right away. No need to bother. Yi Xian smiled. Go to the Magic City International Airport now. My private plane will be waiting for you there. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian looked at Su Muqing, who looked curious, and said with a smile, the guest will be here soon. Let's go to the dock to pick her up. At the same time, Shanghai International Airport. When Lin Qingxue arrived at the VIP apron according to Yi Xian's instructions, she was shocked by the huge and domineering Boeing 747-8 in front of her. As the daughter of the Lin Group, she was well informed and had ridden in many private jets. However, this huge aircraft that looked like a palace in the sky was the first time she had seen it. Excuse me, are you Miss Lin Qingxue? A well-dressed and elegant captain walked up to her respectfully and asked. Yes, it's me. Lin Qingxue nodded somewhat stiffly. Mr. Yi has already given instructions. Please board the plane. We will take off immediately. Led by the crew, Lin Qingxue boarded the world's most luxurious private jet. When she saw the interior decoration of the plane, which was comparable to that of a 7-star hotel, she was deeply shocked again. Bedrooms, living rooms, cinemas, gyms, everything is available here. It is luxurious to the extreme. Who exactly is this Yi Xian? Lin Qingxue's heart was filled with endless doubts and shock. She thought she had overestimated Yi Xian enough, but now it seems that her understanding of him is not even the tip of the iceberg. After several hours of flying, the plane landed smoothly at the private airport in Eden. When Lin Qingxue got off the plane and saw the mythical palace and the beautiful scenery of the blue sea and sky, she felt as if she had come to another world. Qingxue, you are here. Yi Xian's voice brought her back to reality from her shock. She looked up and saw Yi Xian walking towards her with a smile. Next to him stood a girl who surprised her a little bit, Su Muqing. The two stunning beauties, both of whom were school beauties, finally met officially at this moment. There seemed to be a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Muqing? Why are you here too? Lin Qingxue's tone contained a hint of surprise and vigilance. Qingxue, long time no see. Su Muqing smiled and greeted him. She took Yi Xian's arm and declared her sovereignty. Yi Xian and I are boyfriend and girlfriend now. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue's heart sank inexplicably, and a sour feeling surged into her heart. But she quickly concealed her emotions and kept a cold expression on her face. Really? Congratulations then. Okay, stop standing there and let's go inside and talk. Yi Xian broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere at the right time. In the following time, Yi Xian took the two beauties to visit the entire Garden of Eden. Whether it was the extremely luxurious palace or the various top-level entertainment facilities, Lin Qingxue had a new and more terrifying understanding of Yi Xian's financial resources. She found that her family background, which she was so proud of, was simply not worth mentioning in front of this man. The atmosphere at the dinner was still somewhat subtle. Su Muqing kept picking food for Yi Xian and acted like a gentle and considerate wife. Lin Qingxue seemed a little taciturn and only spoke a few words to Yi Xian occasionally. Qingxue invited you here this time not only to let you relax, but also to ask for your help with something. Yi Xian suddenly said. What's the matter? Lin Qingxue asked. I want to set up an investment company in China, but I don't have a suitable manager. I heard that you are very talented in finance, so I would like to invite you to serve as the CEO of this company. Yi Xian stated his purpose. This was the real reason why he invited Lin Qingxue. He was attracted not only by Lin Qingxue's beauty but also by her outstanding business acumen and management skills. Lin Qingxue was stunned when she heard Yi Xian's invitation. She didn't expect Yi Xian to make such a request. Asking her to manage a company? And as CEO? This is undoubtedly a huge challenge and unimaginable opportunity for a girl who is still in college. Can I do it? Lin Qingxue asked somewhat unconfidently. I believe in you. Yi Xian's eyes were full of encouragement and trust. If the startup capital of 10 billion is not enough, add more. I will give you 20% of the company's shares. You just need to go for it. If you lose, it's mine, and if you make a profit, we share it. Boom! Yi Xian's words once again were like a bombshell that set off huge waves in Lin Qingxue and Su Muqing's hearts. 10 billion in startup capital? Return 20% of the shares? This is no longer just heroic, this is simply a miracle. Su Muqing looked at Yi Xian with her beautiful eyes full of admiration and love. She knew that her man would always be so unique and so fascinating. Lin Qingxue was completely conquered by Yi Xian's courage and style. She looked at Yi Xian's confident and handsome face and listened to his unquestionable words. Her heart was completely confused. She knew she couldn't refuse this man anymore. Okay, I promise you. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and nodded heavily. At this moment she decided to gamble her future for this man. Seeing that Lin Qingxue agreed, Yi Xian showed a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that his business empire had gained a new capable general. The story between the two heroines has just begun. Chapter 62, The Blue Sea and Blue Sky World for Two. The addition of Lin Qingxue made the atmosphere of Garden of Eden a little subtle but also added some new vitality. The next morning, Yi Xian arranged a private plane to take Lin Qingxue back to China to deal with the establishment of a new company. Before leaving, Lin Qingxue looked at the intimacy of Yi Xian and Su Muqing standing together, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but in the end she said nothing and embarked on a new journey with the unlimited trust and huge resources given by Yi Xian. After seeing Lin Qingxue off, the Garden of Eden finally returned to its tranquility and became a world belonging to Yi Xian and Su Muqing alone. Now finally no one is disturbing us. Yi Xian gently put his arms around Su Muqing's slender waist from behind and spoke softly in her ear. I hate that Qingxue is our guest. Su Muqing's pretty face turned slightly red, and although she said this, she felt sweet in her heart. Come on, I'll take you to a nice place. Yi Xian took Su Muqing's hand and walked towards the beach. The clear blue water sparkled under the sunlight as if inlaid with countless diamonds. 2 footprints, one deep and one shallow, were left on the white and soft beach. At the private dock, the super yacht god that looks like a sea monster is quietly waiting for its owner. My queen, please come aboard. Yi Xian made an inviting gesture to Su Muqing like an elegant gentleman. Su Muqing smiled sweetly, lifted her skirt and boarded this unique sea palace with the help of Yi Xian. The yacht slowly left the dock and headed towards the depths of the boundless ocean. Standing on the wide deck, feeling the slightly salty sea breeze and looking at the endless blue sea and sky, Su Muqing felt her mind become more open. All the worries and distractions disappeared at this moment. It's so beautiful here. Su Muqing opened her arms and closed her eyes, enjoying the tranquility and beauty to her heart's content. Yi Xian smiled as he watched her take out a bikini swimsuit that she had prepared long ago from behind her back and asked, Do you want to go for a swim? Su Muqing looked at the swimsuit with so little fabric and her pretty face instantly turned red. I don't want to wear this. That's not up to you. Yi Xian smiled wickedly and picked up Su Muqing and walked towards the infinity pool on the yacht. Ah! Yi Xian, put me down. Su Muqing screamed and punched his chest with her pink fists. However, her little bit of strength was just a tickle to Yi Xian. With a splash, the two of them fell into the swimming pool together, splashing large amounts of water. The cool sea water instantly enveloped her whole body, and Su Muqing subconsciously hugged Yi Xian tightly. When she poked her head out of the water, she had become a drowned chicken, and her wet hair stuck to her face, adding a bit of charming charm. You are so bad. Su Muqing glared at Yi Xian coquettishly. I have worse ones. Yi Xian's lips curled up with an evil smile and he lowered his head to kiss those tender and tempting red lips. Sunshine, beach, blue sea, and sky. On the luxurious yacht, a couple played and frolicked in the swimming pool, enjoying this rare world of two people. The charming scenery and the beautiful sea view formed an enchanting picture. In the afternoon, the two experienced various water activities such as diving, surfing, and motorboating. Under the guidance of a professional coach, Su Muqing quickly mastered the skills and had a lot of fun. She was like a happy mermaid, freely shuttling in the blue sea, and her silver bell-like laughter spread across the entire sea. Yi Xian stayed by her side all the time, using his powerful strength to protect her safety. Any possible dangers such as sharks or undercurrents would be resolved by him silently. The setting sun dyed the sky red. The two of them snuggled in the lounge chairs on the deck, savoring the seafood dinner carefully prepared by top chefs and admiring the magnificent sunset over the sea. Thank you, Yi Xian. Su Muqing leaned on Yi Xian's shoulder and said softly, This is the happiest and most dreamy day of my life. Silly girl, there's no need to say thank you to each other. Yi Xian stroked her long, smooth hair. As long as you like it, we can live like this every day in the future. Yeah. Su Muqing nodded heavily, with tears of emotion in her eyes. She knew that this man was using his own way to bring the best things in the world to her. The only thing she can do is to repay this deep affection with her life. Night falls and the sky is full of stars. A classic love movie is playing in the luxurious cinema inside the yacht. Su Muqing snuggled in Yi Xian's arms, watching the hero and heroine in the movie break up and get back together after going through many hardships before finally getting together, feeling filled with emotion. In comparison, the relationship between her and Yi Xian seemed too smooth and too dreamy, giving her a feeling of unreality. Yi Xian, will you suddenly leave me one day? Su Muqing suddenly asked with some anxiety. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Xian hugged her tighter. I promise you that as long as you don't let go, I will never leave you. Really? Really? Yi Xian's eyes were extremely sincere. I, Yi Xian, only love you in this life. After hearing this promise, the last bit of uneasiness in Su Muqing's heart disappeared. She took the initiative to offer her sweet kiss and melted herself into the arms of this man. The plot of the movie no longer matters. At this moment, they are the only protagonists in each other's world. This night is destined to be a sleepless night full of passion and romance. In the extremely luxurious master bedroom of the god, a series of moving and blushing music scenes are performed. The sound of waves became the accompaniment of their love. The starlight witnessed their eternal vows. The next day, when Su Muqing woke up from her deep sleep, she found herself lying on a soft and comfortable big bed, and Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. She walked out of the room and came to the deck and saw Yi Xian standing at the bow looking into the distance, seemingly thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Su Muqing walked up and hugged him from behind. I'm wondering where to start our business empire. Yi Xian turned around and hugged her in his arms. Although his current life is leisurely and comfortable, he has not forgotten his goals. Unlimited wealth is just the starting point given to him by the system. What he needs to do is to use this wealth to build a global business empire that truly belongs to him. He wants to make the name Shen Yuan Group resound throughout every corner of the world. He wants everyone to know that he, Yi Xian, is not just a wealthy man who knows how to spend money, but also a business emperor who can create an era and change the world. I support you no matter what you do. Su Muqing's eyes were full of trust and admiration. Okay. Yi Xian lowered his head and gave her a passionate kiss on the forehead. Our journey is to the Sea of Stars. Chapter 63, Feelings Heat Up, School Beauty Falls in Love. After spending a few days of carefree time together on the god yacht, Yi Xian and Su Muqing's relationship heated up at an astonishing rate. Without the disturbance of the outside world and the gaze of others, they showed their truest sides to each other without reservation. Yi Xian is no longer the mysterious rich man who is high above and spends money like water. He will build castles on the beach with Su Muqing like a big boy, play moving piano music for her in the night sea breeze, and when she doesn't want to get up from bed, he will domineeringly take her out of bed and brush her teeth and wash her face himself. Su Muqing also lost her aura and reserve as a school beauty. She would act like a little woman and act like a spoiled child to Yi Xian, and would clumsily learn to cook for him. Although the results were always unsatisfactory, her heart was always filled with sweetness and satisfaction when she saw Yi Xian eat up all those dark dishes. When Yi Xian was thinking about his business layout with a frown on his face, she would quietly stay by his side, make him a cup of hot tea or give him a gentle hug. This plain yet warm way of getting along brings two hearts closer and their love for each other grows stronger. On this day, Yi Xian brought Su Muqing to a mysterious valley in the center of the island. The valley is like a paradise with birds singing, flowers blooming and streams flowing. In the deepest part of the valley there is a natural hot spring pool. The water in the hot spring pool is crystal clear and the steam is thick. On the surrounding rocks grow some strange plants that emit a faint fluorescence, making the entire valley look like a dream. Is this a hot spring? Su Muqing looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her with surprise. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. This is another surprise I prepared for you. As he spoke, he took out 2 bathrobes and some aromatherapy and essential oils that had been prepared long ago from a stone cave nearby. Do you want to try the feeling of taking a hot spring bath in this fairyland? Yi Xian asked with a mischievous smile in his eyes. Su Muqing's pretty face instantly flushed. She knew what bad thing this bad guy was thinking of again. But looking at the misty hot springs and the romantic scenery around her, she felt moved again. Then you are not allowed to peek. Su Muqing said shyly. Okay, I won't peek. Yi Xian agreed with a smile and walked into the hot spring pool first. The warm spring water instantly enveloped the whole body, washing away the fatigue of the past few days and making people feel extremely comfortable. Su Muqing hesitated for a moment and then slowly walked into the hot spring pool. When her flawless body was immersed in the water, the whole valley seemed to be eclipsed. The lights are dim and the mist is lingering. The two sat opposite each other, and although they didn't speak, there was an ambiguous and warm atmosphere in the air. Yi Xian. Su Muqing spoke softly after a long time. I love you. Su Muqing summoned up the courage to say these 3 words. Her voice was soft but full of determination. Yi Xian's body shook violently. He raised his head and looked into Su Muqing's sincere and passionate eyes, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. He knew that the girl had given her whole heart to him. Fool! Yi Xian reached out and pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. I love you too. His voice was low and hoarse, full of endless affection. They looked into each other's eyes and were filled with affection. No more words are needed, a passionate kiss means everything. At this moment, their souls seemed to have merged together and could no longer be distinguished from each other. The water in the hot spring is getting hotter and hotter. The temperature in the valley is also getting higher and higher. A symphony full of love and passion quietly plays in this dreamlike paradise. When everything calmed down, Su Muqing curled up in Yi Xian's arms like a docile kitten, her face filled with a blush of happiness and satisfaction. Yi Xian, I feel like I'm dreaming. Su Muqing murmured, I'm so afraid that one day when I wake up from the dream, you'll be gone. This is not a dream. Yi Xian stroked her smooth back and said softly, this is our real world. To make you feel more real, I decided to give you a gift. What gift? Su Muqing asked curiously. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but took out a document from a waterproof box next to him. Su Muqing took the document doubtfully, and when she saw the contents clearly, she was completely shocked. It turned out to be a share transfer agreement. Yi Xian actually transferred 50% of the shares of all his properties to her free of charge. These industries include the Garden of Eden Island worth $5 billion, the Boeing 747-8 private jet worth $1.5 billion, the God superyacht worth $1.2 billion, and the Shenyuan capital with an investment of 10 billion yuan that Lin Qingshuai is about to establish. The total value of these assets has exceeded $100 billion. And now Yi Xian is going to give her half of it? No. Yi Xian's gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Su Muqing came to her senses and immediately pushed the document back. She loves Yi Xian because of him, not his money. She couldn't accept this gift that was so heavy that it suffocated her. What's mine is yours. Yi Xian stuffed the document back into her hands without any question. My people are yours and my money is naturally yours too. I did this just to reassure you and to let the whole world know that you, Su Muqing, am Yi Xian's only mistress. Yi Xian's eyes were full of dominance and pampering. Su Muqing looked at him and couldn't hold back her tears any longer. But this time the tears that flowed were tears of happiness. She knew she was the happiest woman in the world. She no longer refused and held the document tightly in her arms. It was not just hundreds of billions of wealth but also the man's deepest and most passionate love for her. I love you, Yi Xian. I love you too, my queen. At this moment, Su Muqing was completely attracted. She is willing to give everything for this man, including her life. Because he is her whole world. Chapter 64 Jealousy from the Rival. While Yi Xian and Su Muqing were enjoying their sweet world of two in the Garden of Eden and their relationship was growing warmer, undercurrents were surging in the outside world because of their existence. Especially on the campus of Magic City University, rumors about Su Muqing were spreading like wildfire. Su Muqing has never returned to school since Yi Xian took her away by helicopter. She seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth and cannot be contacted by phone or WeChat. Some people said that she was kept by a mysterious rich man and lived the life of a canary. Some people also said that she had offended some big shot and was kidnapped and was in great danger. Various versions of speculation were hotly discussed on the school forum. As Su Muqing's number one pursuer and the heir of the Wang family, one of the four major families in Magic City, Wang Tang became extremely jealous and furious after hearing these rumors. Wang Tang is 1.85 meters tall and handsome. He is a popular figure in the school and is also recognized as the school idol. He was struck by Su Muqing's beauty the first time he saw her in his freshman year and vowed to pursue this perfect woman. To this end, he launched a fierce offensive, sending flowers, cars, luxury goods and various romantic pursuit methods. However, Su Muqing was always rude to him and didn't even bother to give him a good look. This made Wang Tang feel frustrated but also further stimulated his perverted desire to conquer. No one else can get what he can't get. He used his family's power to investigate Su Muqing's whereabouts, but the result he got was the same as Lin Qingshui's, a blank. This made him even more angry and jealous. He couldn't imagine that the goddess who seemed so pure and unattainable in front of him was now lying in whose arms and flattering him. Bitch! Wang Ting punched the steering wheel of his Lamborghini hard, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. No matter who you are, if you dare to touch my woman, I will make you live a life worse than death. Just then his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who? Wang Tang asked impatiently. Mr. Wang, do you want to know the whereabouts of Su Muqing? A sinister voice came from the other end of the line. Wang Tang's pupils suddenly shrank. Who are you? How do you know? It doesn't matter who I am. The voice interrupted him. What matters is that I know Su Muqing is now living happily with a man on a private island in the Caribbean. Boom! This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Wang Tang's mind blank. The Caribbean? A private island? He immediately thought of the news that shocked the world some time ago about the mysterious rich man who purchased an island at a sky-high price. Could it be that Su Muqing was really being kept by that super rich man? Who is that man? Wang Tang's voice became a little distorted because of anger. His name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian? Wang Tang quickly searched for this name in his mind but found that this person was not on the list of top rich people either at home or abroad. He's just an upstart who came out of nowhere. The voice on the other end of the phone was full of disdain. With the strength of your Wang family, it would be easy for Master Wang to deal with him, right? Why should I believe you? Wang Tang asked after calming down. Believe it or not. The voice smiled and said, I just can't stand Yi Xian's arrogance and want to cause him some trouble. Oh, and I have another piece of news for you. That Yi Xian not only stole your woman, but also won over Lin Xingxue, the daughter of the Lin Group. Now Lin Xingxue is setting up a new company for him called Xianyuan Capital. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Veins bulged on the back of Wang Tang's hand as he held the phone. Yi Xian. It's Yi Xian again. Not only did he snatch Su Muqing away, but he also got Lin Xingxue? You know, Lin Xingxue is also one of his targets. Although he was not as interested in Lin Xingxue as Su Muqing, she was also the woman that Wang Tang liked. This Yi Xian was simply blatantly provoking him to slap him in the face. This is intolerable. Yi Xian. I don't care if you are some wealthy person or some kind of dragon from another country. If you dare to touch my woman, I, Wang Tang, will make sure you die without a burial place. There was a crazy murderous intent flashing in Wang Tang's eyes. He immediately called his father, Wang Zhan, chairman of Wang Group. Dad, I want to borrow the family guard. Wang Tang said straight to the point. Tanger, what do you want the guard team for? Wang Zhan's voice sounded a little confused. The Wang family's guards are top mercenaries and retired special forces recruited from all over the world at great expense. Each of them is very powerful and is one of the family's trump cards that will not be used easily. I'm going to the Caribbean to kill someone. Wang Tang's voice was cold and resolute. Murder? Wang Zhan was shocked. For what? Is it worth using your guard team? For a woman. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and said, it's also for the reputation of our Wang family. He then exaggerated the story of Yi Xian and Su Muqing, portraying Yi Xian as an arrogant and domineering person who did not take the Wang family seriously. How can this be possible? Wang Zhan became furious after hearing this. A mere upstart dares to bully my Wang family. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Okay. I agree. Not only will I hand over the guard team to you, but I will also let the family's priest, Bloodhand Slayer Zhang, accompany you. I want to see how powerful that kid named Yi Xian is. If anyone dares to touch anyone from my Wang family, I will make him disappear from this world without anyone noticing. After hanging up the phone, Wang Tang showed a ferocious smile on his face. Yi Xian, your death is coming. He immediately began to gather his men and prepare to go to the Caribbean to settle accounts with Yi Xian. A storm caused by jealousy is brewing quietly. At this time, Yi Xian knew nothing about this. He was still immersed in the gentle land and enjoying the sweet time with Su Muqing. He didn't know that a reckless rival in love was rushing towards him with tremendous rage and a powerful killer. An impending conflict at sea is inevitable. And this is the best opportunity for Yi Xian to show his terrifying private armed force Temple of the Gods to the world. Chapter 65, Conflict at Sea? Pirates attack? The sky is clear and the sea breeze is warm. The god yacht sails smoothly on the blue Caribbean Sea like a mobile palace on the sea. On the deck, Yi Xian was lying on a beach chair leisurely enjoying the sunbath. Su Muqing was wearing a white bikini that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. She walked slowly to Yi Xian with a glass of iced juice and gently handed it to him. Have some juice, Xian. Yi Xian opened his eyes, took the juice, and pulled Su Muqing into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Xinger, you are so beautiful today. Yi Xian exclaimed sincerely. Su Muqing blushed and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. You are just sweet talking. The two of them flirted with each other as if no one was around, enjoying this rare quiet moment. However, this tranquility was soon broken. Several black spots suddenly appeared on the sea surface in the distance and were approaching the Tianshan at a very fast speed. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He let go of Su Muqing, stood up, picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. They saw 3 black and ferocious speedboats coming towards them in a herringbone formation. The speedboats were full of burly men holding weapons and with unfriendly faces. Behind the 3 speedboats was an even larger luxury yacht. Pirates? Su Muqing's face turned pale. Although she knew that Yi Xian was very powerful, a girl would still feel scared when facing such a scene. Not like that. Yi Xian shook his head and his eyes turned cold. The pirates in the Caribbean have been cleared out long ago. And you can see that their equipment is all American equipment and they are well trained. They look more like mercenaries. Mercenaries? Su Muqing became even more nervous. What do they want to do? You come with bad intentions. Yi Xian sneered, but don't be afraid. No one can hurt you with me here. He patted Su Muqing's back gently to comfort her. Then he pressed a special communicator on his wrist. Tian Lang has guests coming, get ready to greet them. It's the palace master. Lang Feng's calm yet murderous voice came from the communicator. Soon the 3 speedboats surrounded the Tianshan. On the luxury yacht at the back, Wang Tang was holding a high-powered telescope. When he saw that the woman on the deck who was being held in Yi Xian's arms with a sweet smile was none other than Su Muqing, the woman he had been thinking about day and night, his eyes instantly turned red. The flames of jealousy almost burned out his sanity. Yi Xian. Su Muqing. Wang Tang put down the telescope, picked up a loudspeaker, and roared madly at the Tianshan. Yi Xian. You coward. Get out here and die. Su Muqing. You bitch. How dare you betray me? When I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. Vicious curses were heard through the loudspeakers throughout the sea. Su Muqing's face turned pale instantly. She recognized the voice as Wang Tang's. She never expected that Wang Tang would chase her here. Who is he? A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. His name is Wang Teng. He is the most handsome boy in our school and the heir of the Wang family in Magic City. He has been pursuing me but I have never agreed to him. Su Muqing explained. Turns out you're just a fly who doesn't know how to live or die. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. What he hates most is when someone threatens his woman. This Wang Teng has touched his reverse scale. Yi Xian. Did you hear that? Get out here quickly. Otherwise I will blow this broken ship of yours into pieces. Wang Tang shouted even more arrogantly when he saw that Yi Xian did not respond. The mercenaries around him also raised their weapons and pointed them at the god with bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. In their view, the people on the yacht were trapped in a jar and could not escape. However, what they did not notice was that several ghost-like figures under the sea around them were approaching them silently. Blast my ship? Yi Xian picked up the megaphone and said slowly, I'm giving you a chance to get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. His voice was not loud but full of unquestionable majesty. Ha ha ha. Wang Tang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. You still dare to be stubborn even when you are about to die. I want to see how you can make me bear the consequences. Open fire. Shoot them into sieves. Wang Tang gave the order frantically. However, just as the mercenaries around him were about to pull the trigger, something strange happened. Plop. Plop. Suddenly, several sounds of falling into the water were heard. All the mercenaries on the 3 speedboats seemed to be dragged into the sea by an invisible force. Without even having time to scream, he disappeared into the blue sea. Then a dazzling blood-red color appeared on the sea surface. This strange scene stunned Wang Tang and the old man beside him called Zhang Gongfeng. What's going on? Wang Teng shouted in horror. Master, there are people underwater. Zhang Gongfeng's face became solemn. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the mercenaries who fell into the water. Pirates are attacking? This was Wang Tang's first reaction. However, Yi Xian's voice came again through the loudspeaker. No, they're not pirates. They are my guards. Chapter 66. Not my guard. Your escort? When Wang Tang heard Yi Xian's words, he was stunned at first and then burst into even more wild laughter. Just because you are a nouveau riche, you think you deserve to have a bodyguard? Don't be ridiculous. I'm telling you, there are 50 retired elites from the world's top special forces on my ship. And our Wang family's priest, Bloodhand Manslayer Zhang, is in charge. Those rats of yours hiding in the water are no match for them. Wang Tang's face was full of disdain and arrogance. In his opinion, Yi Xian was just lucky to have some money. In terms of background and strength, he was far inferior to him, the heir of a large family with 100 years of inheritance. Yeah? A mocking arc appeared at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Tianlang, let them see what a real guard team is. It's the palace master. As Lang Feng's voice fell, something strange happened again. Crash. 10 huge splashes suddenly appeared on the calm sea surface. 10 figures wearing black tight combat uniforms, holding special warfare daggers flashing with cold light and exuding a fierce murderous aura, jumped out of the water like ghosts and landed accurately on the deck of Wang Tang's luxury yacht. They are none other than the top 10 masters of the Temple of the Gods headed by Lang Feng. Their appearance was silent but brought with it a suffocating sense of oppression. The so-called elite guards on Wang Tang's ship didn't even have time to react before they were approached by these 10 death-like figures. A massacre without any suspense begins. Lang Feng held a specially made wolf-tooth saber in his hand, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and every time he swung it, it brought about a bloody storm. Those elite guards who seemed so invincible in Wang Tang's eyes were as vulnerable as chickens and dogs in front of Lang Feng. Their fighting skills and shooting techniques are simply a joke in front of Lang Feng, the king of soldiers who fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. The other 9 members of the Temple of the Gods were equally brave. They are all top masters who have been transformed by the marrow cleansing pill and whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Dealing with these ordinary mercenaries is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Screams and wails rang out one after another. The blood stained the expensive teak deck red. It only takes less than a minute. The 50 elite guards brought by Wang Tang were all killed. There was no one alive on the entire deck except Wang Tang and Zhang Gongsheng, whose face had become extremely solemn. The air was filled with a strong, sickening smell of blood. Wang Tang was completely dumbfounded. His mind went blank as he looked at the corpses all over the ground and his men who died in such miserable ways. He couldn't believe that the family guard team he was so proud of was wiped out in such a short time. How is this possible? What kind of monsters are these people? Who are you? Wang Tang's voice became sharp and trembling because of fear. Lang Feng didn't answer him. He shook off the blood on his saber and walked towards Wang Tang and Zhang Gongfeng step by step. With every step he took, the murderous aura on his body became stronger. That cold look was as if he was looking at 2 dead people. Wang Tang was so frightened by the terrifying murderous aura that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, with a foul smell coming from his crotch. He was actually frightened to death. Waste. Zhang Gongsheng glanced at Wang Tang, who was lying limp as mud, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Then he stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Tang, protecting him behind him. Your Excellency has great skills. Zhang Gongfeng looked at Lang Feng and said in a deep voice, which gang are you from? I am the Wang family's Gongfeng, bloody handman slayer Zhang Kuei. Please spare our lives for the sake of the Wang family in Magic City. Although he was confident in his strength, he had no chance of winning against Lang Feng and the 10 murderous masters. So he could only bring up the name of the Wang family in the hope of intimidating the other party. However, Lang Feng seemed not to have heard his words and continued walking forward with an expressionless face. The Wang family of the demon capital? A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Lang Feng's mouth. In front of our palace master, not to mention the Wang family of the demon city, even the entire world is not worth mentioning. No one of you can leave today. Before he finished speaking, Lang Feng's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second he appeared in front of Zhang Kuei. The wolf-tooth saber in his hand stabbed into Zhang Kuei's heart with a whistling sound that tore through the air. Quick! Too fast. It was so fast that Zhang Kuei had no time to react. He could only watch as the sword flashing with cold light continued to grow bigger in his pupils. No! Jiang Kuwei let out a desperate roar. He could never have imagined that he, the bloody hand butcher who had roamed the martial arts world and killed countless people, would die at the hands of an unknown person today. However, just when the saber was about to pierce his heart, the change happened again. Chapter 67, Destroyed by Bombardment. Just as Lang Feng's saber was about to pierce Jiang Kuwei's heart, a loud shout came from the Tianshan yacht. Stop! It's Yi Xian! Lang Feng's movements came to an abrupt halt. The tip of the saber stopped less than a centimeter from Jiang Kuwei's chest, and the sharp wind from the saber even cut through his clothes. Jiang Kuwei was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Lang Feng slowly retracted his saber, turned around, and knelt on one knee respectfully in the direction of Yi Xian. Palace Master. The other 9 members of the Temple of the Gods also knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Palace Master. The voices were uniform and the momentum was earth-shattering. This scene completely stunned Wang Tong, who was lying on the ground, and Jiang Kuwei, who had just survived. Palace Master? The young man named Yi Xian is actually the master of these killer demons? What kind of organization are they? At this time, Yi Xian walked slowly over from the god of heaven with Su Muqing in his arms. The seawater under his feet seemed to have life and automatically formed a water bridge leading to Wang Tang's yacht. Yi Xian strolled leisurely in the garden as if he was walking on flat ground. This amazing water control ability once again refreshed Wang Tang and Jiang Kuwei's cognition. This has gone beyond the scope of martial arts. This is a magical method. Yi Xian walked up to Wang Tang and looked down at him with cold and indifferent eyes. What did you say? You said you were going to blow up my ship? You're going to make my woman want to neither live nor die? Every time Yi Xian said something, Wang Tang's body trembled a little. There was no blood on his face. I was wrong. Wang Tang burst into tears and kowtowed frantically begging for mercy. Yi immortal. Grandpa Yi. I don't recognize the real master. I am not a human. I deserve to die. Please spare my life. I won't dare to do that again. I will give Su Muqing, not my sister-in-law, to you. I wish you a happy marriage and a son soon. In order to survive, Wang Tang has completely abandoned all his dignity. However, Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at him. He turned to Lang Feng and said calmly, I don't want to see the ship or anyone on it again. It's the palace master. Lang Feng obeys the order. He stood up and gave a cold order into the communicator. Target enemy yacht coordinates XXXXXX. Fire. As Lang Feng's order was issued, there was suddenly movement on the private island in the distance that Yi Xian named Garden of Eden. At the highest point of the island, a huge rock slowly cracked open, revealing a huge gun muzzle shining with metallic luster. This is the shore-based electromagnetic railgun that Yi Xian asked Nick Fury to secretly install. Its power is enough to sink an aircraft carrier with one shot. Buzz. A teeth-grinding sound of energy gathering was heard. A dazzling blue electric light appeared at the muzzle. Next second. Boom. A beam of blue light brighter than the sun burst out at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. The target is directly aimed at the luxury yacht where Wang Tang is. Wang Tang and Jiang Kuwei were completely swallowed up by this devastating blue beam of light before they could even react to what was happening. No screaming. No explosion. The luxury yacht worth hundreds of millions, along with Wang Tang, Jiang Kuwei, and the corpses on the ground, were instantly vaporized under the horrific high temperature and energy. Not even a trace of wreckage was left. It's as if they had never appeared in this world. It was reduced to ashes under the bombardment. All that was left on the sea was a huge hole and huge waves that could not be calmed for a long time. Su Muqing was completely shocked by the scene before her that seemed like a punishment from God. She opened her mouth for a long time and couldn't utter a word. She knew that Yi Xian was very strong, very rich, and very powerful. But she never thought that Yi Xian could be so incredibly powerful. With a wave of his hand, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. This is no longer a power that ordinary people can possess. This is God. The real God. She looked at the man beside her who was calm and composed as if he had just done something insignificant, her eyes filled with incomparable admiration and love. Yi Xian ignored Su Muqing's shock. He just gently held her in his arms and said softly, "Let's go home." After saying this, he turned around and returned to the Tianshan yacht with Su Muqing and everyone from the Tianshan temple. All that remains is this still turbulent sea and a legend about a mysterious wealthy man and a blue beam of light that could destroy the world. Chapter 68. Yi Xian's true identity is speculated by the world. Although Yi Xian deliberately controlled the impact range of the shocking bombardment in the Caribbean Sea, the noise it caused was too huge. The devastating blue beam of light and the sudden disappearance of a luxury yacht were clearly captured by multiple military and commercial satellites in the nearby waters. The whole world was shocked for a while. Whether it is the world hegemon America, the Oriental Dragon China, or the old powers in Europe, the highest intelligence departments of all countries received this incredible information at the first time. My God! What kind of weapon is this? A laser cannon? Or an electromagnetic cannon? It actually has such a terrifying power. A U.S. general in the highest military conference room of the Pentagon exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the image of the blue beam of light transmitted back by the satellite. According to our energy detection, the instantaneous energy output of this attack has exceeded 100 trillion joules. It is comparable to a small tactical nuclear bomb, said another expert in charge of technical analysis in a trembling voice. The most important thing is that its attack is precise and clean. Apart from the target, it does not cause any unnecessary damage to the surrounding environment. This shows that the opponent's energy control technology has reached a level that we cannot imagine. The conference room fell into deathly silence. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity and horror. If this super weapon that goes beyond the understanding of modern science and technology were to be used in war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Have you found the source of the launch? After a long silence, the Minister of Defense with gray hair and 5 stars on his shoulders sitting in the first seat asked in a deep voice. Report to the minister, we have found it. An intelligence officer immediately replied, the source of the launch is located on a private island in the Caribbean Sea. According to our information, the island was recently bought by a mysterious Chinese tycoon for a whopping $100 billion. The Chinese super rich man? The defense minister frowned even more deeply. Have you checked his identity? Not yet. The intelligence officer shook his head. We only know his name is Yi Xian. The rest is blank. It's as if this person appeared out of thin air. But our SHIELD director Nick Fury seems to have had contact with him. Nick Fury? A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the Minister of Defense. Call him to me immediately. The same scene is also being played out in the top intelligence agencies of China, Europe, and other countries around the world. Everyone was shocked by this sudden supernatural event. For the first time, the name Yi Xian entered the vision of major global forces. They all used all their strength to investigate who this mysterious Oriental tycoon is. Is he the heir of some hidden family? Or is he the controller of a secret scientific research institution? Or maybe he is not from Earth at all but a messenger from a higher civilization from outer space? Various speculations emerged one after another. For a time, undercurrents surged in the global underground world. Countless spies, agents and killers have received the same mission, which is to find out Yi Xian's true identity at all costs. At this time, Yi Xian, who was at the center of the global storm, was completely unaware of this. He and Su Muqing were living a leisurely life like a fairy couple on the island of Eden. Xian, do you think Wang Tang's family will come to seek revenge on us? Su Muqing asked worriedly. Although she had no good feelings towards Wang Tang, after all, that was a human life and the heir to the Wang family in Demon City. Don't worry. Yi Xian smiled and said nonchalantly, they don't dare. Why? Su Muqing was a little confused. Because they don't have the courage. A hint of domineering arrogance flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. That shot was not only fired for Wang Tang to see, but also for the whole world to see. From now on, no more blind flies will bother us. Yi Xian is right. The Wang family of Demon City was extremely furious after learning the news of Wang Tang's death and that the yacht worth hundreds of millions, 50 elite guards, and the worshipper Zheng Kuei had all disappeared. Wang Zhan, the head of the Wang family, even wanted to use all the family's strength to avenge his son. But when he saw the video of the devastating bombardment taken by a military satellite through a special channel, he and the entire Wang family behind him fell silent. Fear. Unprecedented fear. Facing that force that was like divine punishment, their Wang family's so-called power, money and connections all seemed so ridiculous and powerless. Revenge? What can I use to take revenge? Are you going against God at the cost of your entire family's lives? In the end, the Wang family chose to surrender. Not only did they not reveal any information about Wang Tang's death to the outside world, but they also took the initiative to announce that Wang Teng had been sent abroad for secret treatment because of mental illness. A big family that has been passed down for hundreds of years had to swallow the anger of this blood feud. Yi Xian also used this thunderous blow to announce his arrival to the world. A god who is above worldly power has come. Chapter 69, Forbes Rankings? What a rubbish! Just when major intelligence agencies around the world were struggling to investigate Yi Xian's true identity, another organization with huge influence on the global scale also noticed this mysterious rich man who suddenly appeared. That is Forbes magazine, which is famous for publishing the world's richest list. As the world's most authoritative wealth assessment organization, Forbes reporters and editors have always been proud of their ability to accurately uncover the wealth background of every wealthy person. Whether it is the new technology elites, the giants of traditional industries, or even those low-key invisible rich people, it is difficult to escape their keen sense of smell like a hound. However, this time they encountered unprecedented challenges. Where on earth did this Yi Xian come from? In the headquarters building of Forbes magazine, editor-in-chief George Cromwell was furious with his subordinates. "We used all our resources but couldn't find any useful information about him. This is a huge shame for Forbes." A group of ace reporters and editors who usually look down on others at their desks now lowered their heads and dared not even breathe. They really did try their best. They investigated all banking system trust fund listed companies around the world and found no information on large assets related to the name Yi Xian. This man is like a ghost, an existence that does not belong to this financial system. But he really exists. $100 billion to purchase a private island. Hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent to customize the world's top private jets and yachts. Book the entire Fifth Avenue in New York for your girlfriend to shop to her heart's content. Each and every one of these things demonstrates his terrifying financial strength that is enough to rival a country. Editor-in-chief, it's not that we're completely unprofitable. A senior editor wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke cautiously. We found out that Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., seems to have been working for Yi Xian. He was the one who handled everything from purchasing the island to customizing the plane. Nick Fury? Chief editor George frowned. This old fox is known for being stubborn. It's harder than climbing to the sky to get anything out of him. We tried to contact him, but he refused our interview on the grounds that it involved top state secrets. Confidential? How can a businessman's information be confidential? Editor-in-chief George snorted coldly, obviously not believing this statement. Editor-in-chief, the outside world is paying attention to us, Forbes, another editor said worriedly. If we can't give a reasonable explanation for not including Yi Xian in our rich list, the credibility of our magazine will suffer a devastating blow. This is what Editor-in-chief George is most worried about. The reason why Forbes has become a barometer of global wealth is because of its authority and comprehensiveness. If even such a well-known super-rich man cannot evaluate his assets, wouldn't their ranking become a huge joke? Try every possible means. Chief editor George slammed the table and issued a death order. Even if I have to kidnap Nick Fury, I have to dig out Yi Xian's background for me. I must see his name at the top of the next global rich list. Forbes' actions soon reached Yi Xian's ears. Of course, it was Nick Fury who reported it to him. "Master, Forbes magazine is using all means to investigate your information. Do you need me to warn them?" Nick Fury asked respectfully. Forbes? Yi Xian was walking with Su mooching on the beach. When he heard the name, he was stunned at first, then he laughed and shook his head. They are just a bunch of self-righteous flies. Don't pay any attention to them. Yi Xian has always scoffed at this so-called wealth ranking list. His wealth given by the system is endless. How could a mere mortal be able to estimate it? But the palace masters have great influence. If you let them make random guesses, it may bring you some unnecessary trouble. Nick Fury was still a little worried. Trouble? Yi Xian smiled. What I'm least afraid of is trouble. He thought for a moment and said, how about this, can you help me convey a message to that editor-in-chief named George? Palace Master, please speak. Just tell him that you can't imagine my wealth. The so-called Forbes list is nothing but a pile of garbage in my eyes. Yi Xian's tone was calm and casual. But the arrogance contained in it, which looked down on money and the powerful as nothing, made Nick Fury on the other end of the phone couldn't help but feel shocked. Yes. Palace Master. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury immediately conveyed Yi Xian's original words to George Cromwell, the editor-in-chief of Forbes. When George heard Nick Fury's words, "The Forbes rankings are nothing but garbage in my eyes," his face instantly turned purple. Anger. Unprecedented anger. He had never suffered such a humiliation in his 30 years of working in the industry. How dare a mysterious tycoon who dares not even show his face look down on Forbes like this? Arrogant. Too arrogant. George was shaking with anger. I will definitely take out all his underwear and make him pay for his arrogance. A new storm caused by wealth and arrogance is brewing again.